heroes and also super strong. So like this is one of my favorite competitive metas. I get to see all the heroes I like.
Very nice indeed. And as we've talked about, the Vengeful Spirit opening is nice because it is a little bit flexible. You know, could be that position 1 safe lane farmer for a nice high octane game, and could also be just a support Vengeful Spirit buying wards and doing normal rotations around the jungle. So open-ended here. Third ban's coming out. It'll be the Shadow Fiend removed by OG and Alchemist, an OG classic here removed by Team Random.
Yeah, I really like the Alch ban. It's one of those heroes that can just outpace you, and it's definitely something that Ana has played a lot in the past. You know, you think, Ana, Storm Spirit, Dragon Knight, Alchemist. He's got a really weird set of heroes, to be honest. He also obviously plays Invoker, but outside of the other mid players who are typically like I'm super flashy, I'm SCCC from newbie, I just make all these insane plays. Ana's more of like the rock mid. He's usually like pretty consistent. He does well in his lane most of the time, even adverse circumstances he manages to pull through. So he's like the new Fata for me personally, and I think he fits the team quite well.
My oh my, an Arc Warden ban from Team Random. Has OG actually been playing Arc Warden? Is he starting to become a little bit viable? I mean, not that long ago, and in the last elimination mode, we were joking that Arc Warden might be actually the worst hero in the game right now. Interesting to see him banned out.
He's definitely not the worst hero. He has his place. The thing about Arc Warden is that, if we're talking competitive, it's definitely useful, but the skill cap of the hero is like super high, and you need a very good player to make it work. So obviously this is a major, so we're kind of expecting that people are going to have Arc Warden players on their team. Yep. Yeah, that's one of the other things too, is OG has always been one of those teams that they'll pick stuff that no one else picks. They're kind of like Team Random in that sense, where they can bring heroes into the meta that everyone kind of looks at and goes, it's okay. But they understand how to enable it and facilitate whatever it needs to succeed. So I'm really I'm excited for this particular matchup because both teams have unorthodox picks. Back to DAC when OG was playing against everybody, they were first picking Visage, and PPD was like, why are they first picking Visage? I literally don't understand. And they were winning, and they were winning, and they were winning, and ultimately, sure, they went down to IG in the grand finals, but point remains.
Yeah, exactly. And now some good team fight here for Team Random. It'll be the Warlock. So they've got some golems. Yesterday, worth mentioning, we saw the Wild Upheaval Warlock, the max Upheaval. Probably the most work I think you and I combined have ever seen Upheaval do in a single game. Interesting food for thought here. But now Naga Siren for OG going to be their third.
Yeah, that I think that was Solo's Warlock, right? It was VP that we were casting.
It was Solo, yeah.
And just another little tidbit. Team Random went 1-2 to VP. VP are 6-1. Yeah. So they gave them their only loss. That's kind of saying to me, okay, they might actually be bringing their A game here, which is exciting. So.
And when we saw VP yesterday, they really looked like they were in form. I mean, they kind of rolled over Faceless. It was a relatively fast 2-game series. First game was a little bit longer, but they just played really crisp. I mean, Ramses has been a standout player for a while, but he is so far absolutely on fire this tournament.
Yeah, I mean,
Lion.
Yeah, that game was actually on before ours started, because again, you and I only get 2 zeros. So, yeah, we just got to start our game, and I was watching that one, and it looked like it was kind of winding down, and VP we're crushing it, as per usual. So,
well, here's an unfamiliar face. Yeah, Lion.
I like it. It's good against Naga. You got the double dispel. The game goes long enough, you get level 25, that +3 mana drain targets, you can just kill every single Naga Siren illusion in one cast. It's OP.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, it's great catch. They needed something else for the puck as well, because you need kind of that hero who can just snap initiate. Even Legion Commander's Duel has somewhat of a backswing, so it's not like a guaranteed disable on the puck. And just having that little bit of extra initiation is going to help a lot once he gets the blink.
Yeah. Also nice to just have burst damage to pair with the Legion Commander. Catch somebody with a duel, drop a Finger of Death. Pretty likely you'll find a kill more often than not in that situation. Now a support, the 4th pick for OG, it's Disruptor. Pairs very nicely with the Naga Siren, can set up with the Song of the Siren, drop the Static Storm Kinetic Field on top of that. Also a hero that pairs very nicely with Puck. A lot of gotcha on this OG lineup. You've got the Ensnare, you've got Glimpse, you've got Puck who can chase people down, Monkey King with his long-range stun, Primal Spring. A lot of ways for OG to start fights with these 4 heroes.
Yeah, to me, it's actually a lot about the vision as well. Like, think about this for a second. So Monkey King's sitting in a tree by a tower. You're pushing that tower. Someone TP's in, where normally it would be fog. But the Monkey King's there, so he gets glimpsed. And then you take a team fight. Like, that's the kind of stuff that you can do with the vision play around what OG are bringing to the table here. It's very, very nice synergy. And like you said, the gotcha thing, it's totally on point. Because if you make a mistake against these heroes, against Puck, Disruptor especially, and Naga, oh my god, is their team going to punish you. Like, you're going to lose heroes, you're going to lose buildings. Granted, they do need another hero that hits towers.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, Team Random, we're looking at a safe lane Venge, I would assume, from the looks of things, which means they need Blink's hero, unless it's mid-Legion. I wouldn't put it past them, but they don't know what Anna's playing yet. They ban out the OD. Obviously, a rough matchup, a good hero against Legion as well. So, yeah, I guess it's just 2 mids.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
All right. So against the position 1 Venge, I guess generally speaking, that means Team Random will 5-man, maybe a bit earlier, knock down those outer towers, utilize that Warlock ultimate pretty much whenever it's off cooldown, or at least group up and try to utilize it. So what does that mean for OG? What is the ideal Anna pick here? They will have to pick first, and Team Random will have that final 10th pick.
5 seconds remaining.
This is kind of a tricky ban for OG. They need to think a step ahead. And they ban out Terrorblade.
OG's turn to pick.
Interesting. So maybe they are expecting potentially a Legion mid this game?
Assassin.
After banning... Oh, that's why. That's actually why they did it. Because Terrorblade is like the hardest TA counter. Like, if you play TA against Terrorblade, you actually just can't win the game. Like, it's impossible. Because the hero just gets so much armor, right?
Yeah.
And Templar Assassin functions off of refraction most of the time. So if he has like his Manta popped and like 1 or 2 extra illusions from his own skill set, then you basically lose your refraction in 1 round of attacks and you turn into dust. Like, you're just a goner. So they're actually just facilitating his hero more than they are really caring about what the lanes are, I think.
Right. And yeah, TB can also lane mid. But they take Medusa with their final. So a serious hard carry here. Some late game security for Team Random. Not a hero that we've seen yet. We've talked about her a little bit, but haven't seen her actually picked up. Interesting. I think we've mostly talked about her in combination with Magnus. Medusa plus Empower. So it's a standalone Dusa.
I actually think it's okay. If you look at, OG's lineup, they don't have a tremendous amount of burst damage. Pretty much where it comes from is like, okay, a Puck initiation, and then maybe TA jumps you. And that's like the quote-unquote burst that they're bringing to the table. They also have no form of mana burn, which is great against Medusa in any way. Like, anti-mage, lion mana drain, diffusal, manta,
Couldn't
whatever.
Naga get a diffusal?
You can, but it's become less prevalent. Like, most of the time, you just want to rush for your split pushing items. You want to get your Octarine as soon as possible, and then you just want to make your illusions tanky, because you don't really care about fighting with the hero that much. It's more just about making sure that your illusions get the most effectiveness by split pushing that they feasibly can. And I think that with the Legion and the Lion already, and having Medusa on top of that, they'll have a pretty good amount of wave clear and things to deal with the illusions in general. So the Medusa is kind of nice to be like that late game siege hero, where as before, the only person that was really going to be hitting towers was a Legion. So they obviously needed a right clicker.
Yeah.
And that's part of the big reason why in I think it was the second ban phase for OG, they took out the SF, because they just know, okay, this team needs a mid that can actually hit buildings. And Medusa was one of the best choices left available, I think.
I also like the supporting cast that they have around the Medusa. You've got potential swaps from the Vengeful Spirit, heals from the Warlock, stuns from the Warlock. Lion has a lot of disables. LC has pressed the attack. They have a lot of ways to stick this Medusa in the front line and then keep her safe if things don't go according to plan. Very important. Dusa not really known for her mobility. So, all right, let's take a look at some of these. And I think in the last game, I actually got all of my predictions wrong, Draskell. It's hard to do that.
I mean, someone's got to be talented enough to do it, Zyra. You're just that person. You just got to get in there and show everyone, because if you're anything like the far right side of the panel, which is on the first day, I think it was wrong 100% of the time or something crazy like that. You're just giving people free predictions because they just do the opposite of what you do.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Total number of player deaths at game end. So that's basically how many kills plus denies to neutrals. God, I don't know. It's a hard one.
I would say a number greater than 0.
Wow, that's a bold claim there, Draskell.
Sorry, I purged that one, didn't I? I just completely went like middle of the field.
I would take any non-zero number. Wow, touche, salesman. All right.
Listen, sometimes you gotta play it safe.
Fair enough, man. So it looks like no trickery. Both teams got some initial wards down that just went back for their bounty runes. Dire, they'll ward up the enemy shrine, as well as get ward down here in the mid. Radiant, they'll also drop a lane ward mid, and they'll take some vision down bottom of this rune spawn and kind of entryway into the Radiant jungle. So neither side have any sentry action going on, so we'll have normal full vision to get things started as everybody heads to the lanes. TA versus Medusa mid. Safe lane try for OG, and it looks like a 2-1-2 coming out of Team Random, at least to start. Faith Beyond here on the Legion Commander will be supported by the Lion, who charges forward. And that means down bottom, it'll be a 2-on-1 favoring Team Random here with S4 in the solo off lane against the farming bench.
It's actually a bit rough, I think, for Puck in this off lane. Like, a lot of the time when you're playing against a support, you can phase shift the majority of the right-click damage, thus making the trade favorable for you. But Shadow Word does an insane amount of damage at level 1. It's 15 damage a second for 12 seconds. So no matter what, you're just not going to be winning that trade.
Yep. Also a really annoying hero against Puck because damage over time is amazing against phase shift. You know, Puck really has no way to stop that slow sustained damage even once he levels up a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to struggle for sure.
I mean, one of the drawbacks of Puck is you can't really retreat to the jungle. We were talking about Magnus in that first series. You know, part of his power is just grabbing the Iron Talon and being able to find that recovery farm. What does Puck do in this kind of situation where the lane is this brutal? I mean, he's almost going to die here. He's going to have to pop the Shrine and the Fairy Fire.
I mean, you really can only do what he's doing right now. You try to play it as aggressively as possible. Make it so that Ice has to commit all of his time to just you. He's not allowed to stack pull. He's not allowed to do anything else. Faith Beyond, though.
Yeah, up top.
On here.
No Tail connects with the Ensnare, but overwhelming odds. There's a lot of return damage to Jerax, and OG will kind of back out. No Tail presses forward, gets a little bit of extra damage in, but takes some in return as he just heads back to farming.
Well, I guess... Wait a minute, he didn't go back and get his own bounty rune? Oh, he got the other one, okay. So, they trade bounty runes, basically. The support from Team Random, and then S4 getting the other one.
Yeah.
But he's actually able to get his own pull-off, realizes that Ice isn't in the lane. This kind of stuff is a really big deal as off lane. Oh no, he lost vision. Because Ice was walking over with the double damage. That actually sucks. Yeah, if he had gotten the pull, that's like a full creep wave for him. And that's a really big deal. Gets him like almost to level 4, probably.
Yeah. Thought for a second there the Warlock might be able to find a rotation with the double damage, but just heads right back to lane. Medusa forced to pop the Shrine in the mid. Looks like TA having a pretty good time here in this matchup. Relatively even in last hits, but Anna with quite a few more denies.
Yeah, Refraction is really hard for Medusa to deal with. You don't have any way of really contesting the last hit, so I guess what you want to probably do if you're Shadow is just try to bounce the Mystic Snake, because TA is not a full-fledged ranged hero, so you should be able to drain mana at the very least, but looks like there's going to be a little bit of bottle crowing here, just to make sure that he's able to continually just pop Refraction on cooldown, and make sure that he's not getting harassed too much by the snake.
Also curious what build the Medusa goes for here. Usually with mid Medusa, you see something a little bit more high tempo. You know, like Phase Boots Yasha comes to mind. Mix a Dragon Lance in there. But definitely want items that can allow you to fight early. You know, utilize that ultimate TP into towers if OG gets a little bit aggressive. Any thoughts about what Shadow might build?
I wouldn't actually be surprised if he goes Midas this game. Just because you know, they have Warlock Teamfight, they have Faith Beyond on the Legion Commander as well. Normally this hero gets, you know, a pretty good amount even in the hardest situation, but I mean, it really depends on what they want to do. Do they want to actually try to fight around every chaotic offering and take towers, or are they okay like waiting a little bit for Shadow to get some farm? Because, you know, at this phase, the longer it goes in mid, the harder it's going to get for the Dusa. Because the more points in refraction, the less likely it is that he's going to be able to see us.
And so far, basically no rotations mid. It's just been a straight up 1v1 match. S4 down bottom. That's the first blood.
Later.
Yep, caught that one. Ice gets it with that DOT damage. Compliments of Shadow Word. So, to compliment what you were saying before, S4 trying to stay aggressive, get some experience, but will occasionally get caught in situations like that.
It's one of those trade-offs that I think a lot of offlaners kind of struggle with as Jerax. Speaking of picking off an offlaner.
Yep, Faith Beyond very low. Jerax with the Primal Spring. Does he actually find it here? He needs one more auto attack, and he gets it.
You got the Orb of Venom, man. That 5
damage
that was?
a
second. Yeah, Orb of
Okay,
Venom
I
kill.
didn't see the auto attack. Yeah, good call. You're right, it was the Orb. The Oov kill. Style points.
And he gets the Ursa. That's like the absolute dream.
That is a happy Monkey King.
I think in a way, it might actually be better for OG that, you know, Faith Beyond is suffering so much. Because if you look at him right now, he's only level 2. S4 is level 4. Like, he's got boots, he's got a raindrop, and a TP, which doesn't sound like a lot, but, you know, you compare that to what Faith Beyond is rocking right now, and his inventory looks a little sad, too. So I'm kind of thinking, you know, Jerax committing all his time, just walking to the woods, like, following Faith Beyond around, soaking his EXP, stopping him from becoming that menace that we've seen so many times already within, like, the first 2 days of the group stage. This is, like, the counterplay. And now there's a hasted TA running at him, so he's probably dead again.
It looks like it. Here's the wraparound. Primal Spring connects. He's slowed into all oblivion. And there's just nothing he can do. No way to survive. Jerax will take credit for that kill. The Boundless Strike finds the last hit. But a worthy rotation for the TA. And with the haste, she'll be able to make it right back into lane.
I'm surprised it didn't kill the baby golems, actually. He saw them there. And he had the Jingu Mastery. Or Jingu Mastery. I guess he maybe wanted to see if he could go on mid, too.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, okay, never mind. There was a sentry. I was like, did he just place it in tower range? And then I was like...
I had the same exact thought. Not quite. Dusa maintaining some vision control there in the mid lane. We haven't talked about the Vengeful Spirit too much. She's been pretty quiet, just farming away in the bottom lane, but leading net worth right now, I think also the CS leader. Well, about on par with the Naga. Phase boots up. Normal, solid start for the Vengeful Spirit. Pretty much been left alone, and they may start to try and pressure this tower. I shouldn't say left alone, but more like S4 just can't do anything to stop him from farming.
I mean, all things considered, I'd say most heroes probably wouldn't get that much out of this lane. I'd say Puck is maybe one of the few who can actually do something about it.
Yeah.
We can see here, Fatal Bonds just actually bringing him almost a half HP on their own. And they have the rotation from Y coming in as well.
Yeah, rotation bottom on the Puck, and it looks like OG want to try to rotate mid on the Dusa. Fly was lingering in the tree line on the Disruptor. Didn't quite find the opening. Now Lion dives way past the tier 1. Drops the stun, follow-up Hex, and S4 will take yet another tumble as they find the magic missile. Random, in a little bit deep, but no way that OG can come and punish this. Those have to let him walk out. Nice kill.
It was a really nice movement, yeah. As soon as they saw him orb to pull the creeps off the tower, they pretty much just went in. They're like, yep, it's our time, you don't have an escape anymore. He just beelines it for the most obvious path that the Puck can take to get to safety. I guess in that scenario, probably would have been safer to auto attack, as they're going to get Fly too. It's just standing in front of the tower.
Yeah. Unexpected, kind of a freebie. All right, Medusa hanging in there, very even with the TA. I mean, they're within like 5 GPM of each other at this point. So this mid lane, a complete wash, and no tail up top. Just farming away towards the Radiance. Arcane boots up, and now the quest for the Relic begins. It probably will continue to be a relatively quiet game for the next couple minutes here as both teams get towards their core items. LC, still not level 6, just now hits 5, but still needs more time before that precious duel becomes available.
Yeah, Faith Beyond's struggling here big time. It's kind of unfortunate, too, for Team Random that he's the one who's kind of biting the bullet here, because you know, during the mid game, Legion can offer you so much in terms of pick-off potential and like net pressure. But because of the fact that he's kind of been shut down this hard, his blink is going to be super late. It's already 9 minutes in, and he's only got 100 gold after his phase boots. So,
yeah,
all things considered, that's just more time for No Tail and Ana and S4 to feel, you know, pretty safe doing whatever they want to do, as long as, you know, they're not sitting in the offlane. I guess yeah, S4 might struggle a bit still, but respectively, it's like S4 will be able to contribute more without a blink than Faith Beyond will.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, just having an AoE silence alone gives Puck a lot of utility. So back to farming we go. Jerax now is rotated mid to soak a little bit of XP while Ana kills the big stack. This was a triple stack here. So that'll give him a nice little chunk of change, secure the power treads.
Team Random really want to try to do something top. Like, that is a very squishy disruptor. Faith Beyond maybe hit 6, and then they could potentially go for something.
They're certainly thinking about it. As Monkey King also lingering Jerax with phase boots now. He's really had a very effective early game.
Well, he camped that poor Legion commander. Like, he just freaking sat there. And he's like, yep, you're not going to get any creeps. I'm just going to kill you. I'm going to kill you again.
I mean, it paid off. He's almost got the same XP as Legion Commander. I mean, Faith Beyond's now a little bit ahead of him because he moved into a neutral camp. And with level 6 available, they might look for a duel on fly. There's the rock, follow-up duel, and it's easy damage for the LC. That's plus 10.
Yeah, it's a tower golem. It's really not even for the support kill, although it does secure him the damage, like you mentioned. They just want to try to pressure the tower in whatever way they can. Because they know, like, the pace of the game kind of needs to go quicker for them because they're playing against that Naga. Like, No Tail's been farming this whole time. He's got 2,000 gold on top of his Arcanes and his Infused Raindrops, so he's on pace when needs to be. His highest CS in the game at the moment. So the more map control that Team Random can take away at this point in the game, the better it's going to be.
Looks like the tier 1 tower will indeed fall. Glyph's already been used, and OG will not mount a defense. No rotations come. So they get the target that they wanted, and a little extra money goes the way of Team Random. Glancing at the graph, holding on to that 1,500 net worth lead, but OG now pulling slightly ahead in terms of experience. That'll tend to happen when one team groups up to push down towers and the other one stays spread out to farm the map. Now smoke from OG. We'll see a haste in the bottle of Ana. Maybe a Vengeful Spirit here, the target. It could take a tumble. Potentially a 4-on-1.
He knows something's up.
Yeah, a lot of heroes missing off the map. Take a look at Radiant Vision, and yeah, all you see is the puck. You know something's going on. Good positioning here from the Venge. Not making this easy for him, but Ana with the haste rune pops it. They die behind the tower. Instant TPs coming out of the Radiant. They want to try to contest this. Dream Coil on 2. They will bring down the Venge, it looks like. TA still very healthy as Faith Beyond comes in. Nice stun from Jerax. Connects on 2 with the Boundless Strike, and Faith Beyond will just get right-clicked. It's 3 heroes down on the side of Random. The staggered TPs cost them big as OG take a convincing team fight.
It was a really nicely coordinated dive, to be honest. Like, they throw the orb in, it gives vision. They see no heroes besides the Venge, so they know they have the TP Shadow. Looks like he's going to be okay, just able to walk it off here in the middle lane. But, yeah, the dive was, like, perfectly executed. They got the coil on 2 heroes, the Static Storm was there as well. Forced one of the heroes to walk, like, too far over to the right to be able to help, and they, like, TP'd in a nice, like, pattern to where they wouldn't all get caught by the AoE spells, but the problem was Blink died before, you know, anyone really was able to do anything about it. And at that rate, with no golem either, that was like the go time. It was like, okay, no rock, they killed our tier 1, let's go kill some heroes.
Huge for S4, though. 1,700 gold now towards the Blink Dagger, and even after that slow start we were talking about, he's going to end up having a Blink at a pretty reasonable timing for an off-lane puck. And No Tail, again, farming away. 3,000 gold now towards the Relic. Still looking pretty good for this timing. Rotation from
I feel
the
like
line. Oh, okay.
I always see these games where, you know, one team has a hero that invades the jungle, and one hero has a team that doesn't invade the jungle. And when that happens, like, the offlaners or the supports always suffer. And S4,
Yep, swap. Nice stun. Connects on the Venge, but there's the Golem from Ice Ice. And they will find the kill there, but Jerax drops the Monkey King ult. Wukong's command. Doesn't really connect on much, but they will find the Venge, Ensnare, and Boundless Strike. They should be able to chase him down. Meanwhile, on the other side, they did find a kill on Fly. TA jumps in, brings down Ice Ice. We'll get a freebie on the Golem.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ends up kind of okay for OG. It's a 2 for 2, but they get the kill on that high-priced Vengeful Spirit. However, S4 dies at this delicate period where he has all that unreliable gold before the blink, so both teams taking some losses, though OG do get the net worth gain out of it.
That was a huge win for OG, actually. Like, at face value, you're right. The net worth exchange was relatively equal, and it kind of stinks that S4's blink is going to be delayed. But you have to keep in mind one thing. The Golem for Team Random needs to get objectives. When the Golem doesn't get a tower kill, it's pretty much a bad Golem at this stage in the game, especially if it's a tier 1. Because a tier 1 should technically be the easier towers to take because there isn't a blink on the puck, and, you know, there's no radiance on the Naga, so there should be, like, the least contention for these tier 1 tower fights. And they're still trading evenly, dropping a rock, losing the rock, and then not actually getting the tower. Like, that is a really, really bad thing for Team Random. Not to say that, like, the game's over or anything like that, but it's just something that you should always keep in mind.
No, that when you put it that way, it definitely seems a lot worse than I was first thinking. Glancing at the Warlock's queued up items here, very ambitious. He's going Midas, Aghanim's Refresher. So long road ahead for Ice Ice, but he's getting pretty close to the Midas, actually. Only a few hundred gold away. Song of the Siren, No Tail, sets it up. They do catch the Venge. They also catch the Warlock in the trees, and it looks like they want to do both. Static Storm, Kinetic Field on the Vengeful Spirit, and Ice Ice just gets initiated on with straight right clicks. Jerax will find the kill there, but Finger of Death brings down the Naga Siren, and it ends up not being the clean fight that OG were hoping for. Stone Gaze from Shadow, trying to slow things down a little bit. They will catch the duel on Ana, but he is hasted up, might still be able to run away. Ana actually lives through it, kills the LC, takes the bonus damage, and now they will get the follow-up kill on Venge. Somehow, some way, Draskell, this is going to end up a full team wipe. All 5 of Random hit the deck, and OG, sure, they lose their Naga, but a worthy sacrifice if you can pick up a full team wipe at 16 minutes.
Yeah, no Golem. I mean, that's...
Is that it?
OG
Just hashtag no Golem.
Hashtag no Golem. That's literally it. Like, they can just run at you in that fashion, and they can aggressively song. That's the big thing. They song to set up 2 kills. They immediately get the hero that was closest to the tower, then they also find the Warlock in the jungle, and they pretty much just drop everything on them straight away. And then at that point, you're already on the back foot, and since there's no disengage, in this case, Chaotic Offering, then you don't have any way of getting yourself back into the team fight. Faith Beyond dueled a refracted Templar Assassin. Like, that is a panic maneuver if I've ever seen one. Like, okay, maybe he thought they could get the kill. And I guess, you know, in a way, maybe they almost had enough damage. But, you know, once that happens and the rest of the side of OG is able to catch up, that fight's over. Like, sure, they killed No Tail, but he still got his relic. He's still only like 800 gold away from the Radiance. This timer that Naga Siren has, it's not about when the Radiance happens, it's when, like, the item after the Radiance happens that you really have to start to worry. Because at this stage in the game, yeah, you can still kill the illusions pretty easily. You know, you have that overwhelming odds. You got, you know, Mystic Snake still does a really good amount of damage, Lion as well. It's still some time left.
Still a little bit of time, but to be real, Andy, the TA is scarier than anything else right now. She just picked up a Desolator. Ana was, he actually had the Deso queued up first, but stopped off for the Blink Dagger. Now has both by 18 minutes, almost 10k net worth. About 50% ahead of the Vengeful Spirit, the leading farmer on the Radiant. I mean, right now, this TA is nasty.
Yeah, I mean, it's an easy matchup. Like, not really much outside influence coming in from Team Random when it comes to the mid lane. So you got a TA against a hero that can't break refraction. He's gonna farm. He got ancient stacks from his team. He cleared both of them, again, without any interruption from Team Random. And they kind of just get hosed. So it's looking a little bit rough right now for the X-Wings team. But, you know, again, they do have the Dusa.
Very true. They've also got double Midas. One on the Venge, one on the Warlock. So they have some ability to scale into the late game. Double stack of Ancients getting cleared out by the Medusa. Looks like she'll be able to finish him off. But mid lane, Faith Beyond, absolutely obliterated. I mean, that's a Legion commander, too. It looked like he was just killing a lion. I mean, LC's not the tankiest hero, but my word.
Yeah, it's a struggle. Faith Beyond has not really had much of an influence in this game, and I don't really think it's his fault per se. It's more just the Monkey King was the bane of his existence. Like, he was allowed to do whatever he wanted, followed him around, and sure, they pressured S4 too, but I guess for the lineup of Team Random, the offlane position is more integral to their success than what OG's is.
Yes.
So they can have S4 have a rough start, and he'll be able to make that comeback because, again, ease of execution, the puck can contribute much more reliably than a Legion. The Legion needs items.
Kong's command is almost a solo kill on Ice. He survives, but that Warlock was at full HP. All right.
I think he was trying to force a chaotic offering. That would have been like the ultimate dream scenario. Even if he died, if he got golemed, it would have been worth it. But he's just going to get out of there.
Solar Crest on the way for Jerax, but yeah, to complement that point, as we talked about in the draft, you know, OG have so many ways to initiate fights or even counter-initiate fights on a number of different heroes. For Random, they have some options, but definitely a bit more reliant on Faith Beyond with that Blink duel. And for the LCs, at this point now, we're 20 minutes in. Sure, he's got the Blink Dagger, but, or she rather, so squishy. Blade Mail very far away. I mean, only has a Chainmail, 400 gold. Can't even get these cheap value items with the easy build-up.
I mean, the Blade Mail Blink is really all you need, as long as your team is there to back you up. That's going to be like the most important thing for Faith Beyond going into like the mid-late game, is can my team actually get me damage? Because right now, the only thing that's really going to quote-unquote secure a duel is Finger of Death. That's it. No one else really has the burst. So, you know, looking at Medusa's items, didn't go for the Midas, just like you mentioned earlier, went for the more fighty kind of style. And I think that's mostly attributed to the fact that they are kind of behind at the moment. And maybe he just feels like he needs to contribute more.
Yeah, I think triple Midas gets a little risky. He's in a very precarious situation, though. They're going to walk right past it. OG kind of fake him out. Meld from the TA.
They can, like, one-shot Y right now.
By. Yeah.
Oh, no, he pissed his own ward. He spotted him. Oh, no, but he misses this stun.
Oh, but he gets the Hex. So they'll get a freebie on to Fly, it looks like. It's a 5-on-1. Let's see how much space Fly can make. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. Actually stays alive for a staggering amount of time as he drops the Glimpse. Pretty legit survival, and all that was...
they're losing Roshan because of this.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Real space created. Well done by Fly. Valuable seconds.
God, that was like... It was actually better that his TP got cancelled, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because as soon as the hero dies, then, you know, Team Random are looking back at it going, well, everyone's missing, and the TA is not here anymore. Wonder what they're doing. But, you know, in the time that it takes to realize that, unfortunately, with a Deso on a TA, they just managed to take the Roshan out from underneath them.
Yeah.
And now they're in even more of an awkward scenario.
There aren't that many, like, 1v5 scenarios like that where you can definitively say it's a good idea to just use your ultimate when you're guaranteed dead, but there, it's like the perfect hero. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, they're all locked in place in the trees. Brilliant. Solar Crest up on Jerax now, and OG moving into the biggest lead we've seen this game, though. Even though it feels like OG are really in control, Random are farming through this pretty well. I mean, 4,000 net worth at 22 minutes is definitely recoverable. One good team fight, and Random could be right back in this. So they are still getting a lot out of the map, and their cores are still scaling pretty well. Ana still happily seated at #1 on net worth, but you know, the gap isn't really growing. It's still around that 3K it was 5-10 minutes ago.
I think it's just attributed to the Midases, honestly. Like, I think there's no Midases on OG. The only one, the person who's making one is S4, and he's not there yet. Or I guess he just got enough gold for it right now. But the real issue, I think, again, is just the Naga factor. And while they do have some really good illusion clear, it's about maintaining map control, you know? Like, that's one of the most important things in Dota, is just being able to actually go to your lanes. Because look at No-Tail's micro right now. There are Naga illusions in every single lane. He cut the whole wave, restricts the map completely from Team Random. They're just looking around, 4 heroes or 5 heroes huddled under a tier 2 tower with like 10% life, and they're just going, what do we do? Like, we can't really push out. If the Naga Siren is on our side of the map, we're getting like asphyxiated almost. This is where it becomes very, very tricky.
Yeah, and you look at Radiant Vision, they do have some wards down around the map, but not really in locations that give them a lot of intel. You got one up here. The kind of top quadrant of the dire jungle, and then this lane ward down bottom, way down here. But all this space in the middle of the map, you know, where OG is farming, you know, maintaining map control, and Random have absolutely no idea, and they have to play in this kind of defensive posture. The worst thing they can do right now is split up and allow OG to pick them off. So they sort of pigeonholed into this less than efficient play, moving around as a big unit. There is a Manta style out on Shadow, so Medusa is definitely starting to come into her own. Also,
This
Shadow
build is a
Blade
little-
on the bench.
This build is a little lackluster though in the damage department. That's the one problem with it. Like, he's going Manta into Scotty, and sure, you're gonna be a beast. You're gonna be really hard to kill. But who at that point on your team, I guess you're just relying on Blink to do like most of the heavy lifting when it comes to damage,
Oh,
and then hoping.
Jerax, nice stun. Sorry.
Yeah, it was nicely done. But I guess it's just Blink and the Finger of Death and hoping that Fatal Bonds connects well. Like that's pretty much where the majority of their damage is going to come from. Blink, looking for something here.
Initiates onto the TA, but S4 ready and waiting. Dream Coil actually connects on 2. Locks Faith Beyond in place. Anna jumps forward, almost drops Faith Beyond. He's got a sliver of HP, but No Tail just burns him away. Now the Ensnare locks the Venge in place. Defensive swap, but now the Song of the Siren from No Tail. This is to kind of counteract the chaotic offering that has already come down. And it looks like Ice is going to get left behind. Anna able to 4-shot him at this stage. And with that, it will be a 3-0. And maybe even the Golem will go to EG for some extra, or OG rather, for some extra gold. And indeed it shall. They'll get the tier 2 to boot. That's the end of the outer towers. And speaking of map control, it is all OG here, Draskell. 16-8. They have broken this game wide open. Now about a 10k net worth lead.
There honestly hasn't really been too many moments in the game where I felt like, you know, Team Random had really brought any scare to OG at all. Like, okay, they drop a rock on fly top to kill the tier 1. They drop a rock to go bottom, and the second rock in the bottom lane, it didn't get the tower. And then at that point, you're kind of just going, okay, well, already it's kind of becoming difficult for Ice. And Anna has played a phenomenal game. He's been everywhere he needs to be. He's getting the support pickoffs in the back every single time. He's pretty much making it an absolute nightmare for anyone on the side of Team Random who is, like, I guess not Blink or Shadow to be alive. He's just always in their face. Like, everybody on OG just seems to be playing just very, very crisp, solid Dota right now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. TA moving into the Bloodthorn. Of course, Orchid up first. But another great item. A lot of mobility now. Hurricane Pike and Blink Dagger. TA just in general still maintaining that massive farm. It's kind of a leg up on the game at large. LC does now have the Blade Mail, so that is one item TA will need to be careful of. You know, we've definitely seen big Blade Mail plays in the past, but Warlock slow and steady towards the Aghanims. I mean, the Midases are helping, no doubt about it. But is it going to be enough, Draskell? There's a Diffusal Blade now even up on the Monkey King. I mean, this support Monkey King is now starting to feel a little bit like a core almost. Up top, No Tail might get dueled. No! Song of the Siren comes out just in time. And he will slither away back to safety. The rest of OG did smoke up on the other side of the map. So maybe they can wrap around the backside, catch Random off guard. This is a weird dive. Lion going in really deep alongside Faith Beyond, but they're completely split. Now S4 comes in. He gets hexed up. They could still possibly turn this around, though. There's going to be another fight breaking out on the other side. Looks like Lion will get netted and probably bursted down. Let's check out the other side of it. Monkey King drops the ult, which drops the frames. They bring down the Venge right away, and Medusa channels the ultimate. Still Static Storm Kinetic Field comes down on top of the Wukong's command. Faith Beyond gets killed as well, and it is a bloody disaster here, Draskell. Random get ripped apart, splitting in that 2 and 3 pack. Did not go in their favor. And OG get a 4-for-0 exchange.
It's rough right now for Team Random, I think, is the only way I can describe this. Like, they didn't get the kill on Naga. Faith Beyond kind of bailed when the Lion was in there. Like, why went for a kill? He fingered. I think the Naga walked out with like 10% HP. If he had stayed there, probably would have gotten the kill. Jerax just like casually by the enemy team's well. No big deal. But yeah, this is just racks. That Medusa with, you know, Ultimate Orb Manta style Dragonlance and the Aquila, not tanky at all. Just literally exploded.
And also not that much damage. It feels like this build is just not doing enough of anything. Not really providing that much survivability, and also not providing her any kind of burst damage to catch people off guard. And as Stone Gaze right in the middle of the fight seemed like an alright Stone Gaze, but Fly was one step ahead with that Static Storm kinetic field, so she couldn't even really disengage once that defensive ult was used.
Yeah, it was like everything onto Blink, or excuse me, onto Shadow, and then he just kind of fell over. But... Yep. It's like you said, the build is just not really doing any damage because he's relying on everyone else on his team to be damaged, and he wants to be the front line. He wants to be the focus of attention, and sometimes for a Medusa, that's okay. Because when everyone's going on you, then yeah, you get a lot out of your Stone Gaze because you have this, you know, Vengeful Spirit who's going to be dealing, what, like 50% bonus physical damage during the stun if for whatever reason OG don't start running away. So on paper, yeah, it sounds great. Then you got Fatal Bonds and like this overwhelming odds, and it seems like theoretically there's a lot of damage that can be dealt. The problem is that it requires very, very solid execution, and then, you know, the good initiation by Faith Beyond getting his Blink and his Blade Mail off in the duel. Yeah. But it just hasn't happened. Like, they're just not able to get the proper fights. And a lot of that, again, attributed to vision. I mean, OG can see pretty much everything on, you know, Team Random side of the map, whereas they have some defensive wards down, sure, Team Random, but it's not really been able to stem the bleeding.
No doubt about it, buddy. Team Random completely locked in their base right now. I mean, just look at the dire wards for a moment. They've got one. I don't know if I've ever seen this one before, but right outside of the fountain, behind the tier 4s. Getting some vision into the base.
When you do that, because he got spotted out by the Lion, usually when someone does that, you just expect that they're buying from your shop. Right? Yeah. So you place the ward because there's no way they're going to expect you to do that. It's like, why would there be a ward there? But there is.
Yeah. Not a very common D-ward spot. Another smoke here from OG. Near the enemy shrine. They'll clear out the jungle. Take a look at dire vision. They do see a little bit. They've got something up on the plateau, so they get a glimpse of the Lion.
A tower,
also a glimpse of the LC. It looks like they ping out the bottom lane, perhaps. An interesting smoke play from OG, maybe just baiting with Ana. Monkey King goes in, drops the Wukong's command. It'll be a little premature. It's a zoning command. Oh, but the Golem, he baits it out this time, and he's still able to jump away. Oh my,
this
Draskell.
Is horrible. Oh my god, this is so
almost
bad.
worst case scenario. 3. Fly's going to set this up. Static Storm, kinetic field. It's going to come out on 3, and it connects. This is the setup that OG were waiting for, and they will find it. Immediately, Blink says, all right, it's over. Let's call it. GG, well played. They get a couple of kills to clean up that fight, but OG just, beautiful execution in that final team fight. The photo finish.
Dude, I think literally everyone on OG just played super well. Like, I can't think of any of their players that didn't do pretty much exactly what they needed to do. That's the crazy thing. Like, normally, one person has a rough game, and then maybe the 4 other players have a good game. But it actually felt to me like everyone in OG literally had a good game. And when that happens, sometimes I feel like it might be down to the draft. And I'm looking, like, mainly at the Legion and how nothing that they have on Morph at the moment on Team Random.
So
And with the heroes that OG have, I mean, sure, it's a bit farm hungry, I think, to pick a Morph. But at the same time, you got really good heroes at delaying the game, too. So we'll see what happens.
So this is a Jerax Abaddon then?
Oh, they
there you
took
go.
it. Bastards.
Speak of the devil.
So I guess
Still
it goes
a good pick
both
for
ways,
Team
right?
Random.
OG.
Yeah.
OG actually don't have anything to deal with it either, now that I think about it. So.
Pretty light on lockdown. No.
All right, now.
No silence.
Now, this is the call of calls, okay? This is where they YOLO the anti-mage. Or it gets banned.
5 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
I could see it.
It's like a 50-50 matchup against the Morph. It's something that's, I think, pretty hard for them to deal with. But at the same time, they also play Naga. So I guess maybe the Morphling was maybe a little bit of an ode to they were scared of Naga, because Morphling technically is okay against it. You can replicate the Naga. You can do your own like kind of split pushing thing. You can burst really hard to kill the hero in general. Just a very, very nice pick.
So this is definitely Jerax Abaddon, though, right? Like position 4 Abaddon. Is there any chance it's a position
so.
4 Clockwork? I don't know if Jerax plays that. You know, I remember like the old Escape Squad used to play that. The Yapzor roaming Clockwork. Just kind of throwing it out there. I don't know that it's particularly likely, but food for thought.
God, I guess either is plausible, but I really think that
5 seconds remaining.
they probably just duel offlane no matter what happens anyway. Just depends on who's going to be getting the farm.
True.
And I guess in that case, probably Abaddon holds the farm better. But at the same time, like you said, I don't know if Jerax plays Clock. The guy's amazing, so he probably does have a Clockwork. I just don't know if it's as good as S4's Clockwork.
Right. We'll see. Now Lena, 5th pick for Team Random. Great matchup against Shadow Fiend. At least you have some burst damage. Combos very nicely with stuff like Crystal Maiden, Monkey King. And they take the Kunkka. Oh my. So
that's Jerax's hero, which means that it's safe
Is this a
lane
no-tail Abaddon?
Abba?
Safe lane Abaddon. All right.
What's happening, Zyori?
I'm in. I like it. Curse of Avernus, baby. Let's go.
Wow. Okay, so if it is what I think it is, then it feels questionable, because the normal safe lane Abaddon build is to go for the Radiance.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't actually think that's good against Morphling.
What about...
He just...
What is the build against Morphling if it's safe lane Abaddon? Is there any way it's a safe lane Kunkka? Could it be a Big Daddy Kunkka?
I wouldn't completely rule it out, because I've learned over the course of, 6 years casting Dota that every time you think 100% that you're right, you're always wrong. So I'm not going to say one way or the other. I'm going to wait to see what happens, and then I'm going to talk about the pros and cons, because I've been burned one too many times by my own hubris.
Mask of Madness Basher on a core Abaddon?
Oh god, please tell me you've never done that. every time you think 100% that you're right, you're always wrong. So I'm not going to say one way or the other. I'm going to wait to see what happens, and then I'm going to talk about the pros and cons, because I've been burned one too many times by my own hubris.
Mask of Madness Basher on a core Abaddon.
Oh god, please tell me you've never done that.
Well, Mask of Madness has been changed, but I think Abaddon is one of those heroes that really hates silence more than a lot of other cores that might consider buying Mask of Madness right now. So that build is a little different than it used to be, perhaps.
Well, what you could do is you could, obviously shield yourself, and then you run in, and you pretty much ulti and then Mask of Madness, so that way you're healing for like more because you have less armor and whatever. You're just punching people.
Okay.
But yeah, it is going to be that safe lane Abaddon. So what I assume is they're going to go for more of like a mid-game timing, and they're going to go for like the Solar Crest Vlad's build, where they just really try to beef up their tower hitting hero or their front line, and then they just go for the sieges, and then getting the Solar Crest will help secure the Roshan easier, and they're actually kind of, I feel, on the clock this game. Game 1 Team Random were fighting against the Naga, and they were trying to establish some good map control and like win the game before No Tail came online. This time, I think it's more about Team Random being the ones who you need to stop. Because if you just give them a free lane and, Shadow gets farm, the Lina is a great matchup against the Shadow Fiend as well. It can get a little tricky.
Yeah, you never want to sleep on a Morphling. We've seen a lot of off-lane sacrificing and free-farming Morphling. Give him 15, 20 minutes alone. We saw it yesterday, how devastating that hero can be. So I definitely agree with you. The Jerax Kunkka, though, it's not a hero we see too often, but one that has a lot of power. Last match, we talked about gotcha, right? Kunkka, the master of gotcha. X marks the spot, 1,000 range, pull you back, great on allies. OG definitely have options here, and I think they have the right tools to be aggressive. If I were a betting man, I would put some confidence in this Clockwork Abaddon.
Well, considering the Shadow Fiend is starting with 17 souls, I'd say that his lane might not be so hard.
I didn't know that 17 was possible. I mean,
they are extremely good at doing it. I almost guarantee you they've practiced that in the lobby.
Oh, no doubt.
Because they instantly attack the same cog, and it's always the very top cog, and then they go clockwise. So as long as you know that's the order, you can get as many as you want. A lot of teams do it as kind of like a cheese, but they don't actually practice it. So when they get into a game, they get like half the value. OG literally got the maximum amount that you can get, I think. Like maybe you can get 18, but damn, that was close. It does also mean, though, that he sacrificed the level 1 bounty rune. Gave it to his offlaner.
That's true.
Or sorry,
I usually see...
I think he gave it to Jerax. I don't remember.
No Tail and Jerax grabbed him, yep. But yeah, I usually see about 9 souls on Shadow Fiend when I see this more commonly. Down bottom, Fly actually taking some damage here, but he's got the Shadow Ward. He'll heal himself back up. They're taking a few love taps there from Ice Ice. Still very curious what build No Tail goes for this game. Also worth mentioning that Shadow is in the off lane. They're doing some aggro action here on the side of Random, with the Monkey King and Crystal Maiden keeping him company. So it is a 3-on-2, trying to put some pressure on this Abaddon.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough lane to deal with, even for a hero like Abba, who is normally very tanky. Like, he might even be in trouble. It's almost... Yeah, he's got the Jingu proc now. He's going to have to just walk all the way around. He is going to be suffering in this lane.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. Stray Clarity. Oh, wait, it's a Monkey King.
Yeah, that ain't a melee hero.
Fly. Taking a lot of damage here. That Jingu Mastery. Man, does it hurt. Ice Ice is doing so much work right now, Draskell.
He's giving him the run at.
And No Tail has no choice but to kind of retreat here. Meanwhile, mid, Lina getting low. Jerax and Ana, they find it. That's a Shadow Raise for the win. And Shadow Fiend already had a great start with the souls, and now he finds a first blood on top of that. Amazing start for him as he lucks into a double damage rune at 2 minutes. Honestly, I don't think it gets much too much better than that.
Yeah, it's pretty much the dream start. Top lane, though, S4.
Yeah. Faith Beyond in a little bit of trouble, but he's got Firefly for a little bit longer. S4 getting kind of aggressive here. Doesn't have too much time left on the battery assault. As we're watching this, there will be a counter kill mid onto Ana. And Blink will pay with his life. So they'll go 1 for 1. And no kill up top. So sorry about that one, folks. That Bat Rider might die. So I guess that helps the Lina, at least breaking up some of the souls of the Shadow Fiend. Takes him back down to 10. So that's pretty good. But unfortunately,
he's going to get him like all back
again.
right away. Yeah. I mean, it's 8
Is it worth
CS. No, I mean, sure, in the situation where you get jumped because you get hit by a stray torrent, getting the counter kill is the best possible play. S4 could be dying here as well.
Yeah, locked in place by the Frostbite, but damage not quite there. Shadow doesn't want to lose his mana, so they just finish off the cogs instead. This time Lina has to walk back to the mid lane.
That's the most painful thing, man. When you die as a mid player and you TP back and then you die again, and you're just like, my TP's not even off cooldown. He might die again.
Here we go. Jerax on the Kunkka, unrelenting torrent into X. Ana connects with another raise, and that'll be one last auto attack to secure the kill. Lina dies for a third time. Shadow Fiend 1, 1, and 2. Been involved in every single kill. All about this mid lane.
They need to, like, stop this dual off lane. Like, switch back up to normal lanes, put the Bat bottom, put Shadow top, and help this freaking Lina. Like, it is brutal right now. Almost level 5 on the Shadow Fiend. I mean, sure, the Lina is not really a full level behind yet, but you gotta remember, like, Lina, you kind of want to be playing from ahead. He's got 9 CS in 4 minutes. Like, this is 20 and 26. Obviously, there are cogs in there, but still, 9 CS.
Yeah.
He needs help.
This is brutal. And now Ana is just a level up on him. He can spam out the raises and just has more sustainability, a lot more to work with. Coming back to the bottom lane, S4 drops some cogs to break it up. It's now a safe lane try for OG. And Random will pull a rotation. No Tails move to the off lane, and Ice continues to put pressure on. Connects with the Boundless Strike. Primal Spring may connect here, and this looks like it's going to be a kill for Random. Monkey King just doing too much damage as now Jerax rotates in. Beautiful torrent onto Faith Beyond, finds the counter kill, and maybe even 2. Ice trying to go blow for blow. He gets the Jingu Mastery, but it's not enough. Jerax just hits too hard, and he cleans it up. Still ends up well for OG, even when Random can find a kill on this Abaddon.
I think he's actually been in, yeah, every single kill. Jerax has been in every single kill for OG, so 5 kills in 5 minutes. They killed Alina 3 times. He goes top, gets a double kill by counter ganking the heroes that were diving his Abaddon. Like, this is super good start. They could be setting something up here on Ana, though. 3 heroes.
Frozen, Primal Spring, follow up LSA, it's there. And now the Boundless Strike. Ana will die. Jerax, can he find the counter kill, though? Brings down Ice easily. Not ideal for OG this time. It's a good rotation from Random. Meanwhile, up top, Faith Beyond gets a solo kill on the Abaddon without lasso?
Not quite sure how that happened. He must have... Oh, his TP was down. So he must have, like, TP'd back to lane. Oh, God, again. There's just action everywhere.
X again onto the Lina, pulls him back. The Frostbite does slow down Ana, but one more raise. Oh, the raindrops. Lina will survive, but if he can get in range for this auto attack, he will find the kill. Jerax almost goes down, 40 HP. Crystal Maiden really wants this, but I don't think she's going to be able to find it. Phase Boot's already up on Jerax. He's just too fast. The Nova's off the mark, and she falls again. 7-4, it's OG. Still maintaining this lead. Oh, no, actually not. It's Random out farming them. This whole time, Morphling's just been farming away. Number 1 on net worth. But this is turning into a core Kunkka here. Look at his farm.
He's super farmed. I mean, Jerax has been playing a great game. Bottom as well?
Well, S4 is probably going to go down here. Beautiful cogs, knocks back Shadow, but they've got this vision advantage as Ice jumps back down, and S4 almost finds a counter kill. Actually, a close call is now Jerax, the man of the hour. X, Torrent, he's going to have a combo here, and of course it's a counter kill onto Shadow. Ice will survive. He's going to jump around the trees to stay safe. The Kunkka that doesn't stop. 4-0-4.
Yeah, I haven't really had a chance to analyze anything. They're just literally fighting nonstop, which I'm okay with, don't get me wrong. There was, in the river, actually, he could have killed Alina again. He tried to cleave off the CM illusions, which would have hit, but he accidentally canceled his auto attack. But unfortunately, for Y...
Oh, is this a hasted Jerax? No, he's just fast. He's got phase boots. Chases down the CM. I mean, He's making it look easy. He's making Kunkka look like a completely broken hero right now. Could you imagine if this was the first game of Dota you ever watched? You'd be like, dude, who's that pirate? He looks like the best hero in the game. Why doesn't everybody play the pirate?
He's OP. Let's go.
5-0-4 in 8 minutes as a support. Why kill creeps when you can kill heroes?
This has just evolved into like an all mid game or like all fight game.
Hook shot onto the Lina. LSA does connect, but there's a torrent from outside, and that'll be yet another kill. Ana rotates over to get it. Lasso onto Kunkka. Jerax will take a decent amount of damage, but he's got phase boots. He just walks out of it, turns, drops the X, but might hang around a bit too long. Ice jumps forward. Ana actually just goes for the TP home, and he'll make it. This could be the end of Jerax's streak. Oov, not going to be enough damage. They have no way to close the gap. Shrine not going to be up for 25 seconds, but he does have some reinforcements. Monkey King still in hot pursuit. He wants it, and he finds it. That'll be a 5x streak finished off. And Ice, I think he lives here. They have no way to clear out these trees to finish him off.
Melee hero. That's all I'm going to say. Melee hero. Hits him from like 450 range. Like, what? Oh, God. Yeah, but Blink still really suffering here. Level 8 in the Shadow Fiend versus the... I guess he's almost level 7, but...
Still
Ice still stuck behind enemy lines. Maybe he wants to get
no
a ward
TP.
down?
I wonder where he wants to ward. Is the plateau too obvious? Maybe try to cut the lane. They do have a sentry down here. He needs to be careful. Oh, no.
Anna didn't see it. He wasn't looking.
They'll still probably find it, though.
Okay.
Plenty of time left on this sentry. They'll give it over to Jerax. That's unfortunate. Well, you win some, you lose some. And
oh, God, they spotted him.
They know. They catch the X into Torrent, but he still springs away. What in the world? I didn't know you could do that.
I think he just timed it like perfectly for when the X brought him back.
What a hero. Ice taunting him a little bit here after that sick play. Drops the Boundless Strike. Jerax, he's got X in 1, but misses the Torrent, and we'll just back up. No Tail died while we were watching that, but... sorry, No Tail.
Wait, he died with his ult off cooldown?
S4 misses the hook shots, unfortunately. Yeah, it looks like it. How does this keep happening?
I'd have to watch the replay. I didn't actually see how he died. I'm assuming his ult couldn't have been up, right? Like, it had to have been popped from a much earlier point in time, and then he must have been killed that way.
It just came off cooldown in the grave. Yep, very likely. Well, a lot of action. This is definitely the most high-octane game that you and I have cast, and still it's random that are finding the better of the farm. One hero we have not talked about much. It's the Morphling, but he is still farming away. Perseverance, Brown Boots, Aquila at 11 minutes. He'll just go right for the Perseverance.
Yeah, like you were mentioning earlier, the crazy thing about this game is that even as many kills as there have been from the side of OG, they're actually still not farming as well. Still behind in experience and gold overall. 3-man smoke here coming in from Team Random.
Monkey King still not level 6, and also no Blink Dagger on Bat Rider, but he did pick up the Drum of Endurance. So a little extra movement speed, has some initiation power alongside the team. OG clumped up in the mid here. Are they going to smoke up themselves? Thinking about it, Jerax just pulled it out of the backpack. They might just press forward mid instead. Meanwhile, down bottom, initiation onto S4. Faith Beyond kind of grabs him here, but hook shot out of the cogs. Now the lasso, boat flies across. S4 buys himself a little bit of time, but it's not enough. It was a 3-on-2, and OG just don't have the resources, but now Ana's here. They bring down Ice, and I'll make it a 1-for-1. Faith Beyond, TP's home. Jerax does not have mana for the spells. No way to stop it. Meanwhile, Shadow up top finishes off the Tier 1 tower and finds his level 10.
This is like a very hard game to keep track of because just so many fights going on at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
There's a couple of heroes who are like super over-leveled comparative to what you would expect. Like, Fly's level 7 already. I mean, he's actually higher level than Jerax, which I guess kind of makes sense if you think about it from he's probably like pulling and getting a little bit more farm from that perspective. But yeah, now that the golem is up, so I'm kind of expecting OG to maybe adopt more of a full team fight kind of approach. Because again, they do want to keep creating these chaotic situations. They just want to make sure that they're always coming out on top and abusing that cooldown. Aren't going to miss here.
Faith Beyond still in pretty deep. Doesn't really have much in the way of reinforcements. Monkey King is coming, but he still does not have the ultimate.
Radiant's middle tower.
And OG actually will just break it off. Ana goes back to farming instead of trying to pursue. Batrider lives. Very deep wards from Team Random right now. Plateau, right outside of the pole camp there. Good
Nice
eyes on
hook.
the enemy. Here we go. Mid lane. It'll be a nice pick on the Crystal Maiden. S4 sets it up.
All right, should be a tower, I think.
Yeah.
I guess the CM is up really soon.
Is under attack.
Still a lot of damage on the tier 1. They do have a glyph. Still an option to make a hold. Torrent just barely off the mark on the Lina. Faith Beyond on the back line. He does have a lasso. He might look to initiate here. They drop the stun onto Ana to start things off. Primal Spring connects on a few. And this Shadow Fiend in a lot of trouble. Wukong's command comes out. They lose Ana. S4 doing some decent return damage to Ice, and they will actually bring him down. No Tail uses the borrowed time. As Freezing Field from the CM comes out, they'll burst down No Tail, and it's a 1-for-2. Not a great fight for OG, and it's not done yet. S4 on the run. Shadow chasing him down. Will secure the kill. Make it a 1-for-3. Team Random taking control.
They lost the SF way too fast. Like, the coordination coming in from Team Random was really solid. They get the Q from the Monkey King, the Boundless Strike. They hit him, they stun him. He leaps in straight away, throws out the Wukong's command. They land a Light Strike Array on top of that, dropped a Laguna Blade. And I think Fly hesitated too many times on his ult, because he was like cancel casting, trying to get it like perfect to make sure that they get the counter initiation. But by that point, there was no saving Ana. Like, he was already way too low. They will be able to just walk back up though and get the tower after the fact. But
Well,
they
that's nice.
lose the fight.
Yeah, and a haste rune for Ana here. Just right into the Dragon Lance. So pretty tanky Shadow Fiend, but that far forward, they've got a lot of tools to initiate. You know, the Boundless Strike into Lasso, the Batrider, pretty speedy with that Drum of Endurance. And after the success of that fight, he's getting close to the Blink Dagger, 1,600 gold. So something else that OG will have to keep in the back of their minds will be coming online pretty soon. And Lina, man, she has really recovered. She's died a lot of times, but now 4-4-1, number 3 overall on net worth, only 600 or so behind that of the Shadow Fiend. Very solid recovery, all things considered.
Alina does have really solid spam, and he's going the patented Bloodstone build, so he's got the Soul Ring and the Arcanes for just, you know, non-stop Light Strike Array, spam the Dragon Slave, get your creeps, you know, get your recovery going. And because he lived through a lot of the engagements, like the big ones, the one we just saw mid, he's able to kind of accrue that experience that he didn't get mid because he was dying so much. And it's also going to be a finish Linken's here on Shadow, so, you know, Team Random actually getting a lot of what they need and being able to just get to that point in the game where they're feeling very hard to fight into already.
Absolutely. Midas up on the Abaddon, so No Tail in it for the long haul and not really in a position to fight at the moment. Not particularly tanky. They'll just hand over that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane as Shadow finishes it off. Andy, what do you think about this level 10 Lina talent? Cast range versus LSA. I feel like I've seen cast range mostly. Honestly, a little bit surprised to see the extra damage on the stun.
Well, the main reason that you want to take damage is for when you're farming. Because without the extra LSA damage, you don't one-shot creep waves with your combo. You like need to hit the melee creeps once and then hit them again. But the melee creeps will just instantly die to the combo if you get that talent. So when you're going Bloodstone, it makes all the sense in the world. Because before, you used to have to choose between that and respawn time. And then no one got the damage because respawn time was OP. So yeah, now it's all about the farm game.
Okay, cool. I like that. Good to know that that's the break point that makes it worth it.
Dire's top tower.
No Tail looking for Solar Crest out next. His team pushes that tier 1 tower up top. Meanwhile, Faith Beyond dies behind the tower. Laguna Blade comes out, but there's the borrowed time. Wukong's command as well. Ana again taking so much damage. It's blasted down, but it's Fly with a huge ult in return. They kill both the supports on the Dire. Faith Beyond in very deep secures the kill on S4, but it could cost him everything. Hangs on to the lasso, actually brings down No Tail. It's Fly and Jerax, the last 2 survivors. Trying to put as much damage as they can into Shadow, but Lina's got a full mana pool, and she's going to come back in. This could be kind of scary. They do a lot of damage to the Golem, trying to finish off this Batrider. He'll look to TP home, but Fly gets the kill. Jerax on the other side. Boat comes across, but not there in time to delay his death. It's another good fight for Random, though OG do get a little bit out of it. TP home from Lena will be successful. It's a 3-for-4 overall, 400 net worth gain for Team Random.
That was a crazy fight, man. Like, Faith Beyond was in there. He just, behind enemy lines, gets hook shot, doesn't care, keeps going in farther, farther, farther. One of the last heroes to actually drop in the team fight. The Golem was pretty solid. Actually gets the full duration, too. It's going to kind of fizzle out here. And I guess Fly is going to be pretty happy with that exchange because that is pretty much a full Midas. Like, he just got rich from that team fight. So that's kind of like the, I guess, the hidden value out of that team fight for OG is their Warlock is now going to be like accelerated into his Refresher Aghanims, which is really where you want to be. But at the same time, Ana is like, he went from having an amazing start to kind of struggling now. He's 2 levels behind Alina. Well, I guess a level and a half to be more accurate.
Yeah.
But he really, really needs BKB. Like, originally he was going to go for the SNY, but he's just getting bursted so hard by magical damage in the fights that he's changed his itemization. Originally he didn't want to buy this item, but feels like he needs it.
Absolutely. It's never ideal. He's going to feel, I think, underwhelming in the damage department before too long with just Dragon Lance and BKB, especially if he upgrades the Lance just right into a Hurricane Pike. It's 2 kind of more defensive utility type items. So, yeah, tough game for Ana. I mean, he's been a little bit forward with his positioning, and now that he's fallen behind, it's just going to get harder. Also, checking in on the Morphling, that burst damage can become a reality. He's got the Boots of Travel now secured, and it's going to be that E-Blade on the horizon next for Shadow. So, even more incentive for Ana to pick up that BKB sooner rather than later.
The BKB is going to be an integral point in the game, though, for OG, because if they don't make anything big out of the fresh BKB, and like having these chaotic offerings being dropped, it's going to get real tough real fast. Because that Morphling, we saw how tanky Shadow is. He was sitting there pretty much the entire fight, even walked back in after most of his team was pretty much dead. Yeah. And just kept fighting, kept fighting, kept fighting. And, you know, obviously the last 2 heroes being Jerax and Fly alive at that last team fight, they can't kill a Morphling. It's just not happening. So they need somebody who can actually kill the Morph. And I'm just kind of questioning who is that? Like, what hero can kill Morphling on this team right now?
Yeah, I don't know. Jerax has an armlet. He is transitioning into a little bit more of a right clicker. They will break the Lincolns, but replicate other side of the map. Morphling will jump to it and dodge the gank. Also transition that into a tier 1 tower push. They'll grab an objective. Lasso all the while. Jumps onto the Clockwork, and S4 in a lot of trouble. He does have a Force Staff, but it won't be enough to save him. His team will try to take the tier 1 down bottom. They force out the Glyph, and they will finish off the tower, but unfortunate for this Clockwork. He is lowest on the team. This is basically a position 5 Clockwork right now. Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, they first pick the hero. When you first pick a Clock, you kind of have to expect that it's going to not be a good Clockwork game. The only reliable targets he can hookshot are like the Lina and the Crystal Maiden, I guess. And the Vision game against the Monkey King, like, I get all that, but it's still very hard to make the hero function, I think, against this type of lineup that Team Random has. Because there's so much like area control and area damage where you're just going in as this Clockwork and you're just dying. Like, there's Dragon Slays, Waveforms, Fire on the Ground, Flame Break, you know, Light Strike Array, Crystal Nova, Freezing Field. Like, every one on the side of Team Random does some kind of AoE damage. So Clockwork can't really isolate as well as he wants.
Right. Tier 2 for tier 2. Top lane, Morphling able to finish it off, and OG do commit. Ana finds the last hit there. He does have the BKB in tow. Still the 10-second charge, ready to rock and roll, and goes right back for that SNY queued up.
I really think that OG want a Roche right now. It's kind of tough against Bat and the Monkey King as well, but they got the Solar Crest completed on the Abaddon, and he's got full Curse of Avernus. So with the Shadow Fiend minus armor and the Solar Crest, they can actually kill it pretty quick. It's just going to be a matter of, can they establish the map control to get it? Because if they don't get Roche, it's going to be real hard for them to get to a point in the game where they're going to feel confident, I think.
S4 looking for the opening. Hook shot onto the Lina, but she's got a Shadow Blade, and they are lacking detection. A missed opportunity there. They do have a Sentry Ward. Looks like Fly's going to head up and drop it. But he gets lassoed, pulled in. Laguna, they bring him down. Fly will be the first casualty of this fight. No Tail. Maybe gets left behind. Wukong's command pump faked. Still has it available. X comes out onto the Bat Rider. That'll push him back. OG in full retreat mode. Ana, BKB, looking for the Requiem. Does connect on most of the Dire. Wukong's command comes out. They'll bring down the Crystal Maiden. Ice on the low ground. Will survive through it. Not the most amazing debut of that 10-second BKB charge, and now Ana, without magic immunity, will get initiated on. Random trying to follow up. Morphling joins the party, but nice cogs from S4 in the choke point. Breaks things up. Ice comes in looking to finish off the kill, but he gets finished off himself. Ana with another Shadow Raise. Faith Beyond, Force Staff. He gets into the front lines, brings down Ana. No Tail does not have the ult. He's running out of resources. OG just getting picked off one at a time. S4 is still very low. Force Staff's up to the high ground. And I think that'll be the end of it. OG finally make it back to their base.
Oh, he might get the bat. He might get the bat.
They lose a lot along the way.
Oh, the Shadow Word. Oh my god, his Tranquil's kicked in. Unfortunate. Oh, man, these fights are really difficult for OG. Like, you mentioned the 10-second BKB not really doing that much.
Hello?
And
did I lose you,
I think... Oh, am I there? Hello?
There we go.
Okay, weird. I guess my mic came unplugged there for a second. But yeah, the whole fight was... I think it's showcasing how strong Batrider is against these kind of lineups where you have like a ton of melee heroes. The Abaddon can really only shield every couple of seconds. Everyone else is just covered in like sticky napalm. And you can just bait out so many spells. And Borrowed Time has to be used at some point to be able to, you know, either get rid of the debuffs or cast some spells on your teammates. They're going to go for the Roche fight though.
Yeah, hookshot in on his Shadow. Roche is very low. S4 eats the Laguna Blade, but the Golem connects on most of the Dire squad. Roche dies to the Radiant, but it gets snatched by Faith Beyond. The boat is what finally finished off Roche. Now BKB, the 9-second charge used by Ana. They want to try to finish off the Batrider, but they can't do it. They lose Fly. Jerax in the front line will not be able to survive. And it's another rather disastrous fight for OG. Primal Spring does connect on No Tail. His ult on cooldown, but can they actually pursue to grab this? Flame Break bops him to the side. They're going to have Jingu Mastery in a second. LSA connects, and this should be a dead Abaddon if they can just get in position for the remaining right clicks. Maybe even more. Ana still not totally in the clear. Ice, well, he's just in a little bit too far. They're going to end up handing over a freebie. Aegis does get utilized. Faith Beyond comes back to life. Pretty much the only thing that goes the way of OG there is they get the last hit on Roche. So they get some extra gold that way, but the follow-up, disastrous.
Well, they got the last hit on the Roche, and they took the Aegis away as well. So,
yeah.
I mean, at the end of it, it wasn't, like, ideal by any stretch, but... You know, they'll take what they can get. The Aegis not being on Shadow, for example, or I guess you would probably just want to put it on Blink if you could. That means they probably could have gone high ground a little bit earlier, but it's already kind of at that stage in the game where you're looking at this and you're like, man, it is going to be so damn hard to deal with this Morph. And I think he's just about to murder Jerax. He's got a DD. Looks like he's going to be scouted out here. Jerax is going to just go ahead and retreat. But yeah, it's rough at the moment.
Jerax going for the pipe. That'll help a little bit. Is there any way they can itemize to try to deal with the Morphling? I mean, look towards
the Glimmer is
the Lincolns and... Yeah, Glimmer. Say like Bloodthorn or something to be able to just lock him down and kill him. Monkey King gets caught. Jerax with the X-Torrent. Do they have the follow-up, though? Ice on the run. Jerax with that low cooldown X pulls him back again, and they do have the right clicks to actually finish him off.
Yeah, every pick is super important for OG at the moment. I think the Glimmer is a step in the right direction because it's a defensive item that's going to help Ana. Because even after BKBing, you know, there's not really a whole heck of a lot that he can do. He throws at the Requiem, and then it's like, okay, well, I don't do enough right-click damage yet to really be that much of a threat to the cores, so I kind of need to rely on the rest of my teammates to follow things up, and we need a good rock. S4.
Lina actually catches him with that LSA. Laguna to follow up, and the auto attacks are there. The sniper rifle, Miss Lina inverse. BKB on the way for her also.
God, he is just going ham this game. 3 levels higher than the SF even. Oh my god, they're going to find No Tail again.
Yep, has the Borrowed Time, of course. Blink, Hot Pursuit does not have Laguna Blade for 27, so they're a little bit light on burst damage, but Faith Beyond does have a lasso. And that's it, they won't go for it.
Now you can tell, though, just by the posturing that, you know, OG are feeling the pressure. Faith Beyond's got that gem. They're dewarding. There's only one thing of vision up on the side of OG currently, and that's on the other side of the map where, I mean, I guess it's a pretty good ward, but at the same time, you're not really going to get control of your jungle back, I think, anytime soon. I'm just kind of wondering if there's like a big item that OG can pick up that's actually going to be able to turn the game, because right now it just feels like Team Random has this stranglehold on the map. And now there's a BKB on Blink. My lord. All right, this is getting real hairy.
Yeah. BKB about to be delivered. I mean, Bloodthorn is the only item that comes to mind for me. If they can break the Morph Lincolns and Bloodthorn him...
It's not even... That's not even a thing. Like,
yeah.
He's going to have BKB by the time the Bloodthorn is even close to being accomplished. Because Bloodthorn is like 7,000 some odd gold, and then...
Yeah, it's super expensive. And Shadow Fiend
they
has
got the
Lincolns
X.
queued up. All right, this is pretty nice if they can get a kill on Faith Beyond. Force Staff down as S4 hook shots in. Very awkward positioning as he gets caught on the cliff. Kind of unfortunate, but they still get the kill. Crystal Maiden very low, but moves around through the trees and will live. So nice pick off. But yeah, Lincoln's Sphere coming out on the Shadow Fiend, another defensive item.
I mean, he has to stay alive. That's definitely true. By the way, very clutch pickup there from Y. He got the gem off Faith Beyond as he died. Like, Ana pinged it as it hit the ground, but I don't think the rest of OG either noticed fast enough, but the bet was their gem carrier, and they didn't recover the gem. It would have been a much, much bigger win if they could have gotten that for themselves and, you know, walk around, deward their side of the map, maybe get a little bit of breathing room, but
yeah,
Team Random not allowing themselves to fall prey to that kind of stuff.
Yep, and of course, the E-Blade now out on the Morphling. And he'll be moving towards BKB next. Farming boat used here in the mid lane. Still have not seen that 10-second charge from the Lina either. No fresh magic immunity with Shiva's Guard on the way.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well,
Radiant's bottom tower has
Lincoln Shadow Fiend after SNY and Dragonlance. I'm really concerned about their damage output. I mean, I know there's like the synergy of, okay, Kunkka Boat with Fatal Bonds, the Tidebringer, the Shadow Fiend Requiem. Like, all that stuff on paper sounds great. But both cores on Team Random have BKBs. Like, you need to right-click for damage. Lots and lots and lots of damage. And I'm just having a really hard time. Like,
well,
it's not even just the fact that he doesn't have it. It's how many inventory slots do you have?
Double damage rune. Step in the right direction. Hoping Shadow will walk up to the high ground, but will not fall for it. And has a replicate down anyhow, so not an easy target to try to kill. Does a lot of return damage to No-Tail. Forces out the borrowed time right away. Sentry Ward comes down. But No-Tail very low on HP. They catch Faith Beyond. Bat Rider getting low, but LSA buys him some time. Does not keep him alive, however. Couple of pronged attacks coming out here as Shadow on the back line. Almost finishes off Jerax. They drop the Golem. They bring down Lina, and she uses the BKB charge. That's pretty huge.
It's the gem as well.
Okay, so 2 for nil, gem down. And 1 less second of BKB they'll have to worry about. Yeah, that's a decent victory. Roshan not even close to up. That's a little bit unfortunate for the OG squad, but...
That was as good as it gets, honestly. Like, outside of Roche not being up. If Roche was up, that would have been, like, the absolute perfect fight. So they kind of went for the scramble, going for the gem when Faith Beyond died. And then, you know, Blink puts himself in a very, very dangerous position and ends up getting picked off, so... Very nicely done from OG. Oh, God, his fort.
Oh, my. That's the shotgun, baby. Load him up and knock him down. Lincoln's gets broken. Now Faith Beyond jumps forward. Does have a lasso here. No-Tail takes the E-Blade burst. That'll be the borrowed time. And again, it's Ana that gets grabbed by the lasso. Wukong's command doing a lot of damage. They destroy Fly. Ana just TPs out. And OG kind of cut their losses. They lose 3, so still pretty devastating. And I think Shadow Fiend did also BKB for that. Yeah, that was his 8-second charge. So that also hurts. We'll be on cooldown now for another 50 seconds.
Just wanting a little bit too much out of the team fight win, I think. And Team Random, again, just punishing them so hard. This Morphling pick, my goodness. This hero is doing so much work this game. There's just no answer.
Uh-oh. Jerax walks forward, trying to X himself back to safety, but it's too much damage. They just kill him. No buyback on the Kunkka.
Can you not X when you're frostbitten?
Apparently not.
I don't actually... He might have still been stunned by the LSA, to be honest. I'm just, like, kind of thinking out loud. But, yeah, really, really nice chain crowd control there coming in from Team Random. That's a free melee Rex. They kill the Kunkka. They just get out. Roshan's going to be up soon. The timings that Team Random are hitting right now are perfect. Like, they're going to get the Shrine. They're going to get Roche. And then, what's the Golem timing? So 30 seconds, give or take. If OG contests this Roshan and fails, I think it might just be GG.
Yeah, it's it's starting to feel that way. 24 to 27, maybe feels like it should be more even, but it's a 15,000 gold difference. And as we've said time and time again here, there's just no answer to this Morphling. 8-1 and 8. I wouldn't be surprised if Shadow doesn't die again this game. He's got BKB and Lincoln's. Still a 10-second BKB. Scotty or Manta coming out next. I mean, he's pretty big.
This is a rough one. I think, honestly, it really boils down to the fact that the Clockwork has just had such a hard time really being able to do what he wanted to do. There's just not really that much that he can accomplish in these fights. He's just getting wrecked like every single time he walks forward. They're always
Andy,
getting...
look at this.
I mean, they're going for the Roche, but they know. Like, Team Random definitely know.
Oh my, they jump right in. Lasso grabs Ana straight up, but the rock comes down. They actually focus at BKB, pop by Lina. They do kill Crystal Maiden first. Shadow relatively low on HP. It looks like a good fight for OG.
Oh,
Roche does
Ice!
get finished off by the Dire, but Ice grabs the Aegis. It just snatch. Now Ana, caught by the Laguna, will survive as he gets Glimmer caped away. Ice loses the Aegis. Shadow still getting pretty low, but survives. They kill the Shadow Fiend. Clockwork's still alive, but a few more right clicks will bring him down, and OG get completely cleaned up. It looked like they had a window there, but all 5 hit the deck, and Random beeline it towards the Radiant base.
Ice, God. He goes in, he gets the last hit on Roche against a Shadow Fiend, and he gets the Aegis. Like, oh my God, that was brutal to watch. Monkey King is going to be banned game 3.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
No doubt. 100% win rate this series, and an amazing performance, really, in both games. Glyph comes out. There are 2 buybacks available for OG, the Abaddon and the Shadow Fiend, so this game might not be over yet. But the tier 4s go down, and it's looking pretty likely that Random will be able to end it here. Ana buys back, gets lassoed immediately, X'd back, BKBs. Random finish off the tier 4s, and with the next buyback, they will start to retreat. Hookshot out from S4. X onto Faith Beyond. But S4 just dies first. They destroy the Clockwork. The Cogs do push back the Bat Rider. He falls, and they get the gem back. So OG get a little something out of it. But they did have to use a couple of buybacks. Not great.
Economical damage dealt. And they're going to get the... They could get the Shrine on the way out. Maybe they're a bit hesitant. They're going to see a hero show top. Maybe they change their mind. Yeah, there we go. Our boy Blink's going to hit it down. Still, though, really solid performance out of Team Random, especially after the kind of thwomping that OG handed him in game number 1. It's very impressive to see a team bounce back like this. So, hey, man. First full 3-game series for us to cast. Well, maybe I'm saying a little bit too soon, but I'm excited at the aspect of getting to watch the teams again.
Yeah, I mean, a little greedy from Random to try to go for the win. They get the tier 4s, so they do still get a lot of net worth out of it. But as we pointed out, the buybacks just cripple OG further, and we're now up to nearly a 30k net worth and experience difference. Butterfly on the way for Ana. So evasion will help. I don't think there's any MKBs on the enemy side. Nope.
The only one I think who would make one would be Lina, and I think Blink's going for Daedalus, yeah. He's got the Demon Edge and the Crystallis, so he's going for the big pew-pew.
Straight damage. Yeah, he decided to skip the Shivas, actually. Just picked up the plate mail for some extra armor and went right into the right click.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't go for MKB, because they already had a Solar Crust. I don't think Morphling is a good MKB carrier at all. You pretty much just want stats. But Lina can actually buy MKB, because you have such huge attack range. You sit in the back, you hit through the Solar Crest, you hit through the Butterfly coming out as well onto Ana. Or maybe he just didn't see the Eagle song yet. I'm not sure. Either one is plausible, I suppose, at this point. But yeah, looks like
Xerax
Team
has
Random...
Rapier queued up, so they're in Hail Mary mode.
I mean, he's got... Wait.
He's
I was going to say, I was looking at the
No
courier
gold.
for a second because he had no money. And I was like, did he actually just buy Rapier? How does he have that much money? And then I realized that he actually only has 400 gold.
Yep, he's busted. So, long-range siege here. Lina just destroys the tower. Shadow now moves up to the high ground. BKB still ready to be used. There is no glyph for OG. So not an easy defense here. Wukong's command gets deployed. BKBs get popped as Ana starts off the fight. Nice Golem comes down from Fly. Ice, even with the BKB on, still taking a lot of damage, but the Shadow Fiend rendered completely ineffective. Laguna'd and just destroyed as now No Tail presses forward, gets dropped as well, and that'll be it. They'll call it. Final fight's a quick 3-0, and we are moving to an ace match, game 3.
Really well played from Team Random. Again, bouncing back from the game 1, pretty one-sided in favor of OG. This time, I really felt like S4 and No Tail really struggled. Like they put a lot of emphasis on getting Ana, you know, the souls in the beginning of the game.
This might be a little too greedy, but what about Axe for OG? Great against Dazzle. You've got a lot of good setup for him between Disruptor and Snare. Even just Leech Seed for him to close the gap. Also pretty good against Ember.
I don't mind that at all, to be honest, because you can put it in the off lane, you can armor him. You know, we see a Dazzle and an ES. Yeah. Maybe, you know, potentially the ES is in the off lane. But, you know, so far, it doesn't seem like the off lane's going to be particularly hard. And again, double defensive heroes means they can't really contest his jungle. So, yeah, I don't see any reason why not. It's definitely a hero that S4 likes.
All right, Troll Warlord now.
Turn to pick.
An interesting choice. Ensures some late game for Team Random, no doubt. Does pair nicely with Dazzle. Yeah, nice Sieger too. My only complaint is their team doesn't really benefit from Battle Trance all that much. Not that that's a necessity to make Troll work. He stands on his own without it, but not a particularly large amount of synergy that I'm seeing here, just across these 4 heroes.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering as well. The only thing that I can potentially see is it's very hard for Troll in some games when the enemy team has a lot of single target lockdown and can keep you in place long enough to burst you. Like, think of when we were watching the EG game earlier, right? Mm-hmm. They managed to like burst down Arteezy a few times, and you called it, man.
There it is.
Axe brings the axe. Yeah, it's a really solid hero in this situation.
Yeah. Also, it's good against Troll too. Good lockdown for him. Get a blade mail.
Yeah,
not too bad.
Oh, trust me. I have discussed at length how gross Blink Blade mail axe is. Like, for the net worth, it is hard to find a hero that can deal more damage to a core than an axe can. Like, that hero is super strong.
Pure damage.
So now,
baby. It's a nice change.
I'm looking at Team Random and I'm thinking, what's your last hero? Is it a Faith Beyond Shaker, or are they gonna They're gonna pick something else for him at the end here.
That would be interesting. Position
10
3
seconds
Shaker.
remaining.
I have not seen that in a while. The little bits that I've seen Earthshaker picked up, it's mostly just
5
been
seconds
in
remaining.
either a 5 or kind of a roaming 4 role.
OG's turn to ban.
I've not seen the 3.
They banned Lena.
Well,
So
it's a good high tempo mid. I think Invoker could be a nice 5th pick for OG now.
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, but if
Again,
Team Random
a little
ban-
greedy.
5
Hmm?
seconds remaining.
I don't know. I think they want something.
Reserve time.
Yeah, Invoker's actually okay.
It is a bit greedy, but it just combos nicely with, I mean, Sunstrikes all day. You've got so many ways to set that up.
Yeah, you get the kinetic
Magnus.
field static storm, and there's overgrowth actually as well.
Yeah.
So you can like overgrowth into a meteor deafening or whatever. It's a really strong combo.
Magnus
plus-
is also still in.
You mean for OG, or you mean
Well,
for Team Random?
I was thinking. Well, I was thinking OG might want to ban the Magnus here. More just commenting that he's made it all the way in, and we saw him first picked with some priority earlier. I mean, it could
Yeah.
be okay for OG. I don't know that it's great here. I like Invoker a lot better for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Mag is much more likely for Team Random if they were going to be the ones to pick it. I think Faith Beyond
Yeah.
can play it, and they can just
I mean,
have
Troll
like their
Mag is
Shaker
always
Dazzle
scary.
support.
OG.
Yeah, so OG think that is a support duo, the Shaker Dazzle, because they banned Bat. So it is going to be a Faith Beyond last pick. So what are they going to get for Ana? Invoker is still a good option.
If not Invoker, what else is there?
OD.
10 seconds remaining.
OD, yeah. Another big team fight ult. The Aura, very
5
handy for the
seconds
5-man.
remaining.
It is something that Ana likes to play. It's a pretty good matchup against Ember as well, and a very good
Reserve
against Troll.
time.
Because if the actually it's good against Dazzle too, because what happens is if a hero gets graved, you banish them 1 second after the grave, and they always die 100%. But it is going to be the Invoker, okay? So
All right. 2 for
the
2,
Wombo
baby.
combo, you nailed it, dude.
This is a sick draft, though. They've got a little bit of everything. Good setup, good team fight, and whoa, here's the curveball. Team Random live up to the name. They 5th pick the Broodmother.
This is going to be
Don't they have a pretty good team against Brood? Like Axe, notoriously pretty good. I think Invoker.
no. Let me help you out.
Break it
'cause
down.
This is
Hit
a
me with it.
this is a huge misconception that
Okay.
Axe really owns Brood. In the lane, if the Brood is good, the Brood will win every single time. And I would expect, I'm guessing it's Faith Beyond playing it. I would expect him to know the matchup quite well. So the trick is when you're playing against Axe, that if you're going to skill spiders, you pretty much farm the woods, or you farm behind the tower, or you just don't skill it at all, and you get your passive and your web, and when you get level 6, you just hit the Axe. Because your lifesteal from Insatiable Hunger will be more damage than Axe can ever do to you without the help of your own creep wave attacking him, and then you just kill him. So what I think is more likely is that they will just do normal lanes for OG. The tree or the disruptor will carry dust at level 1, and they will just kill the Brood. Because Leech Seed plus Orb of Venom and a kinetic field is just dead. Like he'll just get smushed. So I'm wondering if that's the combo though, because at the same time they have Dazzle. So if they go Spider into Shadow Wave, it can also be something that is pretty devastating, right?
Yeah.
It's a really off the creep cutting because you don't want the axe to be able to drag.
Right, and I've even seen games where a team can shut down Brood, but the cost can add up so much that it's totally worth it. You know, it's a hero that often you need sentries and dust. One or the other isn't sufficient. I think Disruptor maybe changes that a little bit because of kinetic field. You can't just run over the trees, but still, that investment can be quite large. So even if you kill him a couple or, 3 or 4 times in lane even, Brood's a hero that can recover and still just soak up your jungle so quickly when your team fighting or, pushing elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I'm really gonna have my eye on the Brood, as it were, to see, how he deals with this. But for the moment, it seems like OG are actually gonna dodge, and they're gonna put it in the 1v1.
Yeah.
So they've given S4 like a ton of regen, or I guess he just buys a ton of regen on his own. And I guess what probably happens is both heroes just creep cut.
Is this a first blood? Dazzle's in a lot of trouble. They've got the damage. He skills up heal instead of grave. They've got another ensnare from the Naga Siren, and now this Ember Spirit, he's also in trouble. It's a twofer. It's a BOGO. Buy one, get one bottom lane, Draskell.
That is definitely not what you want. And I don't think they were expecting this lane setup either. I think they were kind of hoping that it would just be standard lanes, but it does mean that Shadow is going to get the matchup in the middle lane with the Troll, so a lot better of a matchup, I think, than putting the Invoker against Ember, because again, Tornado can just dispel the Flame Guard whenever. But at the same time, it puts Blink in kind of a sacrificial role, because if they keep this tri-lane down here, it doesn't even matter if the Brood wins his lane at that point. It's more just like a matter of, okay, our Ember is going to get totally shut down, he's going to be under-leveled and under-farmed. Whereas the Naga, I think, has a little bit more flexibility, because the Ember is the one who has to kind of, dictate the mid-game tempo. He's kind of their biggest damage hero and their initiator.
Right. Oh, down bottom. Stun onto No Tail. Getting kind of low here, but Glimpse back will keep them alive. Blink doing a lot of damage with this Flame Guard, but now it expires, and it's the Dazzle that's in trouble. He's still only level 1. Jerax winning this boxing match, but he can't quite finish him off. He will go down instead. And it's actually a kill the other way. Team Random, they survive through it, and Dazzle will sustain back up. He's got a couple of tangos here, so he should be good.
Maybe he thought that he wasn't actually going to be able to get the last hit. I don't know, that was weird. Like, he had the Orb of Venom on him. He was, like, running him down. He had the Windlace as well. Or I guess maybe he bought that after he died. Yeah, I think he bought it after he died. So maybe he was just unsure if he could get the last auto attack off and then just, like, bailed. Ends up getting himself killed. It's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah. So for now, though, this is pretty good for S4, right? At least in these earlier levels. He can kind of bully this lane. He can at least farm, pull aggro on the creeps, and contest the neutrals, as we're seeing here. Looking at the CS difference, Brood is winning, but by pretty small margins. So, even if Faith Beyond gets farm, S4 is guaranteed to at least get an okay laning phase. Better than the jungle.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if Faith Beyond is super comfortable in this matchup, but I guess time will tell.
What makes you say that? Is he feeding spiders or something?
No. He hasn't fed any spiders, but in the first few waves, it is the hardest part of the matchup, I think, for Brood. But as you get more levels and more spiders, actually hold that thought. At a middle lane.
Oh, and also down bottom, they're looking to fight. Ana eats the Fairy Fire, almost survives, but Shadow does finish him off. The tower, not quite enough. Now back down bottom. And a little too slow. The Ember Spirit will fall. So one for one across the map. Both teams losing some cores.
Here we go. Okay, so this is what I was expecting out of the lane. The Brood has to start to ignore the axe, because you can't just contest them on the creep wave, right? So you just get your spawn spiderlings going, you hit the creeps, you just farm, he farms, and eventually, you get 6, and then he has to either TP out or he needs help.
Right. Okay. Well, still a couple levels to go here. Down bottom, initiation onto the Ember Spirit again, only level 2, but Dazzle's here. He does have the Shallow Grave, he pops it out. That'll buy Blink a little bit of time, but I think he's still dead here. No Tail just waiting it out. 2 more auto attacks, and they'll find it. Jerax now getting low. Dazzle almost brings him down. Ice does not have the damage with the stun, but it is Y that's able to finish him off. Now Fly heading back towards the tower. No Tail out of mana. That's where it will end. The 1 for 1. But core for support, I think OG will take it.
I mean, the thing about this lane is the Ember is still technically farming a little bit better than No Tail, but he's also died 3 times, and No Tail has 2 kills. So, regardless of how much CS you're getting in the situation, I don't know if Random can afford to keep this lane down here. You know, I think it was almost to a degree better when they sent Ice to the middle lane and they got the kill on the Invoker. You just have to be a little bit more on point with your communication, because when you show the Earthshaker, of course, if there's a tri-lane bottom, they're going to run at your safe lane hero. Like, you got to communicate that, okay, we're going on the Invoker, you got to back. Otherwise, you're just going to get punched by a freaking tree and die.
Mid lane going very well for the Troll. 28 last hits compared to the 10 of the Invoker. Huge margins there. Of course, dying does set him back quite a bit, but Troll absolutely dominating at this point. Up top, S4 going to get sandwiched a little bit here. Faith Beyond on the way in. Dazzle does not have Poison Touch, so no way to slow him down. However, Earthshaker does have a stun. It's going to be a close call here. The heal bomb from Dazzle, not going to be enough. Meanwhile, down bottom, Blink dies again. The aggro try from OG gets yet another kill.
And that's even after wasting all that time. Again, it's just about, you know, the support shows somewhere else on the map. OG kills Blink. Happens every single time. Unfortunately, he hasn't really been able to play far enough back to avoid those situations, but for the time being, he's just getting brutalized now. I mean, sure, mid is going super well for Team Random, but Invoker is kind of one of those heroes that can recover. You know, he can go to the jungle, throw out stun strikes across the map like you were talking about, lots of stuns, things that hold you in place, and he can contribute. The Ember actually has to physically be in the fight, and then he also has to be farming at the same time. So it's a lot harder for him to make that comeback than it is for Ana.
That's true. One of the other aspects about the Ember Spirit as well is to do damage, he has to be in the front line. So if he's not higher level, if he doesn't have an item advantage, it's just easier to say, okay, he's not intimidating, we're just going to turn and right-click him instead. And that's when Ember really feels like he can't get a lot done. Now Jarex down bottom takes some damage from Ice, but No Tail is nearby. We'll just head back to the tower and everything will be just fine. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Jarex scouts Blink rotating over. And they won't have the resources to go for a kill. Ana farming the jungle now, opening up for Fly to soak up some XP in the mid lane. This is something that you see OG do pretty commonly. Give space to the supports any time that the jungle's being utilized by another core.
Well, it makes sense in this case because, you know, Ana was already struggling anyway. And to be honest, farming the jungle when he's losing mid this badly is probably better. Because that way, like you mentioned, you know, Fly is at least getting something out of it. And even though he's not going to be hitting creeps, he wouldn't be hitting creeps anyway. So getting that 6, obviously going to be really nice for him if they can manage to do it. But he is making his way towards the top lane. Maybe a little bit worried about S4.
Dazzle now level 4. He picks up that Poison Touch. And how's the Brood Mama doing? Pretty close to level 6 and has the Phase Boots. And whoopsie.
Blink actually gets a return kill. Nice.
Yep.
On No Tail of all heroes.
Missed that one. Sorry, gang. Sleepy time here. I need to wake up.
Come on, it's only 4 AM. You've had
Yeah,
longer nights than this.
Yeah, it's really not that bad. Tunnel vision.
Yeah, so for the moment, Shadow is definitely the glimmer of hope here for Team Random. And I suppose, you know, Faith Beyond, he's getting his farm. S4 is getting farm as well. He's just got a lot of denies. Like, he's been able to pretty much get every single deny on the creep wave, because you never really want to walk into the axe to go for the CS. That's why it's like so important for the Brood to be creep cutting, because you don't want the axe to be able to drag your creep wave with him on top of where you're farming. That's like the worst case scenario for him. And then middle lane, Fly still soaking up some EXP. And Jarex is pretty much doing the same. I guess Blink has made the transition into Iron Talon. It's pretty common when you're getting shut down really hard in lane to do this.
Yeah.
You just want to make sure that you can, you know, farm the jungle kind of effectively as the supports have kind of dissipated and are just kind of trying to be effective, get some levels, maybe get some arcane boots if you can, either Ice or Y. But yeah, things pretty quiet at the moment.
Yeah, started as kind of a bloodbath, and now things really quieting down. Looks like S4 will go for the Vanguard first. Great choice against the Brood instead of just rushing Blink. Lets you be a little more aggressive and just spam out those right clicks. Pull creep aggro anytime you want. Also lets you farm in the jungle really quickly. It's a great farming tool for Axe.
Yeah, I used to see this a lot too when you used to be able to stack every minute. Feels like ages ago that you could do that.
I know, right?
You used to buy Vanguard, and then one of your supports would like quad or quintuple stack the Ancients, and you would just get like 1,000 gold.
And Jarex solo down bottom on the tree, just about to be level 5. And finally, we're seeing Team Random put pressure on this tier 1 tower. Ice level 5 on the Earthshaker, so pretty close to that point in the game where Ultimate's about to come out on some of these supports. Might open up some team fight potential.
I mean, the ultimate on the Earthshaker is not really a huge deal because he only has 1 point into Aftershock. They are going to go for a smoke, though. True. So they're going to go for the gank onto Ana again.
Yeah, Earthshaker amazing in these kind of scenarios to try to block him out. But Tornado connects on 2. Very nicely done. Still Shadow able to close the gap. And a follow-up fissure is more than enough. Shadow gets another kill, furthering his net worth lead. Almost doubling that of the Invoker. Like 80% up on him. This is one of the most one-sided mid matchups I think we've seen yet so far, Andy.
It's really hard for Invoker, I think, in this matchup. And also he's been ganked twice, so that's definitely not helping the cause.
Yeah, certainly not. Overall, what are we looking at here? It's Random with about a 1,200 net worth lead. A small experience edge for OG. I think some of that because No Tail's been spending so much time in the jungle. Oops. Working towards the Radiance. Only 1,200 gold, so still a ways to go, but he's keeping up. Naga, middle of the pack. You know, he's on pace for a reasonably timed Radiance.
Yeah, S4 has actually done way better in this matchup than I was expecting. I don't know... Oh, man. His spiders are getting murdered, too. I guess they have the sentry down, so they're able to reliably get calls on it. Like, Faith Beyond's actually been pretty good about not feeding his spiders in the lane, but he has been kind of bullied a bit more so than I would have expected. But I guess he just didn't want to risk pulling heroes up here, because if that happens, then it's really, really difficult for him. He's going to help the Insatiable Hunger.
Yeah,
not going to die, though.
Thought they weren't going to were going to commit for it. Meanwhile, they kill the Earthshaker down bottom. Just a 2-on-1. Looks like they just caught him out of position. Disruptor is now level 6, though, so he's got Static Storm online, ready to rock and roll. They really can't kill this Axe, man. The Vanguard is huge. He's already halfway towards the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Vanguard, you don't need Tranquils anymore. So you can just keep the Vanguard and then go for different pair of boots.
What do you like on Axe? What's the go-to boot now?
I think Phase is really good. When you have Phase and you have Battle Hunger on somebody, you're like crazy fast. The other option is obviously just save for bots if you have like a really good game.
Yeah, it's true. Bots are never bad. Rotation up top, maybe looking for something on the Brood. Jarex does have 4 dust. He is prepared. They do catch Faith Beyond, but now they need some way to lock him down. Glimpse. They'll lock him in place, and the Sunstrike, nice follow-up. They'll actually give it to Ana. So important for this Invoker to get some of these recovery kills. Actually great for OG. Now Dazzle, he's lingering around. Fly drops the kinetic field. They'll press forward. It's a 3-on-1. He does not have mana for Grave, though he does have a TP. Y actually trying to finish off Fly, but will not be enough. Axe finishing off all those spiders as well. S4 getting a lot of money there. Meanwhile, No Tail, Song of the Siren, delays things, gets the shrine, heals up, and Shadow Ice will just retreat.
Well, this has been a pretty lackluster Brood performance so far, unfortunately, for Faith Beyond. He's not really had much of an impact. He is going for the recovery Midas, I guess. It's going to be like a 14 or a 15-minute Midas. And in the meantime, S4 has almost got a Blink and a Vanguard. So
yeah,
this pick has not paid dividends at all for Team Random. And it's going to put a lot of pressure, especially on the Troll, for example, and the Ember Spirit, because the Blink and the Vanguard combination is going to come out so fast. It just means that he's going to be able to get his Blade Mail on top of that. Right now, OG are feeling like pretty confident, I would say, with their laning phase, considering even though No Tail didn't have like a great lane, he's still, you know, 2,200 gold on top of Arcanes at 13 minutes in. That's a perfectly respectable time, considering the fact that they pretty much sacked him. So
yeah,
I'm having a hard time seeing the value in the Brood at the moment.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm really impressed by the Invoker, though. The recovery that you're talking about has now become a reality. The Hand of Midas is up. He's farming away in the jungle. Oh, Sunstrike. I heard it somewhere. I don't know where it went, though.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Either way,
actually.
number 2 on net worth. It's really not too bad. Still pretty far behind the troll, but that's okay. Rotation mid now from 3. Set up onto Fly. Big follow-up damage, even the Echo Slam. But they will find a clean kill.
Yeah, these teams are not holding anything. They just always use their spells straight away to ensure the kill. And I think most of the time it's the right play. You know, again, level 1 Earthshaker ulti, when you only have 1 Aftershock, it doesn't really... It's just a little bit of damage, you know? It's like a bonus nuke. It's not really holding anybody in place.
Right. Up top, a little damage on this tier 1 tower. Treant starting to heal it up, but they're going to need more than that if they actually want to keep it alive. There is a glyph available, and S4 just lets it go.
He misclicked because he called, but he didn't blink. So I'm guessing he was trying to like call in and blink the spiders after the glyph. But
maybe one of the baby spiders hit him or something. Here we go, Shadow in the Roche pit. Yeah, very smart play.
Oh no, Faith Beyond.
Set up onto Brood. Yeah, that's going to be a Sunstrike kill. Ana gets another one. This Roche going to help out Random quite a bit. Ice trying to make some space for it. He might just have to sacrifice his life. It's a 3-on-1, and they'll bring him down. S4 dunks him. No, he doesn't dunk him, actually. I heard the sound effect, but I think he just got the spins.
No, he dunked him.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Comes off cooldown. I'm such an idiot. What am I thinking? But now Roche is available for the taking. This is actually a disaster for Random here, Draskell.
Yeah, this is super bad.
This is terrible. I thought the troll could actually do it, but they lost the medallion.
Well, maybe go for a
Song
steal.
of the
Oh no, they're gonna
Siren.
song to secure it. Yeah, this
Sunstrike.
is a good thing.
Very well done. No-Tail picks up the Aegis. Now they're going to take the fight. S4 jumps forward, jumps on the Ember Spirit. Follow-up damage from Ana. They haven't found any kills yet. Fissure kind of breaks up the fight as now S4 on the defensive. Might get brought down here. Blink rejoins the party. They pick up 2 on the way out. It's not so clean for OG after all. Random get a couple of cleanup kills. It's about 1,000 net worth. Not too bad.
Yeah, it actually looked like it was going to be going a lot better, to be honest, with that kind of follow-up after the song. But I guess because they use a Sunstrike to actually kill Roshan, which I don't know if it was a completely necessary thing to do, because they had the song for a couple more seconds anyway. If they had the Sunstrike for when the Static Storm was up, it would have guaranteed killed the Ember, or, you know, whichever hero they cast it on, and then it probably would have been less likely that, you know, Team Random would have been able to turn that around. So a bit of a mistake there, committing the Sunstrike when it wasn't needed, or maybe the mistake was committing to the fight after he didn't have spells or mana. Either way.
Yeah.
Team Random managed to walk away with something, and they still have, you know, 3 of the 5 top net worth heroes. So,
and still great for the Naga at the end of it. Picks up the Aegis of the Immortal right at this delicate time where about to grab Relic, but still don't have the Radiance. So allows No-Tail to very safely farm. You know, doesn't really have to worry about getting ganked. Guess not a huge threat right now anyhow, but just a free insurance policy. Blade Mail on the way for Axe.
yeah, that's a super nice thing. He's just going to skip completing the boots. I like this a lot. I think that completing boots on some heroes, especially like Blink Initiators, is not really necessary. Like, you get more value out of being closer to your next big purchase, like a Blade Mail, which Axe wants pretty much 100% of his games. And then later on, when you're like super inflated net worth because you have so many kills, then you can just go back to something like Boots of Travel, which is what I kind of expect that's going to happen this game.
Quite likely. Ember Spirit forced into an alternative build. BOTs into Yule's Scepter. I don't think ever a build you really want to go for in an ideal scenario.
Yule's is like... It used to be very common, and then it kind of fell out of favor, and he needed this game more than anything for a Dispel and a way to stop himself from taking damage in Static Storm. Those are the only 2 like redeeming qualities, I guess, other than being able to cancel a TP after you cast Searing Chains.
Yeah, it's a good survivability tool.
It is, but at the same time, if you Yule's yourself, you're setting yourself up for a Sunstrike, you're setting yourself up for a potential kinetic field, or a Blink Call, or an Overgrowth, or whatever. It's like, Yule's as a defensive item is very bad. It's pretty much only good if the enemy team has like 1 way to kill you. And OG have multiple.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
It's just the best of a bad situation. That's the thing. because he needs something, and Lotus Orb won't do anything. He doesn't have the money for BKB, nor does he want to commit the money to buy it right now. So he's got to go for an item that might not be like amazing, but it's the best chance he has for the cost.
Right. And there is some part of it's got an easy build up, guaranteed steps so you can buy it in small pieces. It's a small aspect, but it adds up here. Radiance now out on No Tail. The farming begins for the Naga Siren. A little bit later than maybe ideal, 19 minutes, but
I mean, you say a little bit later, but again, he was kind of left alone for a while, and they're just going to murder Blink Bottom. He just gets exploded by the Axe Call and the Static Storm.
Yules did not make a difference.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't Yules yourself while you're Axe Called, so you die in the stun. See how much you can do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a hard game, though, honestly. Like, they put him in a very rough spot at the beginning. And, to his credit, he's still got, a fair amount of net worth given the circumstances. And he's, level 13, so it's not like he's completely out of the game. But you would kind of have hoped that with as much pressure as they were applying to Blink, that Faith Beyond would be able to do something and, kind of carry the game from the offlane. But I don't necessarily know how often he's played this hero, but it doesn't feel to me like it's something that's within his comfort zone.
Yeah. The lead starting to slip from random. The troll was really a big part of it earlier on, but now that No Tail has his big farming tool, and Booker not only has Midas, but also the completed Aghanims now, OG are able to farm pretty quickly, and they are finding pickoffs here and there. Axe now closing in on the Blade Mail. A lot of key items starting to come out. And it is a similar story for the Radiant. BKB now up on the Troll. Always a huge pickup. And maybe this will entice the Radiant squad to group up. Maybe look for a pickoff. An item that you can use to gain momentum.
It's a timing for sure. The one thing is, like, there's Overgrowth, and there's Axe Call, and there's Ensnare. So I'm kind of looking at this in the sense that it's a necessary purchase. Like, he needs the BKB, absolutely. But it's really hard to utilize it effectively in the game. Because what happens if he pops BKB, and then No Tail songs, and they just net him. And no one else on his team has a BKB. He's just sitting there. And then he's like, oh, right.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's a 5v1 while the rest of his team's asleep. It's not great.
It's really rough. But he's still having like a really good game. Highest net worth. Kind of keeping his team afloat, as it were, in regards to the money category.
Yeah, going for the Manta style. Needed. And Brood has had this Orchid queued up, but just purchased a Diffusal.
Yeah, he's going Diffusal Manta.
Yeah. Great for chasing people down. And also another hand of Midas now on the Treant. So players starting to buckle in towards the late game. I mean, not a big surprise when there's a Naga on one side and a Troll on the other, but embrace the farming.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no rush for OG. They're going to be feeling pretty confident, I think. Their Naga's getting to the item progression you want her to be at. And Team Random are kind of running around the map right now looking for something. They might lose Ice here.
Yeah, smoke
He's
rotation.
very far from teammates. Oh, he's got no EP.
Sets it up. He does use a Dust. Sunstrike will not be on the mark. Looks like another fight breaking out on the backside, though. Disruptor gets caught, and they'll bring him down there. No Tail and S4 going in onto the Ember Troll. BKB gets popped by Shadow, doing a lot of damage to the Axe, but here we go. Song of the Siren and Snare still on cooldown. It's not enough to save Axe. Not exactly the scenario we were picturing, but they set it up with Ana. They kind of missed the combo a little bit. Now No Tail just gets focused down. Ana going to be locked down as well. It's a full team wipe for OG. Sunstrike comes in, will not find any kills, and all 5 hit the deck. Teamfight recap, not going to be much help here, but my God, there we go. What a convincing fight. That's a 3K net worth swing.
That was completely... Like, that outcome was completely unexpected. Like, the best case scenario from popping the 10-second BKB, the absolute best case is that the Ensnare is on cooldown like that, and you're able to run down a very important hero with a inflated net worth, and that's exactly what happens. He kills S4 with the BKB. Even with the song pop, they're not able to get the kill. You know, bottom, they were going for like Earthshaker kill, and Ice looked like he was really out of position. Just ends up baiting OG, walking into a shrine fight that they were ill prepared for. They lose every single hero. Like, I was saying before how, you know, I didn't really feel like the Brood was doing that much, but, you know, after a team fight like that, you look at the net worth, and now Faith Beyond's number 3. Or I guess number 4 technically, but, you know, he's going to be up there now.
Even with the Naga, and will continue to farm as he moves into Manta. The other key problem there after the Song of the Siren came out is there was no ensnare. It was still on cooldown, so the troll couldn't be stopped. And, you know, it's just unfortunate timing, but if No Tail just had that a few seconds earlier, they probably could have saved the axe, and maybe that fight could have gone differently. Still very convincing. Looking at the overall graph, a little Loch Ness monster pops up to about 4,200 net worth and nearly 7,500 XP advantage for Team Random. Jerax walks into the Dazzle up top, connects with an Overgrowth, Sunstrike, and S4 will secure the kill. That's a nice pickoff for OG. They'll make a small dent, but they'll need a few more of those to really get control of this game.
Yeah, that Blink Dagger on Ice is going to be huge as well. Like, that was such a huge turnaround. Like, they went from being kind of in this position where they're struggling to maintain control of the map to, oh god, we just wiped OG. Like, literally just killed all of them. And now OG are the ones who have, like, this defensive posturing. I mean, sure, the Naga Siren Illusions are going out. They're doing the farming thing. But man, that was huge.
Shaker with a Shadow Blade queued up.
It's pretty common. He kind of builds the same item as Magnus, actually. Your Blinks, your Shadow Blades, your Force Staffs. Sometimes you see Aghanims if the game goes like crazy late, or like Octarine or something like that.
I guess the Aghanims is somewhat viable. It's kind of a luxury item. It's a little bit gimmicky, but it is pretty obnoxious. Up top, Faith Beyond might be in some trouble, but again, it's a bait. Troll comes charging in, destroys the Disruptor. Now Jerax tries to TP home, and he will make it. Axe left behind. A set of pickoffs here for Random. Another pretty good fight. Again, BKB Song of the Siren. The Troll doesn't really seem to care. He just solos the team. Now down in the bottom lane, Ana gets dunked on by Ice. And Shadow will help finish him off. It's 3 dead all of a sudden across the map.
That was a really nice bait there from Shadow. Well, the thing is, like, Ana gets put into this like false sense of security because he sees a TP and he knows the Troll BKB. Oh, they might find Blink. Okay, defensive ghouls. And he's out.
And running out.
So when he TP'd and Ana realized there was no BKB, if he hits that tornado, he actually, you know, if the Earthshaker wasn't there, he thinks to himself, I'm going to kill this troll if I hit this tornado. And then he kind of wants to stick around because he knows the BKB is down, ends up dying, gives away Roshan as well to Team Random. My goodness. The last, like, 5 to 8 minutes of this game has been unbelievable turnarounds from Team Random. And, like, the Earthshaker is actually coming in pretty huge. One of those heroes that is hard to make look nice, but he's doing it. Blink. Guess he didn't want to go for the kill there. Oh, he didn't have detection. Never mind. I thought for some reason that he had dust, but he doesn't.
All right. Slow and steady. Now that they have the Aegis, maybe finish off some of these outer towers. Still a tier 1 standing down bottom for OG. The Random could definitely start commencing a bit of the 5-man. They are farming very nicely here. Maybe just wait for the Scotty on Troll. Shadow about halfway there. And still out farming the Naga Siren.
Yeah, this Troll is massive.
Dire's middle tower is under
Like,
attack.
sure, No Tail didn't have the safe lane or anything like that. He didn't get the usual position 1 pampering or anything, but to be ahead of a Naga for this long, still impressive. So, for now, you know, Team Random, they kind of hold the,
Radiant's middle
I guess,
tower
team fight
is under
advantage, and they're going for it.
Oh, here we go. Initiation on the Invoker. That's really where it starts. No Tail pops the Song of the Siren, but it's kind of far back. It doesn't really do a hell of a lot. I guess it's enough to break up the fight, so we'll call it a success. Shadow does not use the BKB. I don't think he ever even got put to sleep. So they do disengage. Whoopsie. Meanwhile, up top, they do catch S4, and Jerax could still go down. They have a sentry ward, but he's not dusted. All right, so Random still get a pick off at the end of it.
Dire's bottom tower is under
I mean, that's kind of what you expect in the Brood versus Axe matchup after some time is, you know, the Axe blink calls you, but with Insatiable Hunger, it's 140 damage and 140 lifesteal, which means that you are pretty much getting a DD rune, and you're healing more than you hit for, which is like an insane amount at this stage in the game.
Yeah. Truly is. Here we go. Initiation onto the Naga Siren. Does not have the ultimate. Down for another 60. No tail. Gets blown up by the Dazzle. That's that heal bomb we were talking about. Now Naga Illusion's getting finished off. Brood caught by the combo from Invoker. Ghost Walk. Ana might still be able to survive here. Fly comes in with a kinetic field. Locks him in place. Sentry Ward does get dropped, but Invoker able to survive.
is under attack.
Again, Random getting the high value prize. It's a dead Naga. All the while, Shadows in the bottom lane split pushing this tier 1. Jerax, living armor, tries to do something. Sunstrike sets up, actually brings Shadow pretty low. Remember, he has the Aegis, but they could finish it off here. He uses the BKB. I think he would have dodged it anyhow, but now the BKB will be on cooldown. He's got the TP. Can he make it out? S4 does not have the Blink Dagger. The Berserker's Call, not quite there. And they will live. Aegis still in tow. 2 minutes till it expires, but they will hold on to it.
Dire's middle
In the meantime, though,
tower is
Faith
under
Beyond takes the tier 2 in the top lane. It would have been actually a really valuable pick if OG managed to scout him out, because Shadow was greedy with his BKB because he wanted to preserve the Aegis. He wanted to give them a chance to win. Oh, okay. They're going to catch here?
Unrelenting pressure. I mean, No Tail's going to live, but Song stuck on cooldown immediately. And now for the next 2 minutes, he has to play a lot more conservative.
It just seems like the pace of the game like changed on a dime. It's like that one engagement in the jungle just flipped everything on its head, and like this Brood hero that wasn't really doing that much and was kind of, I was undervaluing it a bit, just comes into its own, takes towers, you know, kills S4 pretty much solo without the use of Battle Trance, by the way, which I really have yet to see the combination of the two, which it'll be terrifying when it happens. But for now, it's kind of just OG scrambling to find something out on the map, you know, keep one lane out if you can. And it's just crazy to me that I guess in a way the Brood can keep one lane pushed in constantly, whereas Naga normally wants to push out all 3 lanes simultaneously. No Tail's having a very hard time doing that because he's either getting ran at, or the Brood's just shoving in one lane and he's very scared to go to the others.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, it's a tier 2 tower in the mid lane, turned to rubble by Team Random. Still that tier 1 in the bottom lane standing, but getting more and more map control. They'll find Jerax up top. They've got the Sentry Ward down. Manta from Faith Beyond secures an easy kill despite the overgrowth. No Tail trying to get that Octarine core, but still pretty far away. Doesn't even have the soul booster yet.
Well, they do force Faith Beyond to move across the map. I guess he's just going to set up shop in bottom now because there's still a tier 1. And
Yeah.
he's probably just going to, you know, push those 2 towers, keep that lane pushed in. The rest of his team is assuming OG's jungle. And now they're kind of at the stage, you know, Lincoln's now purchased on Blink. It's going to be a lot harder to take him out.
Yeah, he's also
They
recovered quite well.
Yeah, his landing phase was not good. He died like, what, 4 or 5 times, something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's gone for kind of a different itemization, but it's working for him. Of all the Embers we've seen yesterday and today, I don't think we've seen Maelstrom until now. But it's working for him this game, and definitely a tool that lets you farm to kind of give you some extra damage in team fights and also allow you to farm neutrals very effectively.
Yeah, cheap efficiency. That's the name of the game, is Maelstrom.
Right.
Let's see. Roshan is going to be up soonish, a couple of minutes. And then, oh man, can OG even fight it? I guess they do have like the Wombo combo. They have the potential to land a really good song into the Static Storm and then Kinetic Field with the Meteor Deafening and whatnot.
Yeah.
But it seems like they've kind of been missing a few beats, you know? The first game they played against Team Random, they were really on point with it. Every single one was like perfect. In this game, it feels like they've messed up a lot of them. And because of that, they're just hurting a lot more than they would be normally at this stage in the game. And sure, there's a lot of other things that go into it, but you know, normally their team fighting and everything is immaculate most of the time. Kind of surprising to see the fumbles so far that we've seen this game.
Ana is starting to get pretty big, though. He's got the Octarine core now, and BKB going to be coming out next. So that Wombo combo gets scarier by the minute. Even though Troll is getting more and more farmed, they have options, and No Tail is still continuing to recover. He's closing that gap on the Troll, hot on his heels. Mystic Staff only a few hundred gold away, so Octarine core will be there soon. And before you know it, that ultimate's going to have a 45-second cooldown. A big jump from the 120 that he's been forced to deal with. So they'll have that readily available as we see random. 5-hero smoke here in the mid lane. Let's see what they do with it.
Looks like the game plan now is just run down mid. Just get there as fast as possible. Fight around the webs.
Well, not going to find anything here. Yeah.
They're super scared, and I mean they should be. If they mess up and they lose a fight, like at this particular stage, it's potential racks. You know, depending on how many buybacks you have. The only person who can buy back right now is No Tail, so very tense situation.
Oh, better safe than sorry at this stage.
I'm surprised that Faith Beyond didn't just stay bottom though. Like they're still a tier 1.
Yeah. Well, Treant keeps healing it up. They've gotten it very low a couple of times, but haven't been quite able to finish it off. OG have stopped the bleeding, though. You look at that gold graph, and it's plateaued and then come back down a little bit. 35 minutes in, a 6,000 net worth lead is not a huge deal. The experience lead may be a bigger problem. You pull out that level chart, and we're going to have 3 level 25 heroes before too long, and right now OG does not have anyone that's even got the level 20 talent yet. So big disparity in terms of experience.
It's the Naga effect, though. Like, what happens is the Naga pushes out all the lanes, and the illusions don't grant experience, and no one else can farm the lanes that the Naga Siren is pushing. So, because of that, you know, you're, like, sticking together, doing all this weird stuff. Ice, looking for something.
TP's out aplenty.
It looks like everyone is out.
S4 does not have a TP, but he does have BKB, as well as Blink Dagger. I think he should be good, unless they get really lucky here. And he'll be fine.
But yeah, there comes a time in every Dota game where you have a Naga on your team that sometimes it can become detrimental. And it's not really the Naga's fault. It's just that you have to push the lanes all the time. That's what Naga does. That's what makes the hero super annoying to deal with. It's just that you're taking away farm from everyone else, and you're pretty much ensuring that no one is going to get EXP, because those lane creeps are never going to die in the vicinity of your heroes. So, because of the fact that Team Random took so many good team fights consecutively and are able to just control the map as they are, they're going to be able to get EXP on all their heroes. OG will not. There will probably be like 2 or 3 high-level heroes, max, and then everyone on Random will be able to get levels, and then the team fights will dictate if OG is able to get their supports to where they want to be.
Yeah. Check this out. Naga Siren going for the Diffusal Blade. We talked about that earlier in the Naga versus Medusa matchup. But here it's just going to be a Diffusal for the mana burn utility and team fights. Up top, we'll see S4 initiated on BKB, popped by Broodmother, Ice with the dunk. S4 actually doing some decent return damage, but they settle for Ana first. Allows S4 to blink away, but he still might not be completely in the clear. Living Armor helping pick him back up as Blink finally connects. He roots him, and Axe will fall. It's a set of kills for Team Random. 2 cores, big pickoffs, and they might try to push off this.
Yeah, there's no buyback on S4, and they have a Troll sitting right outside the base. They got the Dazzle as well for the sustain. They're going to have the Weave Armor as well with the Solar Crest. This is incredibly hard for OG to stop.
Well, they glyph right away. Living Armor on the tower. It buys it some time. Buyback on the Invoker. Popped, but Axe does not have one. He's in the grave for 35 seconds. Naga Siren uses the ultimate. They sort of set up the combo, but the meatball doesn't really hit anything, and the EMP doesn't connect either. BKB used by Shadow, and he's just going to focus structures. No Tail force back, not a hell of a lot he can do. Disarm from Invoker does slow things down. Now Jerax comes in. He does have the overgrowth. Sunstrike split across 2 heroes. Doesn't do that much. The melee barracks fall, and now our Radiant team trying to disengage. Overgrowth comes out. Faith Beyond falls, and Shadow will get left behind. OG end up getting 2 kills, but remember, they had to buy back, and on top of that, they still didn't hold the melee barracks.
Yeah, I mean, I got the 2 of the more valuable heroes, I guess, out of the buybacks, so at the end of the day, it's probably about as good as they could have asked for, considering the heroes that got picked off before the fight started.
Right.
It's still, though, it shows how difficult it is, you know, when you don't have that magical DPS. There is kind of a silver lining, though, is that if the Brood and the Axe don't, or sorry, the Brood and the Troll don't buy back, OG will get Roche. And that could actually open up an opportunity for, you know, OG themselves to force Team Random into a similar position that they were just in.
Yep, slowly but surely. Invoker will drop the Sunstrike for some extra damage. And it looks like Team Random not too wise. There will be a TP from the Ember Spirit. Let's scout this out. Ana slowly trying to take down Roche. BKB gets used by S4 and won't be able to find much avail with it. They break the link into Blink. Fly glimpses him back. This could be a kill. S4 ready and waiting. And Sunstrike will bring him down. Now Roche ripe for the taking. This should be easy for OG. 3 heroes dead. No buybacks will come out. And they will use the song just in case. Meanwhile, up top, Ice Ice, he does finish off the Disruptor. But he's going to pay with his life here. Set up from the Yules right into S4. Berserker's Call. Well, Dunk doesn't connect, but Sunstrike's there, and Ana will get yet another. Now number 3 on net worth. So in the end, works out pretty darn well for OG. They get Roche, Aegis, and a couple of kills.
I think Team Random were just being ultra greedy with how they played that. Like, they could have bought back on one hero.
Top tower is
Not, you don't even need to buy back both. Just buy back on one. And that'll be enough to deter OG from just sitting there and being able to kill the Roche. But what they did was, they tried to buy time with the Ember and the Earthshaker so that they didn't have to buy out, so they can get the best of both worlds, right? So they can get the Roshan stalled and fight it and potentially win, because that would just straight up win them the game, because they would all have buyouts just in case things went like really poorly for them. But instead they end up getting some heroes picked off. Sure, they didn't have to use buybacks, which means they'll have it for this defense, but it felt like they were trying to get way too much.
This is pretty scary. OG doing a lot of damage to this tower.
are fortified.
Glyph is used, but the siege continues, and with 2 dead, they can't really stop it. Another tier 3 tower down. Troll comes charging in, but he gets Yule's Scepter. Jerax will go down as Faith Beyond pops the BKB. Song of the Siren will not stop him. And Snare not available. No mana on the Naga. As now S4 left behind pops the BKB. Blade Mail follow-up damage from Ana, but it's not going to be enough. Invoker falling very quickly. Axe also goes down. Nice deafening blast on 3. Able to blink away. And he will live. Nicely played.
Radiant's middle
But
tower
OG do lose quite a bit there.
Well, they got the tier 3, which at the very least opens up the opportunity to get shrines. And shrines are actually a fairly big deal. I mean, if you look at it from this perspective, Team Random got the mid melee barracks, but they're playing against a Naga Siren. So it's not like a super big deal. It's annoying for OG that they're going to get like less income from that lane. But I think in some ways, because they haven't killed the shrines either, that there's still an opportunity for OG to potentially even this up if they find the right engagements. The other thing too is, you know, Fly is very close to Aghanims, and that item is crazy strong. Like, if you get caught by Song and you don't BKB, and this is probably one of the absolute strongest things about this particular combination of heroes, you cannot BKB afterwards because the Song will overlap with the Static Storm, and then you will never be able to BKB and you will just die. So
Yeah.
there kind of comes this stage where the Disruptor comes into this really, really scary state of, oh god, if we get songed in a bad way, we can just get wiped out because of the Aghanims.
Now, one of the other things to remember, Butterfly up on Naga, so evasion on these illusions, which they don't have a great solution for either. MK... Oh, never mind. MKB is up on Troll. Never mind. I take it back. Troll is well equipped.
Yeah, he's going straight into Satanic as well, so he's going to ditch the Vlads. That'll probably be his 6th slot. Obviously, he can still get bots and Moonshard, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, Shadow has been farming exceptionally well this game.
Yeah, No-Tail's finally pulled ahead. He's got about a 5k margin on him, but that'll happen once things start to get this late. There's that Aghanim Scepter you were talking about. Jerax actually working on 1-2, only 400 gold away on the tree end. He's got the gem now. but Tree Ags also a potential turning point in this game in favor of OG. Ice sets up mid lane onto Invoker. Follow-up damage is there, and say goodbye to the Aegis. OG on the way in. Here's the setup
Oh,
from
they can catch the troll.
This is the debut. Fly. Static Storm. Does not... Oh, there it is. Troll Warlord gets low. S4 trying to finish him off, but he can't quite do it. BKB's popped a plenty. It's No Tail doing the big damage here. They finally bring down the Troll. Ice somehow still alive. Faith Beyond brings down the Treant. Blink comes back in to do a lot of damage, but No Tail and Ana are doing so much. The double Octarine cores are sustaining them through this fight, and the Ember Spirit just doesn't have it. It's an ultra kill for No Tail. A 2 for 4. The Brood just barely survives because he's able to make it to the high ground. A very convincing fight once more.
I think they actually just lost the game. I actually just think they lost because they don't have any buybacks. Bottom is completely open. Ana doesn't know though. He's scared. He's playing back. He doesn't want to give anything away. No Tail. He's got bots in 20 seconds. Axe is coming in. That was like, my goodness, you could not have actually gotten a better engagement if you're OG. They go on the hero that has Aegis. He has BKB in his backpack, so when he comes back up, he's got magic immunity pretty much. They catch the troll with the Aghanim Static Storm. He can't BKB. He's dropped super low, no Satanic, so he can't even heal himself, even if he was able to pop the BKB in the first place. Even with S4 biffing on the dunk, they still kill him. Like, oh man, that has to hurt so bad for Team Random.
On the back,
they're gonna lose
they
the
catch
Brood
the
as well.
Brood Mother. She does have a buyback, uses it right away, but Barracks will fall. Ana just pushing them back. EMP, Deafening Blast. Brood trying to press forward to save the Barracks, but Melee have already gone down. Has to use the BKB to survive. Now Song of the Siren just for setup. Earthshaker came out almost like he was looking for a dunk, but not going to be able to find it. The Tier 2 tower mid did go down, and OG will continue the siege. Everybody's still kind of topped off. I guess they're low on mana, so they will retreat, but 2 lanes of Barracks down, and I think you're right, Draskell. That last whiff team fight might have just cost them the game. OG now happily in control. You look at that gold graph, and they are in the lead.
I mean, they didn't get Mega'd, so they're when you're not Mega'd, there's always a chance. But
it's not over.
The problem is it's double laned against a Naga. That's like, ooh, that's a rough place to be, especially when there's only one MKB carrier on your team, and that's the Troll. Like, he needs to be the one killing the illusions at this point. They don't have any like hexes or mana drains or anything to be able to reliably get those illusions off the map fast. Man, that team fight was actually so hard to watch because they didn't know that he had Aghanims.
Exactly.
Because there's no way they jump him like that if they know the Disruptor has Ags, because they're just gonna kill the Troll. You know, Shadow is feeling soup tanky before that point. He's like, oh yeah, whatever. If I get Static Storm, I'll just BKB. It's not a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the best Aghanims reveals on Disruptor I think I've ever seen in terms of catching an enemy off guard. Now, you always talk about Blink Dagger reveals and that kind of stuff, but an absolute game changer here. So going back to buyback status, what do we got? Brood, the only one on cooldown, so not as bad as it could be. But for Team Random, hanging on by a thread. And now with Treant Aghanims, he's going to start to take over this area. He actually doesn't have that many trees down yet, but he is going to take over this forest, Draskell.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 29-second cooldown. Like, pretty much 30, I guess, if you want to count it that way with the cooldown reduction talent. But it's kind of that thing that we were joking about during the draft when you get to this stage in the game. When the Aghanims is up and the Naga has all the items she needs, that the lanes are just never going to push out. It's like, you gotta jump somehow, find the picks and the important heroes at the beginning of the fight, and just kind of like run at them as hard as you can and hope that it's gonna work. It's a very, very tough spot to be right now if you're Team Random.
Tornado comes, doesn't find anything. Ana is decked out though. That's a Shiva's Guard now, in addition to everything else. 9-second BKB still. Initiation. Song of the Siren.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, wait, Fly's not there. Fly's not there.
Well, Slam Dunk comes out. It does actually nothing to Ana. Now Sunstrike. But, yeah. Kind of whiffed from OG. I mean, not the end of the world. Ana does use the BKB. It's a really short cooldown.
It's gonna...
I mean,
yeah, it's gonna be up to 25 seconds.
So it's not a big deal. Even the Disruptor ult, pretty short cooldown, 70 seconds. Not that bad.
Well, considering how potent it is at this stage in the game, heck yeah, super good.
As for the one carrying the gem right now, so Brood needs to be kind of careful. Working on an Abyssal Blade for Faith Beyond. Big lockdown. Already has the Skull Basher. OG just being very cautious here. Slow sieging with the Naga illusions. As well as the Forge Spirits. But this tower, it's going down. I mean, they are doing pretty effective chip damage.
It's like the slow death by 1,000 cuts, you know?
Yep.
They're just gonna keep doing it.
All right, here we go. This is Ember Spirit. No Troll, but they're still gonna set it up with the Static Storm Kinetic Field. He does get helped out by the Dazzle. Shallow Grave comes. BKB from Shadow as he jumps out, but it's not doing a hell of a lot. It does repel some of OG. Now Faith Beyond pops his BKB. Faith Beyond comes out, tries to protect his Troll friend, but Ana sends out the Tornado, isolates the Troll. Now the Overgrowth from Jerax. Troll disarmed. S4 reinitiates, jumps onto... Oh, Troll actually getting really low. Another Grave comes out. Ana throws him up. I think this is going to be the end of the Troll. He does have a buyback. Maybe not the end for Team Random, but they will lose Ice as well. Ana so healthy still. These Octarine cores just doing so much. Double buyback. Tier 3 tower taking damage, though, as Naga Illusions continue to push in. Death by 1,000 cuts indeed.
I mean, everyone's been in this situation, so I think everyone can empathize with the whole, oh god, the Naga Sirens pushing in our side lanes, oh god, we can't, like, win the fight and defend our base at the same time. It's a very, very rough situation to be in.
So 2 buybacks used, more economic damage. OG furthering that lead. And now they pretty much just have to do that one more time. Chi's been sitting in the pit. The aged Gouda as Roche respawns. So maybe this will be the nail in the coffin. Again, OG did finish off that tier 3 tower, so it's just barracks. However, there is a blip. Overgrowth.
Yeah, he's just doing it to kill the creeps.
Pretty short cooldown too. Here's the Troll. Is the Disruptor here? There it is. Static Storm Kinetic Field. They'll set it up. But Broodmother's there. Troll gets to the side as S4 pops his BKB, tries to isolate him, but they don't have the damage on Troll. Meanwhile, on the backside, Fly taking a lot of damage. S4 falls, and it's not looking great for OG. Ana has to pop the BKB, but he's kind of isolated. Gets bashed up by the Broodmother. And that'll be the end of him. OG lose 3, and Team Random have actually held this. And now they're going to push back the other way. They might be able to force some buybacks, but they need to get back and defend as creeps are killing some of their safety structures.
I think Ana actually really messed up there. He deafeninged the Troll when he was hitting S4 with Blade Mail. I think if he didn't deafening and he used like another damage spell, he probably would have killed the Troll.
Yeah.
Instead
he also
of
pushed him out.
Yeah, he pushed him out as well. So now, like, all of a sudden Team Random have this opportunity to actually go for the Roche. I mean, sure, there's Naga Illusions there, but mid's not pushed in. So if mid's not pushed in, there's nowhere else to really deal damage unless No Tail wants to TP. He's gonna Song.
Well, there's nothing else.
I think they might need buybacks. Oh no, they're just gonna let it go.
Yeah, they do use BKBs. Ice comes to scout things out, and that'll be it. Aegis of the Immortal goes the way of Shadow.
Well, their base is going to be in trouble here soon. They have a little bit of time because they have tier 4s. Okay, wings are just going to immediately back. So it's... when you're at this stage in the game and you just get Roshan away, I mean, sure, you got the Ember to counter push and stuff, but at some point you're going to have to fully commit to the fight, right? And that means your base is going to take damage. So when that happens, you need to either have a hero who can go back, or you can use the tier 4s as kind of like this buffer to where that's like your time to be able to take the fight without losing too much. Because once the tier 4s are gone, then you're just getting chipped on your throne, and that's a really, really hard thing to deal with. So it's going to get a little bit harder, I think, for Team Random to just really leave the base for obvious reasons. And they're still a tier 1 bottom. So if they're going to go for the win, I don't know if they just claim the money from this lane, or if they want to go just all in mid. Like, I'm actually kind of torn on what the right call is here, because it's very unlikely that I think they're going to be able to get bottom all the way pushed in with mid as well, because otherwise they'll just get megged, right? It's being stuck between a rock and a hard place.
It's a precarious situation, no doubt. Also, Refresher has come out on the Treant, so double overgrowth now in these fights. And his trees have actually been cleared out. Do they have Quelling Blades? Yeah, it looks like they do. Ice has been carrying one around, as has the Dazzle. And they've actually been dealing with the Treant Aghanim pretty effectively. Look at that mini-map, and there aren't really that many down. It's pretty good.
Yeah, they've been pretty diligent about it. They have been off that side of the map for a while, though, if you think about it, because they lost the fight, then they took Roche, no one bought back on the side of OG, and then, you know, they have just now, like for the first time, gone back over there. They're going to go for the song play here.
All right, Ember Spirit, he's going to be locked down. No options. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. The combo they need. Ember, of course, does have a buyback here. Else will be respawning in 90 seconds.
Can they hold? That is the question.
Well, probably. Will Ember have to buy back, I think, is the more pressing question. Doesn't look like they're going to pressure it.
I mean, it's pretty dangerous. It's pretty... You're basing everything off of buybacks. So, right now, everyone on the side of OG has buyback. 3 heroes on the side of Team Random do not. For obvious reasons, we know that. They don't. So they're playing around the idea that everyone always has buyback, because that's just what you do. You just assume.
Right.
So it's very, very tough for them to commit.
Oh, here we go. Initiation onto Ana, set up by the Earthshaker, but he gets slam dunked. His S4 counter initiates. Hex comes out onto Broodmother. Follow-up Sunstrike. It's a set of kills. And all of a sudden, 3 in the grave. Buyback from the Brood. Dazzle also gets picked off in the fray. Looks like No-Tail was able to solo him in the base while that fight was going on. Now the second buyback comes. It's a 5v3. Troll manages to get off the BKB. And OG will just disengage. They see the buybacks, and they'll be happy with that economic damage.
They only have to do it one more time. I mean, like we talked about earlier, the song committal is not that big of a deal. Very low cooldown, only 45 seconds. They didn't commit the Static Storm either, which means that if they walk in, they get that combination off one time, you know, Faith Beyond, no buyback, Blink, no buyback. They catch one of those heroes, they're just gone.
Yeah. Now, Troll's buyback, as well as Earthshaker's, both coming up in about 30 seconds. Troll has the money for it, Earthshaker doesn't. They've lost the ranged barracks, Melee, the last one standing. Illusion's actually doing a lot of work here. There's no Echo Slam for 40, and Song of the Siren from No-Tail actually does keep the Troll Warlord alive. But Static Storm Kinetic Field connects on 3. Oh my, it's huge. The follow-up from Jerax as well. He's refreshed. That's the second overgrowth. The Troll goes down. The Ember falls. And this Broodmother going to be following suit. Now Troll comes back to life, but it doesn't matter. GG's called, and that'll be it. OG manages to take the series 2-1 over Team Random, but my God, did they make them work for it, Draskell. One hell of a best of 3.
Man, you know, you asked me like 20, 30 minutes ago, I would probably say that Team Random would have won this game. It was very back and forth. There were some stages in the game where it looked like OG was getting everything they wanted, then
But you're talking Roots and Black Hole now coming out for Liquid is seeming pretty ridiculous. And now look at this. Core, it's looking like Core Vengeful Spirit. We saw this, I believe yesterday we got to cast a Liquid game and it was a Matumba Man Vengeful Spirit. And do you remember, I can't remember what it was that they ended up playing.
I think they won. Yeah, I think that was the Terrorblade game.
Terrorblade.
Yeah, he was struggling early on, then got Midas, and then they came back pretty much the one-man show.
Do you think this is another possible Terrorblade game? The ban is on Shadow Fiend. They're thinking, oh yeah, because whatever they pick would certainly go mid lane.
Well, it might be a Terrorblade. They don't have much to counter Terrorblade with. Once the illusions are up, there's Coconuts and the Arc Warden Maelstrom in long-termly.
This is a crazy draft. It's definitely an intriguing draft for both teams. Both of them dipping into picks that we don't see them like have a lot of professional experience with. Arc Warden on Faceless's side. Obviously, every team doesn't have a lot of professional experience with Treant Protector, but again, I don't remember a plethora of games where I've been seeing Mind Control on Enigma, so this is definitely going to be a bit of a feeling out process probably for both teams in game one. Final ban on Liquid's side is going to be getting rid of the Death Prophet, though. And now they get their final pickup. And what we imagine has got to be their mid laner.
Maybe
their jabs grab.
Maybe an Invoker. Yeah. Oh,
Storm.
good.
All right.
Radiant team pick.
Good,
huh? Yeah, they have enough disables with Treant Protector, Lion, Enigma, Venge. There's a lot of stun and a lot of control, a lot of team fight. And on the other hand, Faceless doesn't have anything for Storm Spirit if he doesn't gets out of the mana. Like the Undying Witch Doctor, that's pretty poor support duo that can't do anything to Storm Spirit. Clockwork with Hookshot only, and that's it. They need something to control that Storm Spirit. Let me just check the heroes real
What
quickly.
if it's jabs on Arc Warden and they get to pull back like the black mid lane Invoker or something like that? Like that would be gnarly. I have no idea what they're gonna do. I don't even know if Black's playing this Arc Warden or if Black's gonna take the mid lane while Jabs plays it. Like
Queen of Pain, maybe. Or
Queen of Pain? Yeah.
Queen of Pain, maybe even Lena.
Just be dirty and pick like Skywrath Mage and take a mid. Didn't we see that in the matchup of Virtus Pro?
Yeah, Virtus Pro, no one just dominated the lane. Or this is also good.
So they're going to go for the Dragon Knight. That leads me to believe this is going to be a Jabs Dragon Knight, and this is going to be a Black Arc Warden. I mean, Black has probably got one of the deepest hero pools in Dota. I've seen him play a lot of stuff, and then he has phases where he plays a lot of, grimy farm heroes like AM and Morphling and Slark and stuff like that. But Arc Warden, yeah, okay.
Oh, maybe it's Dragon Knight Black on mid if he doesn't play Arc Warden.
That's true. That's true. Dragon Knight doesn't feel like a black hero. I know I just this comes just after me saying I see Black play a lot of different heroes, but one of them is not really DK. So yeah, we'll see though.
But for me, Dragon Knight is more like a black hero than Arc Warden because I never saw it. But still.
Now that is going to be a Miracle Storm Spirit then, right?
Yeah, that Storm Spirit is gonna have easy time if we'll see if it's Dragon. If it's Dragon Knight mid, must be a Dragon Knight mid.
These are both pretty high tempo lineups. This is almost the opposite of a lot of what we've been seeing before, with of course a lot of that ridiculous late game core potential. This one seems quite the opposite here. I mean, Arc Warden, I would imagine, with the amount of greed he's able to build in with the double Midases, comes online relatively fast, and the rest of the lineup has to kind of meet that pacing here. With Dragon Knight, also a pretty high tempo fighter. Liquid could share a lot of that same, sentiment. They have a lot of potential team fight to work with early on, and yeah.
It is Black. It is Black Arc Warden.
It is Black. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Come on, Black. I want to see Black put on a Arc Warden performance that warrants a Black Arc Warden ban from all games moving forward. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, remember you remember the Dota pit when he was playing Pudge, it was first picked or banned all the time.
That's exactly what I'm kind of referring to. Is I want to see those that kind of a Black showing here, but we'll see how much of a believer I'm going to be. This guy had been hit with quite a bit of nerfs, and I know I've seen Arc Warden players of the kind, the dozens of them out there, vocalize about how the hero is just not really in a good place. Now, I, again, have not had any personal experience with the hero, but we'll see. Black is a high-caliber player, and we'll see what kind of stuff he has up his sleeve.
Yeah, me and Black share the same first name, so Black must be good. On the other hand, let's predict. What do you say?
We haven't done it ever. I say we don't do it.
Yeah, alright, I'll just go with Liquid then.
Oh, you mean predict teams?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I thought you meant like the stupid little prediction pop-out thing.
No.
Predicting teams? Yeah, I don't know. It's like one of those things like you can't naturally help but feel Liquid are going to be the favorites in this one just because they have a lot of great raw skill. But I would lean towards even further just because of the Arc Warden pick and Faceless doing something that we don't see him do very often. But look at this. Suddenly I could be eating my foot here as they're about to get potentially first blood for Kuro.
Nah,
Man,
they can't take him.
So much damage. Even at level 1, Flux. That's crazy.
Yeah, nice name for a spell, Flux. Enigma just denying a creep wave and is going to Forest. Will keep farming there, has a boot so he can run away from Witch Doctor, and Undying on the lane. Undying on safe lane as support, especially when Enigma is on the off lane, is not that good. I mean, he needs to go and find him in the forest.
He's looking for him right now. He's like, where is that blue son of a gun? He is coming around the corner right now. Is he going to get close enough to leech some XP? It looks like maybe a little wolf. And then he says, get the hell out of here. But suddenly Kuro has shown up, and that is someone you do not want to get into a level 1 fight with, unless you get lots of stacks off. Yeah. Whatever the case may be, XY is doing his job right now. He's trying to get up in the business of Enigma, and he's even forcing extra attention on himself.
Yeah, Witch Doctor just trying to pull the creep wave, get those creeps to those Centaur camp as well, get as much XP as he can. Well, seems like Treant will just stand on the bottom, try to get some XP while Enigma just continues to farm jungle.
They do have a sentry down though, so if Kuro plans on hiding within that tree gathering, he needs to be a little bit careful. While that goes on down in the bottom half of the map, up here and above, we see Ice on his Clockwork bumping back GH Lion. We don't get to see a GH 9K Lion very often, so that's going to be a bit exciting with Matumba Man in the lane nearby.
Yeah, that's helping. 18k lane on top, 18k
Ooh.
gold.
18k lane. What the hell is Ice going to be doing about this? Looks like he gets pulled though, so he's going to be happy about that. Should help boost his way to an easy level 2, level 3 situation.
Treant is so funny when he's hitting people like 91 damage, level 1.
Yeah, he opted to go for the boots instead of like the Orb of Venom buildup, so he does get a few extra shots in, but also has the extra move speed to avoid any potential trouble. And look at this, XY. Nice little mission for himself, goes pretty deep and claims the bounty. Takes that one away from Liquid. And how is our mid lane matching up right now? Miracle 14 CS to the 11 of Jabs. So he's off to a nice little start.
Yeah, pretty even. I mean, Storm Spirit against melee hero, he's gonna farm much more. But the Dragon Knight is doing a good job. Both shrines are used. He's trying to refill the bottle. Or not.
Yeah, he is just having to deal with Miracle, kind of really taking it to the lane and forcing the DK back a bit until he can get some more levels and have that extra bit of durability with the Dragon's Blood. Mind Control stepped away from the camps and has now shown himself within the lane. Curious to see if Black is trying to just see how much pushing pressure he can add on. He's already done some softening damage onto the tower. Do you think it's in their best interest to take that tier 1 down as soon as possible, or just coast through the laning phase?
They need to get that Midas up on Black, and they can't really take the tower. Every time the lane comes back, Enigma's gonna show up, plus Treant heal once he gets level 3, so...
Stun from Jabs onto Miracle with XY here. They need one more hit, and they get it! With the assistance coming in from XY, they get a nice early gank rotation onto Miracle and take him down.
Yeah, this is a good rotation from Zombie. I mean, Jabs can't really kill him there, but I love the build that he went, like 1-2 2. Usually you have 2 in Breathfire and 2 in Dragon Blood, but he thought he can kill him because Shrine was used earlier, so...
Possible scuttle here in the top lane. Ice not able to get the connection with the cogs, and that could allow GH to make it away, but he eats a hard shot from XY there, and we'll have to limp his way all the way back to base. It's not a kill, but at least he's going to take him off the map for a little while. That will relieve a lot of pressure on Ice in the top lane, and allow him to kind of get some work done in the laning phase between him and Matama Man.
Oh, they're trying to go again on mid? Never mind.
Wait a minute. Oh, I hate Nuts' name so much. I look at his name and I'm like, wait a minute, Ice is playing Witch Doctor. No, that's just Nuts' trolly-ass name that he loves to have.
Top lane, Ice. Oh, he's gonna get a solo kill on that Venge. Nice.
No, he's not.
I mean, not Venge is gonna get him killed, yes.
I know what you meant, don't worry.
Yes.
We all got you. Ice does end up, the real Ice does end up going down in the top lane. Matama Man's able to get a hold of him, and will punish him for it. Still scouting though, XY around this mid lane. Him and Nuts both kind of happy to step away from the bottom lane. Black is now in his own game and is happy to work through the lane. Nearby Mind Control is aggressively jungling, so he's definitely going to be sucking in a lot of early farm. Could be a problem for him later, but look at this. Matama Man on his way out, a little bit closer. He can't quite get there with the coconut. They'll have to turn around and settle for the GH Lion instead.
Yeah, when you're playing that Lion especially against Clockwork, who has boots. I mean, Lion has one as well, but he's not that fast. He's only 335 with the brown boots, which is pretty slow. You need to really be careful. Like, Clockwork can get a solo kill, especially if someone rotates, if you get caught out of position.
They made an attempt at Black in the bottom lane, but he's able to step behind the tower, pop a salve, and be good. While there is a trade for the rune between these mid laners. Before we switch things over to the net worth, let's give one last little report here on the CS game, and it's still Miracle even with that takedown. Up and ahead in the CS game, 41-3 to Dragon Knights, 34. The next highest CS in the game does belong to Black at 35 and 12 for him. Certain he has this Midas underway here. He's getting close to finishing out the recipe, so it's coming soon enough.
Oh, Witch Doctor, is he gonna cast a black hole? No mana though.
Yeah, he's very short. And Arcane Boots are on cooldown, no Soul Ring. He's gonna have to just pop him out, that little Malphus, and walk away. Do you think this is kind of a straight to Blink Dagger Enigma game, or do you think there's any extra value in going for something like the Mechanism?
I think it's gonna be a Midas first picked up.
Oh,
yeah.
Great.
So you get movement speed on level 10. I mean, S4 kind of invented that build, and I think it's the best one. And then you go on level 15. There are some greedy players who go for 120 gold per minute. That's not much. I mean, you get so much more with 15 cooldown reduction combined with Octarine Core. Plus, if you already have a Midas, it's not needed to go for gold. And overall, those gold talents are not so good. It's 1.2k gold over 10 minutes. That's not much.
Oh, a jump in from Miracle as Jabs pops his dragon form, gets hit with the dragon's tail. While that happens, at top lane is an engagement actually coming out from Liquid. As they make their move for Ice, they will be able to pin him down. He cannot shrug that one off on the back of his magic wand, but look at this moving forward. It's going to be Nuts, but he can't get the finish. A living armor will help keep GH alive. Matama Man also very weak and wounded, barely able to make it out from trouble. At that same moment, mid lane, XY also going to get dropped. Miracle picks up that kill as there's simultaneous action between the mid and top lanes here. Liquid winning them all.
Yeah, Liquid doing 2 engagements at the same time. Meanwhile, Black on bottom continues to farm. Has enough gold for Hand of Midas. It's flying up to him. Having a TP with Arc Warden, so you can just use Tempest Double and help other lanes if they dive. It's always good to have.
So no, back to the grind here for Ice. Does set him back a little bit, but at least he's level 6 now with a hook shot good to go. But need lots of love and elsewhere here, as we can see XY still level 3. Needs to try Trying to spend a little bit of that me time here. Nuts will get a nice little D ward. And we'll begin to look over to the side of Liquid as they pop a smoke. And we'll begin to go on the prowl here. GH not close to level 6 yet, but they are feeling rambunctious with a level 6 Matama Man, and they want to see what they can get done.
They saw a Dragonite, but they can't take him down. It only Venge and Lion.
Yeah, are they going to settle for it because it's the only thing they got? And well, they'll hit him with a stun, and that's it. That's like one of those like, hey, we were here, just so you know. So take that. Take that. And they'll drop a ward. If they see GH in lane and see he doesn't have a ward, then they can probably do the deduction and get rid of that ward. But their eyes are on the prize here in the bottom lane. Looking to go for a tier 1. They quickly surround XY
nice hook.
And look to finish him off. A hook shot does jump in, and Ice is able to get connection onto 3. He begins to dance his way on forward, hoping to go for the finish. It's mind control, the lowest and weakest here, hiding within the trees. They pop him with the Maledict, and he will eventually fall. The rest of Liquid will avoid the trouble. But Faceless kind of committing some extra hands here in the bottom lane to go for that simple counterplay. They could get more here. Suddenly jabs, ooh, to the river.
Shrine is ready. Ah, this is good. They can just come back to the lane again. Try to pressure bottom. Enigma Midas finished. He doesn't have enough mana to cast a black hole like few times. He was always on low mana.
Yeah. But he's got a minus, and he's getting rich. So
yeah,
who needs mana when you got money?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Midas Major.
Yeah, welcome to the Midas Major. Featuring King Midas. Lord of Cringe. All right. I'm 13, by the way. As we see Faceless now just kind of dealing with the situation they've been put into. Black also with his own Midas in pairs. Similar build-up, I would imagine, to what we saw previously pulled out today from the hands of OG.
I think,
he's got a journey ahead of him.
yeah, I think he needs that Helm of the Dominator, and there was a Blink before that on the OG side, but he needs a BKB before that Blink because of all that magical damage and disables. He needs to live. Number 1 rule, you can't deal damage if you're dead, remember that.
I think I knew that rule, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm not good at applying it. Here is Liquid giving bottom lane another go. Ice suddenly crosses paths with Miracle. Is going to be forced to pop out the battery assault to try to keep him at bay. Will Miracle continue pursuit? He jumps in, quickly sees a coconut come in his direction, decides to pull off. Jumping in though is going to be Matama Man with a good swap back, and they'll get the finish onto the clockwork, and suddenly Mind Control steps in, gets a good 2-man connection of the black hole. It is onto the Tempest double though.
180 gold for Tempest double.
Yeah, that's good money, and a Witch Doctor takedown. Top lane, Faceless are trying to trade and get something their way with at least a tower takedown.
Is there another heal? 7 seconds, they don't have a glyph. Oh, nice dust pop.
They, yeah, spotted out Kuro, pinged exactly where he was, and then moved in with the dust, but he just, okay, he casually walks away when Jabs is not able to get close enough with a stun. So they will get him cleared from the area and finish out their tier 1.
Oh, Lion just hit 6 with that bounty rune. Finger is up.
And they take the ward down that had obviously spotted Kuro in the first place. And Faceless will walk away and get back to their grind here. So Liquid, though, getting more and more into some solid fighting shape. Midas Gaming, though, how many Midases do they actually have?
Arc Warden, Enigma, Venge, and there could be one more.
Yeah, Kuro will probably get one in the future, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Lion
Maybe
will
Lion.
not. Yeah.
Why not? Drums soon to come, though, for Ice. Might say that Faceless are going to be looking to turn things up sooner than later, not allowing Liquid to kind of put themselves into a later game position.
Yeah, Ice
into a lot of problems.
with his builds, always innovative and doesn't give what other people say, like has a unique style. He'll make what he thinks is best, he doesn't copy anyone.
You have a lot of intel coming in here from Kuro as he finds a good little spot to scout things out from behind that tier 1. But we have a lot of Faceless members kind of also hanging around this mid lane. So no good opportunities for a jump play here. Ice, 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 though, on a high ground position. Bumps Miracle back as he tries to step up for the bounty rune here. And that could be the end of it. Oh, tried to go for a follow-up hook. Could have been a good grab. Catching the Storm Spirit with little mana, but not going to find it this time. And Jabs gets back to work on that tier 1 tower. This tower, of course, getting a lot of love and repair from the good old Treant Protector here.
Yeah, but this is where Black's hero excels really well when you're sieging a tower like this, just using those spark rates all over the place. Plus Rocket providing vision and spark rate as well.
It's a long process, though, and I mean, look at the damage that's only been done, and this is nearly an expired dragon form. I don't think you're satisfied if you're Faceless right now. That was probably not a good enough push for them, considering how much they've invested into this push already. And Liquid, you know, they had to draw some attention that way. Black's able to kind of free farm through the top lane, but now Liquid are confident to kind of take the move themselves. They head in with a smoke, almost end up catching XY here. He heads to the low ground and away. GH wants to go close, but that overgrowth will lock him in place. A follow finger will be there, and that will get the finish onto Black. Now they spot out and look to go for the follow play. XY is also going to be taken care of. Any other Faceless members only risk being executed if they dare proceed. Liquid will take down the 2 very nicely and pull ahead 9-3.
I love how Kuro was there standing AFK for like 2-3 minutes, just providing vision, waiting them to come back to forest so they can re-engage after they defend the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, serious patience from Kuro, just kind of hanging back and waiting for the opportune time, probably making the calls, allowing him to watch all the other elements of the game. And now he'll be able to join with his team under the shrine after farming up some ancients here and be able to move on to the next possible objective at hand. A black hole is up for him, and they have the blink dagger ready to go. On my controls, Enigma could spell serious game fight here for Liquid.
Yeah, the problem with Undying is if you don't pressure their safe lane. I mean, he's level 6 right now. He's been involved in 2 kills. You don't have much levels. And plus, when you go for 2 levels in DK, your tombstone's not gonna be up that soon. I mean, you need that level 4 tombstone.
Yeah, he has a struggle ahead of him here, does XY on this Undying. He had done a little bit of work through the early laning phase, but at this point is going to have a lot of trouble figuring out what kind of impact he can make in these fights here without Liquid just kind of easily taking care of the tombstone and him. Right now he's being spotted. They spotted him, drop the wards and a sentry, and that's just going to be free money for Liquid to kind of take care of later on. Meanwhile, though, Faceless still pressuring this mid lane tower. It's got more life than the last time I checked on it. Faceless just kind of, this has got to be a headache for them. They cannot progress on forward out of this laning phase.
They just smoke. They want to go around. Enigma with a black hole, level 2, and blink dagger.
Jump in for Matama Man. He is not going to be able to get any sort of swap, and no save will be there. Nice little quick pick. Kuro is still waiting behind, hiding within those trees. Faceless are still looking to go for the tower finish. Heal comes out, but they can't quite get it down.
Well, Dragonite Corrosive Breath just removes the full living armor from Treant in a few seconds.
Ooh, Ice, Ice, Ice. Goes on chase for Kuro. Kuro looked like he was trying to get the root off, but Ice, Ice, Ice is able to kind of burst him down with the help of the rocket and get the finish. Gets him a secondary pick, so Matama Man and Kuro will end up going down. The tier 1 still standing while the tree is dead. This could be Faceless' best chance at taking down and finishing off that tier 1. But we see Miracle with a Invis rune, pops out the Arcane rune now, and makes his move in. They're going to get the quick finish and take Jabs right out of the fight. Now they look for the follow-up. XY's there. He tries to run and pop out his wand, but Miracle makes it look easy with a secondary kill.
Oh, nice TP
My control.
by...
Picking up both of them, though.
Yeah, 2 extra charges for that Bloodstone. This is where you want to make a move. There's still Black Hole up. There's still Overgrowth. Now Storm Spirit. With 1 death, level 14 and 14 charges, he's going to go really big this game. It's going to be a really problem to control him.
Whoa! Long jump from mid lane. Here comes Miracle. looking to hop on in, and he's left with very little mana, but he is able to hold them there long enough for the rest of the Liquid Brigade to show up and beat some ass. Now it's Kuro dropping down the root, and there goes the black hole on top of Nuts. Just so much hate coming out from Liquid as they take out a third. XY's back into action now, but they're left with pretty much nothing to work with here. Some Liquid members are falling a bit low in life as Jabs comes back into play. He pops his Dragon Form, and that is when Liquid quickly look to run away.
Run away, Liquid. The Liquid is showing their true strength there. The coordination in a team fight is just amazing. They know how much they can go into there. They just dive the tier 2 tower on bottom with Treant. Well, you can be that cocky.
Jump in, all spouted out, courtesy of Kuro. Miracle flies, there's the magic missile, and your Dragonite is now dead. Liquid.
Is ISSI gonna go? No.
Fortunately, not that kind of a game. He also a Midas, huh? Okay. Well, Faceless are trying to hold out here, and they are taking the measures necessary to build out into a bit of a later game, but at the tempo Liquid are building up here, it's not going to be easy to do. A BKB is coming next for Mind Control, so he's not like trying to step off and go immediately for the Octarine Core. He is going to get the defensive BKB first, and that could be just enough for them to be able to close things out with the BKB alone here.
Faceless, their lineup, not so great. I mean, they have initiation in form of Clockwork, and that's it. But if he initiates, there's Treant Protector Heal, there's Black Hole. They can just burst him out really quickly. There's Swap, and 4 Staff's gonna be completed pretty soon on Venge. It's gonna be really hard to kill any hero on Liquid side.
Miracle, being super annoying, had a haste rune to dance around with Faceless. Now is able to build up quite a bit of mana. Still stalking as the rest of Liquid look to make their approach. It looks like they managed to engage with Ice, Ice, Ice. He traps within the cogs, but they're able to finish him off with the finger. Both sides will take some hits here, but Death Ward will force Liquid back out and towards the low ground. It's going to be Motama Man caught up as Jabs as he's going to secure a double kill. On the other side, Black dishing out a wealth of damage will also get the GH Lion. Miracle, who had been hanging in this single spot, still there.
Miracle killed Undying and killed his Tombstone, was on half of the mana, and didn't want to go in.
He's trying to make a storm lightning bomb here for someone to walk into, but no one's coming. Oh, someone's coming now. But it's going to be too late. Looks like they are going to be able to move and get the wards down. All right, Faceless take a promising fight. We haven't seen many of those this game, Lacoste. And this was turning into a situation where Liquid are 10k ahead. But this might help them cut it down a bit. Maybe not in half, but it certainly helps breed a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, Arc Warden, if not contested in a fight, in a team fight, he deals so much damage right now and has mobility in terms of Shadow Blade, and with double Maelstrom, double Shadow Blades, and all those spells double, everything's double. Double trouble.
Double trouble. Boil.
Bubble.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike, yes.
GH casually steps in, drops a quick ward, which will be pinged out. Both sides recognize their position, but no immediate tussle will be had.
Lion has a Blink Dagger for himself, and Kuro wants one as well. Maybe he even decides to go for Midas, but he wants to get that Blink, cast Overgrowth first, just give some time for Enigma to get the better Black Hole, which is going to be a lot easier right now because he has a Blink Dagger and
okay,
BKB.
Let's go Faceless. They popped the smoke and they said we're ready for a good old-fashioned fight. They look good for jumping on the Matumba Man, but they're going to get hit now with a Black Hole for coming out from Mind Control, locking in Jabs, and Miracle makes the jump going for the backliner. Nuts is not going to get finished, but he re-engages and is going to be able to get the pop and drop onto the DK, but look at this. It is Liquid taking the harder shots as they lose 3. We're not done yet here. Miracle's able to kind of step out with his Invis rune. Ice does have a dust, but no reason to pop it at the moment. Oh, but suddenly Miracle shows himself. Can they turn around and get the save or jump on the Miracle? No. Miracle's going to be able to get a nice quick hit and run. And, you know, he's not dying, so the charges keep on stacking, and he's up to 22.
22 already at 24 minutes, that's good. I was expecting a better black hole, to be honest, there. I mean, he has a BKB, hookshot was used, blink dagger was there, there was nothing that disabled his blink dagger, so he just solo black hole the Dragon Knight, which didn't end out really well.
Now Liquid are going to be forced to kind of step off a little bit here, but they have no problems with that. More time to repair and heal and mend. The fight for the tier 1 mid lane has been the longest trilogy of action I've ever seen in Dota, or Faceless. The day is yet to come when they're going to be able to kind of make their breach. Miracle feeling confident here, heads into enemy ancient territory, but Black will quickly show himself. Jabs makes his move in. Ice slightly off the mark, but it doesn't matter. They will be able to get Miracle. And that is an
gold.
8 kill streak going down. Was not suspecting Faceless crowded up and nearby, ready for an ambush like that.
Yeah, they timed their spells really well. First Dragon Knight, initiation with Dragon Tail, then Coconuts, then hook shot from Ice, and Power Cogs was cherry on top.
Dragon form pop now from Jabs. Probably thought he was going to be able to take a fight at that moment. Will now have to just utilize the rest of this Dragon form in the ancient camp nearby. His team is around, but I don't think this is something they can just smoke and go with, so he'll just use the rest of this time to kind of farm up some ancient camps. And we'll see Liquid just kind of go into a bit of a reset. But since that time, we do have Matamaman picking up his Hurricane Pike, so Matamaman always kind of feels quiet when he's playing his Vengeful Spirit, but still able to accumulate lots of nice farm.
Yeah, really quiet. He didn't say a single word throughout the game in all chat.
Nope.
I wasn't mega killed and died, and it's like, oh, maybe I should go in a safe mode. Level 15 for him, +8 all stats. And as you mentioned, that Hurricane Pike finished against Clockwork, always a good item to have.
Alright, Deep Plant Ward here for Liquid. As they begin to hold up all of the lanes and hold up Faceless indoors here. Soon to get Cabin Fever if they can't kind of get out. But looking to play this one as safe as possible. Liquid take the opportune time then to move inside the pit. I don't know if Liquid are going to be... I don't know if Liquid are going to be approached by Faceless during this time or not. It's about halfway dead. The rocket will spot things out. Ice now TPing towards the shrine. Could hook shot in and cause a bit of a ruckus. They're changing up their positioning. Liquid have stepped out from the pit, only leaving Miracle inside, but that means he's going to be quickly taken out. He's out for 20 seconds before the Bloodstone will allow him to come back. But Tumbleman going to get forced all the way back and into the high ground, then swapped on in. Roche will get finished and quickly packed up from Jabs. It will cost them nuts, but certainly worth it for Faceless to be able to move in and claim the Aegis for themselves.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot easier to fight for Faceless once that Orchid is completed on Arc Warden. It's double Orchid, and Storm needs his... well, he wants to go for Lincoln Sphere, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. He wants to just try to... block the initial stun from Dragon Knight, but he will still need a BKB.
Just unfortunate there for Liquid. For Miracle, I mean, they look like they had already anticipated the approach from Faceless there. They pulled everyone out that was necessary in hopes that Miracle maybe could at least get the finish. If he couldn't get the finish, he should be able to jump out from trouble, but it seems like Roche had other plans. Kind of hit him up pretty good there, and very nice for Faceless. Jump in for Miracle. He's seeking vengeance. This man at one point was sporting 22 charges and is now down to 9. He gets hit with a stun, but here comes the counterfight from Liquid. Get a nice pullback for Jabs. He's going to be forced to pop the BKB. Begins to right-click down onto Mind Control, who steps on back. Has the black hole ready to go here, but they're having trouble dealing with the Dragonite in just his first life. Jabs is just going in. They'll finally be able to bring him down. But Matama Man and GH are both stuck dealing with these zombies. Finally, they'll make it away, but there goes the Breathe Fire, and there goes the finish. On the other side, they also are going to be able to take down Mind Control. And it's just GH on the run down here. Faceless have been able to take, what, 2-3 consecutive fights here, and pulling this game back their way.
Yeah, they're diving too deep. Storm using pretty much all of his mana. They're not getting any kill. And don't have vision for Arc Warden, and Enigma, he's not in the place to cast a good black hole. There was a good tombstone, so the zombies disabled his Blink Dagger and he couldn't get in. Probably also Ice providing vision with Rocket Flare, so they keep an eye on him.
This allows movement forward from Faceless. Maybe a second tier 1. I don't even know if they're going to be able to take this one. This is taking a lot of time here. Liquid, though, still dead. Making him sweat for it with the glyph and living armor. But they will finally be able to bring down just their second tower of the game. 30 minutes in.
Well, it's always hard to take down a tower against that Treant Protector.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Imagine if you have a Treant Protector and Arc Warden and someone is sieging your base. Like,
I don't want to imagine that.
2 hours game, and you have Naga as well.
Techies somehow appears. Yeah, that sounds like the worst thing ever. So I'm good.
Fisher from Earthshaker.
I'm good. I'm good. All right, Liquid draw the game plan here, going and heading through this mid lane. While Faceless maybe possibly anticipating the approach from Liquid here based on the drawing that they put down. Prepare themselves. Kuro waiting nearby. God, he's so close to that Blink Dagger. Such a shame. Can't quite get the extra time to farm it up, finish it off, but
he's in again.
In right away. Insta grab from Jabs. The follow-up. Black Hole's going to be there. They get the cancel coming out from Ice with the help of the hook shot. The counterplay is there. Faceless take the approach that is necessary and get it done.
Jabs with his initiations with that Blink Dagger and Dragon Tail, what he caught Miracle like 4 or 5 times, especially in that Roche pit. I mean, that's not where you want to be when you're Storm Spirit. Either you go out, as you mentioned, or it's hard to actually stand there because they have vision from Rocket Flare and from Spark Rates.
I did not think Ice was going to be able to find that kind of shot. It looked like there was a mess of creeps and stuff in the way for that black hole, but certainly they do it. Mid lane, it looks like they've spotted out Miracle here. He gets hit up with a silence, but does manage to barely make it out. Heads right for the shrine and away from the trouble here. Where did that silence come from? Where's got the silence that I'm like slipping on right here?
Black has an Orchid.
Ah, nice pickup from him. And that is going to be a problem for Miracle. He is on the way of building up a Lincoln Sphere, but I don't know if that alone is going to be enough to stop the potential lockdown that Faceless could dish out.
He needs BKB after that Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah, that would be a nice choice, but that unfortunately will mean he's going to be probably left a little dry in resources and late game potential, but we'll have to see. It's Miracle at the end of the day. Let's see what we can make work out of it here.
Yeah, and look at that Undying, like he's so silent as well. Like got that 90 gold per minute on level 10 and just standing there collecting the gold, has a mech.
Easy money.
Yeah, has cloak.
Well, he's got the mech, so he's happy for now. And it's been kind of designated as the ward guy since then. So he's had to pull together everything he can. While we have, Nuts already complete with his Glimmer Cape. Faceless as a team still very tight-knit here. Kuro trying to inch on in to get any sort of brief sight of where Faceless could be, but obviously not going to be looking to overextend himself. And what do we got here? A smoke play coming out from Faceless. Found a lot of success in their previous one. Now let's see what they can do with this one. As they head up into Liquid's side, Liquid are not there. Currently all hanging out far south.
Yeah, they're trying to siege the tier 1 mid tower for the, like, what, 8th time? This time they're gonna be successful, I suppose. Let's go.
Finally successful on this tier 1. It looks like they'll finally grab it. It took them a long time, but it's down. And now a consideration and a move for possible tier 2s. Oh, ice, ice, ice. Crossing paths with Kuro. Miracle going to be jumping in to aid his captain, and GH is going to help get the fish with the finger. It's going to be the end of the clockwork, but now the team is going to be coming in, but that black hole is big, and it grabs 3, pulls him right on into a follow-up route from Liquid, and that's a double kill for Miracle. They're going to follow it up and make it a full 5-man wipe.
What a black hole by Mind Control. At last, he was saving it for this time.
That
couldn't
was
get
beautiful
it.
time.
Yeah,
that
couldn't
was
get it
beautiful
before, but now. And it was kind of ballsy from Dragonite to go in like that, just wasting a BKB, and he even saw the Enigma. So, wow. Let me see who has a buyback. Yeah, pretty much no one has a buyback.
No one has a buyback. Nuts is going to be back in 4 seconds time, but I imagine this is going to be a Rax taken away. The Glyph is just holding on to what last bits of defense they can dish out, but this tower is done for, these Raxes are done for, and Liquid take a new firm stand in the game. Just as Faceless were really pulling themselves right back into it. Look at the work that they were able to accomplish just up to that point. Nearly getting the game back even for themselves, but now it's been just totally taken away, and they are back to square one.
Yeah, Storm Spirit just got 5 charges and almost a full BKB out of that fight. Plus Raxes.
Okay, now it's suddenly going to be Kuro possibly caught again, but as I say that, of course the rest of Liquid are going to be there as they look to finish out the shrine. Man, I'll admit, I am not used to casting a lot of Arc Warden games, as I said before, so the Tempest double always throws me off. I have to like do a double take at it to make sure it's not the real one.
Well, this is our second Arc Warden game, so we'll get better over time.
Oh, thank you.
Don't.
Idiot caster, he's clearly darker in color. Bottom lane he goes, and he'll help push things out here for Faceless because they'll have to mend all these injuries. It is going to be a lane that they're going to have to continue to keep tabs on. So Liquid, though, got to feel pretty damn nice. They've just pocketed a serious amount of money, and you're going to be seeing a lot of supports pick up those items they were wishing to have before. Look at all the utility even on GH at this point. Force Staff, Blink, and he has eyes on a Lotus Orb after that.
Yeah, that's gonna be really good against that Dragonite. Roche is up, but seems like they don't want to commit to it yet. They want to take a fight before that. They want to devour their forest because they have a Diamond Tree Protector, which they stole from the enemy team.
Here comes Liquid now as a full smoke here. Oh, they spotted that. They saw the ward go down, and they don't see Liquid there, so they know that they're smoked. How are Faceless going to be able to react from this and be able to make it away? They're trying to beeline it straight down, but they could get cut off. So they're hoping to hold like this bit of high ground vision right here and prepare for any sort of approach by Liquid. And while Ice is going to be able to scout out the Roche pit, which is up. Liquid, you do not want to head up just right into their side shop. That is super fishy.
Oh, look at that. They're just standing away from each other.
Oh, Miracle wants a piece of that. Jumps right in for jabs and then jumps right back out. I don't know, maybe hoping to bait some action. Maybe just hoping to give a little bit more insight in what's going on. Or maybe just give some space. Whatever the case may be, they get the tier 2 down in the mid lane. And Faceless will be able to get themselves away from that awkward top lane situation.
Oh, double damage picked up for Storm. Plus he has Arcane Rune, so his ulti costs less mana.
And then after that, he has a double damage good to go. So it's feeling pretty nice for Miracle here. Well, he farms his way through the lane. The rest of his team is still kind of holding up shop just outside the Faceless base, kind of making sure that they are going to be stuck indoors here and only relying on Black's Tempest double to kind of get out from the base and push out the lanes in any sort of fashion.
Hey, it's time to kill a second shrine. You know what I want to see? I want to see, after Bloodthorn, Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit. He just goes in with a BKB, pulls everyone, then Treant goes in, Overgrowth, and then the big black hole comes.
I mean, that sounds like the hypest thing ever. I would love that. But no Ags inside, unfortunately, for Storm here. Maybe we'll get blessed with a big black hole or not. Face is kind of on the move here. We see the Tempest double farming out through the lane. I know, but the rest of the team kind of moving out through the bottom lane. Finally get the ward down. So they're gonna try to not be so much in the dark, but it's more or less the same thing. Faceless kind of being stuck inside here, while Liquid are just gobbling up all of the farm on the outskirts, waiting until it's absolutely necessary for a high ground push. Well, Roche is up now, so Liquid are going to be able to get the Aegis in their extra life. At that point, they'll have pretty much everything they could need. Black Hole is online and good to go.
Faceless doesn't have enough time to react to this.
Yeah, they started walking that way, but Liquid have plenty of people at attendance here. If anyone walks close to Kuro, he'll just hit the R button, and Miracle could easily jump in and provide the follow-up damage. Not going to be necessary, though. This Liquid Roche is totally free. And we just look to Faceless's high ground defense, which I gotta say, I would not be super confident in.
So I guess Bloodthorn works against the magnetic field because its evasion bonus should work. Not sure how it works. I didn't see much of Arc Warden, but judging by the mechanics, it should work against it.
Yeah, it looks like Miracle almost has his in hand, while Black already has his done. Maybe the ticket they're waiting for, just so that Miracle could take Black out of the game that much faster, but here they're finally making their way through the top lane. And, you know, we're not seeing Faceless go back for those kind of smoke plays anymore here. This is more rinse and repeat of them holding inside their base and going for a defensive game.
Well, they're stuck in their base. They're not farming much. It's DK farming and Arc Warden, but the rest, their items are pretty much the same. They have Midas and Clock, who uses it from time to time, just providing vision with those rockets.
Ooh, Black trying to make a move onto Miracle a bit with his Tempest double, but obviously Miracle's going to be able to jump away from that one. And now he will rendezvous with the rest of his team. Here we go, the moment we were waiting for. Liquid are making their push happen. And there is a swap, pullback, and takedown. That is going to be Clockwork taken out of the game and out of this defense for at least 65 seconds time.
No
now
buyback.
Tier 3 is going to be done for. Black moves in with his Tempest double, pops out the bubble, and Liquid will simply step away and help finish it off. Now they can move back in. There's going to be the
time for big
with
black
the
hole.
roots. There it goes. Miracle gets the pullback. The mind control black hole will be on 2. It helps of locking down jabs even longer, sucking away that time
Second
on
black
the dragon
hole.
form. Second black hole is going to be there for the DK, and he goes down. And it's a double kill for Matama, man. This game should be over, as Liquid are going to be finishing out their next set.
Yeah, DK buying back, but nothing comes out of that except his death.
Ooh. Fountain camping time for Liquid, it would appear. Swap back from jabs. This would just really make sure that it's certainly over. Yeah, that is now a no buyback DK. And Liquid are just trying to get Faceless to tap out, if anything, here. This is like they have the Anaconda choke. And there's the tap.
Tap out.
Okay. It was a little longer there at the back end, but it was well-deserved and earned by Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid had their games on point. Those tier 2 tower dives, that scouting from Kuroki really made the game easy for them.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban.
Usually Nature's Prophet played on off lane, or they can do, well, with Witch Doctor, Monkey King, and Jug, they can actually do an aggressive tri lane, which is not bad, especially when you have a Nature's Prophet, so it's pretty much a quadra lane. Just TP there with teleportation, come back with scroll, back to your lane, job done. Well, it is. I mean, Dota is an easy game. It's not.
Liquid's turn.
It is.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lycan.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Tinker.
Yeah, this is a Mathumba Man hero classic. The wolf is at your door. Look at the push from Nature's Prophet, Lycan with all those creeps, and when using Howl, how it works now, it gives you extra HP combined with all those heals. It seems like a pretty good lineup from Team Liquid, but great response from Faceless picking up that Tinker. I mean, they already have Keeper of the Light and Vision. The problem is going to be Vision for that Tinker. Monkey King, and that's it.
I would agree. The Tinker feels like a pretty nice, for the situation they've been put into, it does feel like the Tinker is a pretty nice fifth grab for them. You get your D push and you get your ways to kind of blind and prevent a lot of the rush that Liquid's going to kind of try to dish out between the Jug and the Lycan. But Liquid have so many things. It feels like their lineup just overall is a lot easier to kind of execute. Whereas there's a bit more finesse necessary for Faceless and a lot more farm and nourishment they're going to need to be able to kind of make it happen. We are kill streak. Going to be going to the Little Bone Fletcher.
and he just needs to go back. The only thing I'm afraid of is the timing on Tinker's travels. That's the thing. They need to shut him down.
Yeah, from some of the games we recently got to witness, Tinker tend to struggle a little bit in the laning phase, and then was able to kind of finally reach decent timing onto their boots of travel. But they can definitely be crippled if they're not able to kind of get the roll going here. Kuro going pretty deep here. Look at the 2 wards he gets down at the start of this one here. He gets a nice ward down between the tier 1 and tier 2 in the mid lane, and now this ward kind of catching out anyone coasting from lane to lane. Lots of information already coming his way. He sees Ice, the sentry ward, or he's thinking about hitting. Oh, I said Ice, and it's nuts. Damn it, nuts. Your freaking name, man. Throwing me off my game. He's going to be joining Black, it looks like, in the top lane there. Kuro is going to be camping out, hoping to get a hold of a courier, which is starting its journey over to Jabs on the Tinker in the mid lane, leaving XY on the Keeper in the bottom lane, tag teaming it about with Ice here on your Nyx Assassin. I'm always a big fan of kind of the off lane aggro setup of putting Keeper here. You can feel a bit more free to kind of get your blasts out there without worrying about your safe lane or, you know, complaining about taking all the farm or even pushing the lane forward.
Yeah, well, Keeper of the Light and Nyx Assassin, it's gonna be a good duo lane. It's gonna be pretty even. Nyx Assassin with that permanent shield. Whoops. Oh, Maledict missed.
Whoops. And all the meanwhile, it does look like Kuro was able to get in there and get the courier down. He actually barely makes it away with his life. Took some shots from the tower, but his mission is complete. So a good lead in for Liquid on that one.
Yeah, I wonder if Mind Control will go for on level 15 plus 4 Treants summoned, because Lycan with Howl gives him damage and HP.
That's a good point. Those Treants are definitely going to be hitting like little trucks here. For the benefit of that Howl.
Plus Vlad's offering on Matumba Man. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have Vlad's yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. But
yeah, I'm thinking 10-15 minutes ahead.
Fair enough, fair enough. Blasts already continue to fly out here, just trying to keep Matumba Man back in at bay. GH trying to do his best to kind of keep the coddle off their back so that Matumba Man can continue to farm up. Take an early peep at the CS game happening here in the mid lane for now. It's looking pretty good. Miracle at 7-1, Jabs 5-4, getting a good share of denies, but Miracle's getting the favor in last hits, and Nuts is eating a lot of damage here. He's going to be forced to step back and dish out the Shadow Word. Now the attention is going to be onto Black, and then Nuts takes it for himself. They kind of continue to trade the aggression here. Black is eventually going to have to go undercover. This is going to be so annoying. I mean, look at this, the positioning. Mind Control is able to kind of put this 1v2 lane in.
Yeah, Mind Control is behind their tower, hitting 2 people, taking them down to 20. Run. Yeah, taking them down to 20%. Meanwhile, Kuroki gets the first blood on bottom with double damage, Boots of Speed, and Orb of Venom.
Yeah, that courier takedown certainly helped boost him up a bit in the farm, and he was able to pick up those items. Head to the bottom lane and get your first blood, which I'm sure was pretty cool if we happen to catch it. Getting remote camera control from Pimp-Uncle. I'll just say that. Mid lane, though. Kuro moving in with the back end of that double damage. Gets off some good work onto Jabs. He may lose his own life, but they are going to be able to get the takedown of the Tinker here, which is what they were seeking after.
Yeah, good rotations from both Kuro and Mind Control. Oh, ISSI is getting a kill on GH.
Yeah, but Ice, eating a lot of pain from it, will be able to waddle away. Manages to get the upper hand against the little support. Takes him down.
There is 3
feisty action here. Miracle barely able to make it away as the rocket flies out. Jabs hoping to turn the corner. Ooh, Miracle's going to be forced to hide within the trees. Jabs was hoping to kind of creep in a laser play there if possible, but will not get it off.
Blade Fury was ready, so he was good. There's 3 Orb of Venoms already. One on Mind Control, which makes him dominate that top lane. He's sitting on, 10 CS against Bone, who has 18. He's doing such a good job on that Furion.
Yeah, he's definitely asserted his own dominance in the lane, and as we saw, able to kind of participate wherever, and he's going to be doing a bit of the same here again. A jump in for the mid lane. Jabs eats the Maldic plus the Blade Fury spin, and will be easily taken care of. Curl's going to be spotted on the way out, but Liquid get the damage done and already go on a nice little assault in the early game. 2 punishes already onto the Tinker.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They need to shut down Tinker early game. Just delay his BOTs as much as they can. And every time they dive, Lycan just uses Howl, boosts their HP. Again, they're going on him again.
This is just ruthless here from Liquid. They try to make a jump on a jabs in with the Sprout right now, but Blaster's starting to come out from XY here. Mind Control eats a lot of the damage, tries to make his way up and towards the high ground. Can they snipe him with a blast? No, he's able to sidestep it. Heads back down, gets a good Sprout off, turns around, smacks the Coddle in the face, and then will welcome the laser and his ultimate demise. But 4-3 now, the trades continue. Pretty damn action-packed. Not afraid to get Mind Control in on the action.
Yeah, there's a huge stack already in the forest. It's a triple stack for Tinker later on when he gets his March of the Machines.
They're not letting him up though. Kuro is still on watch nearby, but it looks like they're going to give him some extra assistance here from the side of Faceless. We'll leave some pressure off of Ice here in the bottom lane when he has his one-on-one against a good old Matama man there. And looks like Kuro's done it again. Swipes in through behind the tower. He just continues to hide from the trees and manages to take down the courier. I would love to be able to bring up the courier, but I don't have that hotkey, unfortunately. No one does. I can't see what was on it. Bottom lane, though, Ice seems to be in a bit of a pickle here. Gets himself caught inside a Sprout. Tries to pop his Carapace, but he's not going to be slowing anyone down. Turns around for a good stun, but Liquid have good positioning to avoid all of them being stunned up. And they will get the finish there.
Yeah, what a block by Matumba, man.
Double damage.
Kuro already has phase boots finished, so he's more mobile, has a TP ready once he decides to go for career number 3.
He's been in the spot for what feels like the past 3 minutes now, so Jabs has to use almost XY as a courier possibly, or just continue to have him nearby. But GH also in position, Miracle free to kind of push the lane. Jabs is just not able to come close at all. His CS game has been totally put on pause.
He's just moving that tree. I mean, he's that tree behind the tower. There it is.
Hello! Comes out from the tree, pump fakes his stun, manages to connect onto 2, and allows Miracle to get the cleanup with the Omni Slash. It was a long waiting, but ultimately Liquid get the target they're hoped for, and Tinker goes down again. You do this in a pub, and this mid laner is definitely out of the game. They have DC'd. Okay, here we go. Black moves in. Oh, is able to get the last hit, and that's a 3-kill streak. Gonna be going to the Little Bone Fletcher.
Well, if you see that tree moving, you know something shady is going on. I mean, trees usually don't move.
Ooh, Kuro doesn't catch with the stun. Oh! XY eats a super hard shot. Kuro
He's gonna get it.
Will get it. My God, he can really jump that far? That's ridiculous. Will cost him his life, though. Gives Black a bit of XP for it, too, so...
Yeah, and Nuts. Nuts gonna be level 5 soon.
Well, freebie, a little bit of greed right there from Kuro, going for a kill that was just about to get away. So I can understand the angst to be able to get in there and finish what you had started. Liquid are back onto the warpath here through the top lane. Mind Control back in the laning action and looking to finish out his Hand of Midas here. Looks like he's so close to the glove. Oh, but Black has other plans in mind. If he can get a good kill here, it would prevent him from the Midas timing a bit. Decides to go in for it, needs one more. He gets it. So much damage already coming out from that Clinks.
Yeah, but they're taking the tier 1 tower in return.
Yes, they are. Miracle's able to take it down. He'll walk away with the benefit of his healing ward, and no further trouble will come out of it here. Just Faceless losing a structure and really opening up the jungle to Liquid if they do consider an invade here.
It's gonna be 2 Midases finished before minute 10. Lycan has his already. Furion's gonna have his one after Next 30 seconds, probably.
And on top of those minuses, another tower to be going down here. Just Liquid seriously playing a nice economy game before even the 10 minutes begin. Long jump in from Kuro, trying to prevent XY from getting these blasts off and slowing down the momentum of Liquid, but it's not going to be easy. It feels like almost everyone on Faceless is not really able to do their job effectively, with the exception of Black getting a couple of these pickoffs. Jabs has some farm that he can work with now through these stacks and with the help of the March of Machines, but he's still got a little bit ahead of him here if he wants to get the finish onto those Boots of Travel. Miracle's looking ahead in. Kuro, in the meantime, gets the pick onto Ice in the bottom lane. Takes him down. Ice probably trying to get a Vendetta snipe, will end up losing his own life.
Is under attack.
Yeah, these stacks will get Tinker back into the game. He's 600 gold away from BOTs. We just farmed there for like 2 minutes and got 700 gold from it.
The seeds of fortune.
Here comes Black now through this bottom lane. And looking to hopefully go for a setup after dishing out the pact. He's got the damage and will get it done with one more click. There it is. Killing spree for Black. But Tamamet can shift in now, but unless he has some further detection. Oh, Miracle steps in. Has the remaining bits of dust. Can Black wait it out and make it out? Yes, he can with the help of the Chaotic Offering coming in. A big drop will be there from Faceless. There's also a Fatal Bonds, but Matamame doesn't seem to care. He's looking to go in for nuts. It's a lot of damage of right click coming out from Black. Is it going to be enough? No, he barely lives. The Fatal Bonds is still there, but they don't have enough targets to lock onto to be able to get the job done. On the other front, it's Kuro moving in and getting the slap down of nuts. Over here, Mind Control in a bit of trouble himself. Tries to go for the Self Sprout and gets stunned up from Ice.
Yeah, I'm surprised Miracle didn't commit ulti for that bone there. There was still like 3 or 4 seconds left for Dust.
Now they also get GH, it would appear, with Ice returning back into action. Comes to the Shrine and is going to be able to help getting in the pick. But uh-oh, Kuro on top of the tree, spotted once they get the ward to the high ground. They hit him with a couple of shots, but he will be able to make it away from trouble. All right, Faceless showing that they still have a bit of fight in him here. It's 10-9 as far as kills go, but if we take an early look at the overall team net worth, the farming pace is still there. Courtesy, of course, or a bit of that going because of the Midases they've been able to pick up. And we'll be able to see the net worth change up right now. Pretty much the majority of it belonging to Liquid here, with the only exception being Black.
Yeah, Black with his rotations really doing good. I wonder what he's gonna make. Probably a Deso, or he might go for Orchid if he wants to like try to be more greedy in terms of trying to get solo kills on Furion. Oh, there it is.
An easy move in and set up right there, as Black was going to be able to kind of get it done. And Miracle also a follow-up kill in the bottom lane. These guys are just not making my life easy after already being here for like 13 hours or whatever. They are just getting simultaneous kills all over the place. It's a struggle right now. 10-8. Faceless, though, persistent on trying to make some momentum happen. They begin their stride. Down here to the bottom lane, there's an appetizing Miracle down there waiting for him, but there's also
jabs.
moves happening. Simultaneous action, as always, as it's going to be Jabs here, potentially caught out, trying to TP away, but he's going to get blasted apart. The journey continues here on the other front for Faceless, but they have been not able to find their way towards Miracle quite yet. Maybe hoping that he was going to cut his way through and into the jungle. That's not going to be the case.
Keeper of the Light picked up Quelling Blade. He wants to take down trees, maybe try to stun the Monkey King.
I mean, that would be nice. What would be nicer, though, is if he was able to find pieces of an Ags and having the extra bit of vision to look over those trees during daytime. But without surprise, both their supports have been punished heavily this game, and the dreams of going into an Ags is going to be difficult. Both him and the Warlock are kind of crippled in farm. So unless he's able to confidently move into his own jungle and blast down some neutral camps, I don't see a Ags coming anytime soon here. They are going to have to deal with this pressure through the top lane continuously, though. Mind Control's a lot of credit for that. And it looks like his first big purchase after completing the Midas is going to be a Shadow Blade here.
Yeah, he wants to survive, especially against Bone, because Bone needs his items, he needs his slots, so he can't die to him if he doesn't have a dust.
Kuro kind of scouting things out over on Faceless's side, while the rest of Liquid have already made their move inside the pit here. Hoping to secure up an Aegis here for Matumbaman likely. Nice safety dust, just to be sure there's no pesky beetle nearby. It's going to be actually Miracle who grabs up the Aegis. And now Liquid in a pretty formidable position to kind of just move the pacing of this game on forward and start closing out some tier 2s. But then again, they're already winning the farming game as it is right now overall, so they could kind of take things slow and a bit more disciplined if they so choose. But here's Miracle potentially going to get caught on the way out, and his Aegis is going to get quickly taken care of. Nice little snipe there from Faceless. And it looks like they'll be able to walk away with no further trouble.
Yeah, the Aegis lasted like, what, 30 seconds? But at least they got the gold from Roche.
Yeah, that's something, right? A little bit of extra money there.
Yeah, it's something.
Here we have Faceless now trying to get Jabs his Blink Dagger. Step 2 of your Tinker process here before you can start moving into the heavy hitting damage. It's still a lot of growth necessary for Faceless's side.
Seeds of fortune.
Okay, a couple of wards dropped, which Black will take care of here. One more Black, come on, buddy. Oh no. All right, they almost lost their sentry. Well, they'll still lose a sentry, but they got the obs regardless, taking away any sort of free vision from Liquid on that one. Well, what's this now?
What is
so
it?
Been heading towards the bounty rune, sees it disappear. He doesn't have a dust on hand though, so he can't just casually pop out the vision and make the approach for the Nature's Prophet. Super feisty. Oh, look at this. Matumbaman has gone into a shapeshift here, and after farming his way through the jungle, looking like maybe they're going to make a move onto this tier 2, but once they see Ice nearby, they're looking to step off a bit. Kuro's waiting up and above, could kind of set the stage and also cause some FPS drop with that mighty ulti to come out. But it doesn't look like there's going to be an opportunity there. You know, credit to Liquid, man. They are playing this pretty well. They are farming the majority of the map, winning the game in that aspect, and not really letting Faceless have a whole lot of outs. Here goes Kuro. He actually is going to be committing out the ulti here. There goes the ulti. He gets off the Carapace, though, reflects that damage right back and gets the stun. They're going to commit the rock for this. Really desperate to move in and make a good fight happen. GH just walks up trying to get off a good ward, but he just gets blasted with his own bit of damage. And he'll be taken care of. Kuro,
yeah, he's gonna die. Well, it's still good for Liquid. Rock was committed, and Nyx for Witch Doctor is pretty good.
But Rock dropped. Now we can see what Liquid want to do with this timing window here. Back to the bearings of the bottom lane to push on forward. We have another tier 1 still standing down here, which is pretty much free money on the map for Liquid, if they so choose. Miracle has been pretty much resided in this mid lane as he farms his way towards a Manta style.
Yeah, we talked about Lycan and his items. He decided to go for Armlet and is working towards BKB instead. He's more interested in survivability and dealing more damage as a hero than focusing on Necrobook and Wolves. He's just gonna use Wolves for scouting purposes.
Liquid now making that approach here to the bottom lane. Miracle, a man on a mission, rushing all the way in. They bump him out with Blinding Light, and he gets quickly surrounded. The greedy play here from Miracle, and Nuts will be traded for it. Matumbaman, who had also rushed on in, wanted to get a piece of the action for himself. All right, well, that was ballsy, Lacoste.
Yeah. That was really questionable, actually. Like, go in, like, he was hasted, but still got the impale in his face.
I obviously wasn't anticipating all of those Faceless members there ready to play, but cute little bump back by XY to kind of get him closer to the tower and the rest of his team. and allowed them to get that nice little juicy treat. Kind of hold things out a bit longer here for Faceless in the meantime. We still see Kuro hopping up and around. He is going for a Shadow Blade himself on the Monkey King. We've been seeing a lot of recent different builds. Oh, Nuts walks up to the lane and just gets instantly deleted out of the game. And all it takes is Kuro's ulti and Mind Control's ulti to get it done.
Yeah, not a bad hero, this Baboon King, huh?
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty neat ulti. Neat abilities he's got here. A finest creation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ice kills GH bottom. No reason to look at it. It was violent, I'm sure. Back at top lane is where the real action is. We got Liquid pushing in for this tier 2 tower.
Dire's structures are falling. Dire's top tower.
Seems like they want to defend it. Like, what are you gonna defend? Your tower is dead already.
Oh! Okay, nice little carapace. Slide forward from Ice to avoid the trouble from Miracle there.
Yeah, classic Ice action. They have 2 Force Staffs already. One on Coddle, one on Nyx Assassin. What's Warlock gonna do? He doesn't have any money. They want to kite around with those Force Staffs.
Oh, close, but no cigar. Miracle will be able to make it away. Black does his best job to be able to dish out the deeps on that one, but it's not going to be good enough. Back to the grind of farm here. Jabs hits up the camps nearby. Start picking up the next big item after the Boots of Travel Blink combo he's already got in his harness. Now we'll join the rest of his posse here in the top lane. It's an adventure for the tier 1 if they can get it. Kuro is already taken to the tree nearby, and we'll have to see if Liquid are going to make it in time for a fight. They have already smoked up, and it looks like there's a pretty good chance. And look at that, they just walk right up into Ice, hit him with the dust, now trap him. He quickly forces up to the high ground, but he's trapped there. So he's going to need some extra assistance from his team, but it's going to be way too awkward. There goes the Chaotic Offering from the high ground. It's a lot of heavy damage, and Black's going to get blasted apart with the Death Ward coming in from the high ground there. But Man runs back in around. We'll be able to get the finish onto the Golem, and the rest of Faceless have to evacuate. Liquid get a good fight, take down 3, and now can kind of push things forward.
Yeah, Liquid was prepared for that fight with all those heals and just scouting. Black just died. It was a good ward from Witch Doctor from the uphill, and Ice stuck himself on the high ground, just dying solo to Furion.
The seeds of fortune.
Liquid not really getting too concerned with trying to push things forward, though, after the conclusion of that fight. Obviously feeling pretty damn confident. If you look at the numbers, couldn't really disagree. 7,500 of a net worth lead for them at this point in time means that they can go at their own pace here. Only the forgiving handovers that have happened in recent history have been, you know, kind of Miracle getting a bit too far ahead of himself. So as long as they're able to kind of keep those actions in check, this should be a pretty safe and coast game. But we'll have to see what kind of fight is going to be there for Faceless. I want to see some action, man. I don't want to see a Faceless team that's going to get backed into a corner without any sort of, you know, throwdown. So
well, they still have a Thinker that can defend the base. If they don't die. Oh, big ulti from Kuro.
Oh, 2 of them caught out here. Beautiful dust. Beautiful setup from Kuro himself. And that is going to be quickly taken out. And just like that, they can just rush on in, take this tier 2, and push down mid lane. Black's gone. 40 seconds without a buyback.
Yeah, Man just casually scouting between tier 4 towers. What's going on there? He has a BKB finished. So he's pretty much immune to everything besides Bone. Or Clinks. Or Bone Clinks.
Bone Clinks works. Tier 2's done for. And Liquid not about moving any further forward on that one. To the next tower they go here, which seems to be this tier 2 in the bottom lane. Faceless are going to continue to get punished here and starved out. Jabs comes in and could try to go into a position where he could start getting some marches out there and some blasts, but ultimately Liquid could decide themselves that they just don't want to decide to push any further and will just step away and proceed with their game of farm.
Yeah, Roche is up right now. Oh, Black is on the run.
Ooh, mind control, gonna get dropped. Black hits him hard between jabs and Black. They definitely have enough firepower to get any sort of easy pick on Liquid. Liquid can't get too careless to kind of be out on their own here. YSS has dust. He didn't see that bounty disappear. Oh well.
DD on the Roche, it's being pinged out by Kuro. That Roche can go down so easily.
It looks like that's what Liquid planned to do. DD's grabbed, but it looks like they've been able to spot out Kuro on the other side, and they'll be able to get the finish. Black continues to showcase the amount of damage he's able to dish out here against Liquid when given the opportunity. Matama Man, though, is able to get his own catch. Grabs up the Warlock and chomps him down. Oh my god, 2 shots on the Coddle, and he's nearly dead. Matama Man going to be forced to BKB and TP out from the trouble here. He'd already committed so much, but so did Faceless. They had dropped the rock to try to stop Matama Man in his tracks and were not able to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of small mistakes in this fight. It's BKB used for Lycan. I mean, he had 400 damage. If he used it earlier, he could have gotten a kill on Coddle and just run away on the other side. Also, Rock committed for him, not needed.
But Liquid also, with their own commitments here, don't seem to be urgent to kind of take advantage of that window of opportunity. But with Roche kind of out there and available, both teams are going to be paying close attention to what exactly is happening. Ice kind of stalking GH a bit. GH has that sentry ward. Before he can move and get it down, Ice. Gonna miss the stun there. It's hard to gauge whether or not he would have been able to have the firepower to burn through the Witch Doctor, but no connection will be made there.
Yeah, Lycan, just in case, using Howl. At the same time, he hit him from Vendetta just to give him that extra HP to survive the combo. That Witch Doctor needs another item, at least one item. He has the armor queued up, but I think he needs a Ghost Scepter instead. I mean, long-term Ali Medallion will do better, but he just dies from either Nyx Assassin or from 3 hits from Clinks.
Alright, Faceless want to put a stop to this. The blast flies forward. Ice gets a good connection with the stun, and then he's quickly forced out from the pit. Blax decides to step in, but now the rush is on from Matama Man, looking to get a hold of any support he can. Oh my god, Coddle eats a hard shot. The Wolf will clean up the rest. Matama Man himself, though, eats a hard amount of damage and has got to get the whole way back. Tinker just continues to unload all that damage, and Liquid can't continue to take it. Both sides take a lot of damage, but only the Coddle will go down.
Oh, ISSI's found mind control, but he doesn't have anything else.
Sees GH, though. That's an easier target. Hiya! Hiya! Mana burn, and that's it. Rocket?
Rocket, not enough.
Close. They quickly get up to the shrine. Alright, so Jab's spamming capabilities are certainly feeling a bit more pungent here. He's got that Ags online now, and it's doing a little bit of work here against Liquid, but...
Yeah, now it seems a different story with Fatal Bonds and that Aghanim Scepter 4-man rockets. But they still have enough heal with Witch Doctor, level 3 Voodoo Restoration, and level 4 Healing Ward from Jug.
Matama Man taken towards the high ground here as they've been able to spot out and get a hold of the Warlock. He will be able to get the rock off in due time, but Black himself also going to get assaulted. He is out of this one. Jabs tries to dish out all the lasers he can, but not able to get the finish. He will eat an Omni Slash. Quick force to the low ground. Very nice, but there's the defusal. He will get hit up with a blinding light, but then the Blade Fury will come out, and they rush on forward. Jabs and Black going to be both out of this one. Nearly a minute without a buyback. This could be Liquid's time now to take it home.
There is no buyback on any hero.
Full team wipe coming out from Liquid. Matama Man able to hold on to the last bits of his own life too.
They're going to be full HP.
Yeah, Liquid are going to go to top lane and go right to the Rex. This has got to do it here. Liquid just feel like, and as mentioned, the beginning of the game had a lineup where it just felt like it was a lot easier for them to be able to execute here. Well, Faceless had a lot more to kind of hope to build up on. A couple of picks here and there in the hands of Black, but overall not getting into opportunities when they can set up big fights with the chaotic offering or try to be a good counter pusher even.
Well, all they needed is to catch the Tinker, and they have enough sustain to heal afterwards and just continue pushing. I mean, the game is not over yet, but it's going towards that.
Kuro hanging inside the base. Look at that. Canceling out Jab's TP and popping the ultimate. I don't know what he was planning on getting out of that, but definitely going to be a bit infuriating. While over on the other side, look at this. Nice little solo pick onto Miracle. He is your highest net worth in the game after all, so Faceless will be happy to grab that.
AC completed, yeah, on Lycan, level 20. We didn't talk about Lycan talents. He just goes all in HP, 200 health.
The disrespect there from Kuro, able to kind of move into enemy territory and get that solo pick. In the meantime, Matama Man going godlike now. Gets the finish, chops up Ice. And we may not be done yet. Kuro's making his way towards the mid lane. Could have just spotted out where XY is. And the setup's going to be there for mind control. But before he can get the finish, it's going to be Black, fellow Archer, stepping in, able to get the call done. They're holding their own. Scrappy kills here, at least attempted scrappy kills from Liquid. Faceless are quick themselves and are able to kind of fend off Liquid as much as possible.
Yeah, they need to kill the shrines right now. The last one is standing. Kuro just started to hit it. Lycan with his talents, 200 HP, 12 strength with armor turned on. He has like 3k, even more than 3.2k HP. Can just run in, and everyone needs to run from the team Faceless.
Roche time now for Liquid. They head inside the pit. Claim their extra life. Faceless heading over though. Look at this. They're going to take a fight. Or they want to take a fight. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it there. No, they're not going to be able to
Mate's
make it
dead.
there. This thing is dead for sure. Liquid got it. Well, Ice steps in. He actually gets the last hit on the Roche, giving Dire the money. And it's technically going to be a snatched Aegis there by Miracle, but it doesn't matter. It was all Liquid's. And now it's just Matama Man chasing around Jabs, trying to get the finish. But look at Black go to work. He just unloads a serious turret of damage. But we have Miracle over here on the other side. Secondary core of action. Able to move on in and get the finish.
No, nice Sprout.
Third core. Mind control, trying to teleport in. It is going to be Black getting off a nice little Hurricane Pike, but eventually they'll catch up with him and slowly bring the little Bone Man down.
Yeah, Tinker, one-man army remaining. Can it do it? Healing Ward is up.
There is a buyback on Black here, and he's going to have to use it. Buyback is first going to come out from Ice. Is that going to be enough to push Liquid off?
Yeah, they want to go back, heal a bit. There's 200 mana on Jug, I guess. Or no.
Ooh, almost a freebie there. Oh, they'll get it. Bouncing laser damage coming out from Jabs will secure the kill onto Kuro and send him back packing. Now Liquid are back to hanging on the outskirts of the Faceless space. After getting down the top set of racks, they clear the mid tier 3 and still have another couple of racks to get themselves through. Trying to claim the, 2-2 seed position, finishing this game with a win.
Yeah. Well, if they do their combo right, like a good Fatal Bonds and Initiation by Nyx Assassin, they can win a fight with good lasers and some rocket spams.
Yeah, between those, the Fatal Bonds, the team fight is there. It just always seems like it's Liquid kind of getting off on their foot first, trying to make the jump for Faceless.
Oh, seems like they want to smoke. He wants to break it.
Yeah, smoke in the pocket. Matama Man instantly broken. And Liquid are just like, all right, well, whatever. And they're just going to have to walk their way and probably do it the old-fashioned way, if anything. But good whereabout here for Ice to be able to cancel that smoke. Still moving in, though, is going to be Kuro. And Matama Man, though, also going to be hit up. Goes into Shapeshift, while on the other side here, it's going to be Black making his move, trying to get the fish onto Kuro. Can't quite get it done. Mind Control comes in behind, looking to go for nuts. Both him and Kano will be forced back. Matama Man on the chase, finds out where Jabs is and begins to make his move. Miracle, in the meantime, will be able to get the Black takedown. Mind Control finishing off Jabs there, and the rest of Faceless desperate to attempt to make it back inside their base, but many of the damage had already been done. It's all Liquid on this day, and it looks like the game 2 is going to be theirs as well. And this tier 3 has got to drop. This Rax is not set. There's no buybacks on Faceless and Lacoste. This could just be the game.
Yeah, this looks pretty over. No, oh, nice 4-step by Ice.
Oh, nice. Shoves Miracle inside the fountain. He stutter stepped a bit, but will not be finished.
Aegis is still on, but still some good plays by them. Yeah.
And that will do it. With the conclusion of that game, it is going to be Liquid securing the win and securing themselves a 2-2 record seeding. Unfortunately for Faceless, this puts them down to a 1-3 seeding position. And this will begin to wrap things up for the whole Swiss group stage. I'm not too sure what other games are going on at the moment, but yeah, that will do things for here. Oh, sorry, I got to get out of the game.
Again.
him. Hits him with the Orb of Venom. Could have potentially slowed him down to prevent a bit of the block, but...
engages, so then it's something like Dazzle or Warlock, whatever, and it's a good heal, good for push. Dragon Knight picked up by OG. We talked yesterday a little bit about DK. He's been like slightly buffed over the past few versions, and I want to see how it works. I don't think he's been picked so far. Not sure. It's hard to check all the games because there's
just
a lot
so much
of games.
Dota, Lacoste. We forgive you. All right, everyone should forgive us. There's just so much Dota. How do you expect but one man here to ingest it all at one point?
Yeah, exactly.
Ana though, Ana DK. It's going to be like the new Ana. I know Ana has been on OG for quite a while, but for the first half of his run on OG, a lot of people were looking at him and really putting him under the gun for his play, and more recently it's been almost feeling like quite the opposite. He's been kind of the star of the show for this team, but I haven't seen him play a lot of DK since he's been really the star of the show. So I want to see an all-star kind of DK performance here.
Yeah, I gotta say something about Ana being bashed all the time whenever OG loses. It's either Ana or No Tail. I mean, people need to stop it because
well, remember, you can't say anything about Fly because he's going to kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's off, and Jerix is he's got the hair, so you can't really say anything about that. So these people just fall and S4 is S4 head. So you can't. The only thing that you have left is on a No Tail. So I understand where they're coming from, but this team is not just one person. This is the definition of a team, but. Well, we got to talk about these last couple of picks here because it got spicy real fast. We got the Bounty Hunter, who we didn't acknowledge yet. Thunderbirds saying that we want to boost up the economy and really get all this accelerated farm for this guy now. Anti-Mage coming out for Thunderbirds. A nice, as Resolution would say.
And we've seen the rise of the Anti-Mage. Against Arc Warden, melee hero is good because of his bubble, so you can get in. But Anti-Mage into Dragon Knight, we'll see how that works. And Legion Commander as well. It's a lot of disable for AM.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It makes me feel like this is going to have to be a pretty damn elusive farming kind of AM. I don't know how much you want to get in those fisticuffs if you're going to be running into so much lockdown early on. So I don't know what that means for OG's tempo for this game. I don't know when you see this anti-mage that you think you're going to rev up the tempo and go fast. I don't even know how fast an Arc Warden can build up to be a relevant kind of a hero too. This is honestly, this could be my first time casting Arc Warden. I've seen the games, but to be hands-on and now actually casting one, I don't know. Might be my first time.
It's gonna be a lot of wows. It's either gonna be wow, this hero is so bad, or what does this hero do? Huh?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Well, the other thing was when I led into the first time when he was initially picked up, it was like, okay, they've been playing it with both Ana and No Tail, and now with the DK pickup, it's looking like it's gonna be the No Tail Arc Warden here. So Micro Lord, No Tail. And his crazy obsession with this hero.
We'll see if he can make it work this time. He's gonna be on safe lane, babysitted by Warlock and Monkey King just hanging around. So it's gonna be pretty strong lane. It's gonna be against the Beastmaster. Beastmaster shouldn't be able to be on that lane. Yeah, just check the Beastmaster's item build. He wants to start in a forest. They will probably just put a bounty hunter there and just try to get some experience maybe, because Beastmaster will probably start in the jungle.
Yeah, you think he's just going to straight up sack the lane? I mean, that's something Moon is always very vocal about, as we know, if you're a Moon Meander follower on the Twitter's verse. He always talks about the offlane experience and, the good old Iron Talon way, working in the jungle. Yeah,
well, he can't trade hits against Monkey King, who has Poor Man's Shield, and if he gets Jingu Mastery, he's just gonna keep him out of the lane, and plus there's a Warlock, so...
Nice for Jerix because he didn't put the investment into the skill point quite yet. He first took the opportunity to go down and get that deep planted ward right over here, and he would be able to scout out exactly maybe even what Moon Meander's holding, and then can decide on his skill after that. So he's holding it at least for now. And we'll also see Misery here going a bit deep. He does have a ward here, has not planted it yet, so I'm a bit curious. I'm a bit curious what he's doing.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, we'll maybe see Courier Snipe.
Oh yeah, wouldn't he like that? I would imagine OG's been around the block, okay? They have had their share of bounty hunter games. This is something I'm sure they're going to be privy to. I mean, he just pays him a visit right now, stabbing him. Hits him with the Orb of Venom. Could have potentially slowed him down to prevent a bit of the block, but it does look like he does get a decent block off, but of course Weehaws is going to be quite a bit better, so they'll get the high ground advantage on this one. The Courier has to kind of round the corner. I didn't even see where it head off to. I think Misery was going to try to get a hold of it, but it's disappeared. Oh.
Yeah, pretty smart move from OG. Fly placed the ward in the enemy jungle, and he saw that Beastmaster is going to be in jungle, so he was going to help the top lane, and Arc Warden can just be at bottom alone, not contested.
It's going to be a wonderful time here for No-Tail then. No competitor. A lane I don't even have to bother looking at, so I'm happy about that. More chances for me to not miss kills. So Misery in the mid lane is going to be poking and harassing Ana to the best of his capabilities here, but Ana, of course, is going to be having the benefits of that Dragon's Blood, so he can just kind of shrug off a lot of that damage, fight his way through it. But in the CS department, it's kind of expected, I'd imagine, that Lina is going to win this game. Where do we see this kind of mid lane evolving when we get closer to like the 7-8 minute mark?
Well, depends on the rotations. Ana doesn't have a sentry ward for mid. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, and Misery didn't have a sentry at the start, so it's not like he took it down. So maybe he just figured that Misery would take it down and didn't even bother buying one. I don't even know. But at the point, Misery has paid a visit to the top lane, already let it known he is here. And Thunderbirds have this interesting little lane ward, like deep on their side. So just kind of keeping it a bit unorthodox so it doesn't get easily taken down, but still provides vision if there's going to be anyone rotating by the tower, I guess. So a lot of attention towards this top lane is going to be necessary.
Yeah. Beastmaster, meanwhile, just farming the forest. Shrine is still... Okay, he already used the shrine, so he wants to lane at his tower, but Jerix doing the pool.
Jerix doing the pull allows him some solo XP time here. He's now already gotten to his level 2, so he's got a little bit of the Jingu mastery and the tree dancing here. And obviously with the benefit of that ward, feels pretty dang comfortable going deep and scouting things out. Courier is there. Is he going to go for the jump? The little pumpkin guy could go down with one more swing. He gets it done. Jerix tries to avoid some extra aggro by shape-shifting a bit. But now it's the new mission. He's got to make it out with his life here. He has no TP, so he's going to hide through the trees. But what a solid pickoff by him.
Yeah, it's going to be good. They're trying to use the scan. Viha has haste in a bottle, so we can expect some lane domination to continue. 17 against 14. Ana doing actually a good job. Ana is that kind of a player that doesn't do really well in a laning phase, but he excels through the mid and in the late game.
Yeah, for sure. And if he's having a solid start, that's only going to make the ladder feel even a bit more stronger here. We have S4 now dancing around a bit. They've got a new sentry and quickly take out the T-Bird sentry, and now they have full vision on Misery if they want it. Misery's going to walk his way out from the vision, pings out the spot, and avoids the extra trouble. But now has to put in the extra investment, play the Sentry War kind of a game, and not really be able to be effective as a bounty hunter as you'd like to be.
This'll come in handy.
Well, bounty hunter just providing vision and just with the track gold, kind of a hero that also struggles to get to the level 6 because there's no action going on right now. There's 0 kills. He's just leeching the XP from the top lane and someone in the mid.
Looks like we're getting some lag spike action here on the player's end. Actually, I'm getting it too. There's a server something happening, a little bit of a hiccup and
I
don't
didn't
know.
feel it. We have such a great...
Conspiracy theorists would say Monkey King is the problem. He is in this game. I'm going to blame him as well. But it looks like we're going to get back underway here. And a Midas build-up for No Tail. No surprise on that one.
Yeah, it's a pretty classic build. 2 Midases. Get as much gold as you can. OG Ana on mid, going for 2 in Breath of Fire, then 2 into Dragon Blood, then switches to Dragon Tail, so he can get a kill once he gets level 6.
Alright, we got a little bit of a tussle here. Misery is poking at Jerix a bit, and it looks like Weehaw has a haste rune, is going to be able to chase him down. Jerix tries to go for a hide, but is not going to be going anywhere. He gets taken down. Misery is going to be picking up the first blood, and it is T-Birds who strike first.
Yeah, Misery should just stay on the bottom lane in Fog and just get as much XP as he can.
That would be a pretty good idea. It looks like he's going to fall by that right now. Got the benefit of the tomes as well, so getting to the track is not going to be too difficult for him here. I would assume has to be a little bit cautious. There is an array of spells here. The Spark Wraith, I believe, in particular, that could do some serious damage. Deceptive amount of damage here. Certainly on someone like a bounty hunter if he finds himself caught without his creeps nearby.
Yeah, it's good for scouting and works well against invis units.
Alright, we got our first dragon form of the game here. Lacoste in the mid lane. Ana decides to pop it almost as soon as he actually gets it here. And we'll start softening up the tower as much as possible. I know this isn't to be able to successfully take down the tower, or maybe it is. I mean, why do you think you just pop it as soon as you get it here? Is it just to get the most efficiency out of the cooldown?
Yeah, exactly. He wants to get as much damage as he can on that tower. Already 600 damage done to tier 1 tower, which is good. Fly used 3 Shadow Words just to keep him alive.
Bottom lane. We have a chase on for Moon Meander here. It looked like he was going to be fine getting away, but so much of that, what is it, Spark Wraith? No, Flux? Spark Wraith, Flux?
Spark Wraith.
Yeah, he just laid him out like little landmines there, and Moon was just walking through the battlefield and getting crushed. That plus the Monkey King made it certainly a lot easier. And they are going to get the offlane takedown, and OG get themselves on the board. Mid lane, Ana committing him with the stun, pops his Invis rune, and they do force out a TP from T-Birds.
Yeah. Ana has his
Sure,
shrine.
you're down. I caught it.
Again. Alright.
Sorry.
Well, we didn't talk much about Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage on top of CS 42, paired up with Dragon Knight and Lina. Actually doing a really good job, considering who was he laning against. At some point... okay, we missed a kill.
Yeah, I missed that one too. That's my bad right there. I got so excited about the anti-mage, thinking about how he's pretty much doing his job, flying under the radar, pretty much holding this game. And then the second I go to pay attention to the anti-mage, that's when troubles are brewing here. It looks like they got redemption. Ana's going to be going down here. Nice little extra setup. Misery now close to level 5 at this point. Being able to tack on the extra money for these pickoffs will be all the sweeter here for Thunderbirds. And now rotations to the bottom lane here from the side of OG. Ana now steps in. He's got Dragon Form good to go. And he was going in like he was ready to beat some ass, but it looks like a tier 1 could be in store for him. Now they're committing. Get the catch with the Monkey King. And now just unload all the damage they got. Moon is going to eat it all. At the same time, Resolution gets his own pickoff as he's going to be able to get the takedown of S4 up in this top lane.
Yeah, but...
And the mid lane also another kill. This is just ridiculous.
we need a third guy just for the camera.
Well, we need one for each lane, pretty much.
Good rotations by Ana there. He just TP'd bottom, got a kill, and with Dragon Form they will be able to take down the tower and maybe even kill Moon Meander one more time.
They are, because I'm watching another fight where S4 is about to go down, so I don't know where to keep my freaking camera at this point. It does look like S4 is going to be fine. He shrugs up a bit of damage, gets some extra heal power in here. But it was a matter of both sides kind of trying to punish the offlaners here. That's crazy.
Yeah, look at that, committing to that tower. They're gonna get the deny. Oh yeah.
Fly got it. flexes that deny muscle. And we'll be able to get the takedown. Thunderbirds could take their business elsewhere. Resolution's been able to build up quite a bit in this lane. And OG are nearly all hands on deck here, so...
Hand of Midas is finished on Arc Warden, so double Midas.
'Tis mine.
Ah. So what happens if he touched himself?
He has a golden penis, I guess.
Oh,
Which is-
I didn't say that. I didn't.
Which
mean
is
to
hard
say
all the
it's
time.
Hey, there it is.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Soon to be enriching more gold will be the Thunderbirds here with the acquisition or acquirement of track. I tried to segue from that as best as I could, but I couldn't do it. I'm sorry. The Midas thing, you know, we tried, but now Dragon Form is up. Ana pokes at the tier 1 as much as possible. And the call's going to be made here. Move in. It's the Laguna from behind. Weeha strikes from the back door and instantly punishes the Warlock. Now, he wasn't level 6, so he didn't even have Rock ready to go, but not having the access to the Fatal Bonds and the extra bit of support could be rough here for OG because T-Birds are around, and they look like they're ready to fight. Moon's here now. He has the ulti ready to go, and OG are looking to push on forward and take this tower. They want it.
It's so annoying to play like from minute 10 to minute 15 to 20 against Arc Warden because of the spark rate, especially when sieging. You just can't get close.
That is quite ridiculous and something to consider. Can't just carelessly run in for a fight and next thing you know you lose like a chunk of your life, half of your life. And
Tower is under attack.
looks like Thunderbird's going to have to let that one go, but who flies through this mid lane. We'll have Laguna back up in about 10 seconds time. Both teams have been very good about working through their cooldowns. My god, they jump in through and get a hold of Jarex here in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
ferociously clicking around trying to catch all the action. Mid lane, we're already back on this one. Weeha gets hit pretty damn hard. They have the Fatal Bonds. They'll punish the creeps as much as possible, but it does look like he'll be able to make it away. And we'll be forced to head on over towards the shrine to hit the showers for the extra bit of heal. Down and below, a little harassment onto No Tail, but nothing going to be hardly committed here.
Misery just hit his level 6 and they got the first track kill. First roar was used.
Ooh. Jarex has to pop out the ulti here. Runs and crosses paths with Saksa. Fly also inbound. One more poke should do it. Is that going to kill him? Yes, it will.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So mana boots on Arc Warden.
What is that? Why the You don't like it? You're not a fan?
Well, I think the hero needs boots of travel, but alright, he can disassemble it, but what's he gonna do with it? Well, he can make Lotus Orb. It's good against Bounty Hunter.
That's true.
Maybe that's the plan. Against Beastmaster, Lina.
Remove multiple tracks here. Multiple ways for your Dragon Knight to freely siege into the base. If you have double Lotus Orb, or double, Lotus Orb, that'd be pretty crazy. We'll see what OG's ultimate game plan is going to be on this one. For now, the plan seems to be top lane tier 1. Ooh, pops out the dust. Trying to get a hold of the pesky bounty hunter, but does miss the mark. This will turn into an easy tower takedown, it looks like, with the dragon form. But I say that, Misery is just behind it. Looking to go for a cheeky deny. Can he do it?
Yeah. No!
Nope. Does look like Ana's going to be able to get this one. As he shows himself suddenly hit with a whirlwind of damage. My god. Does manage to... Okay! Alright, well... Okay, I see why Arc Warden could get picked up sometimes. He could do some damage. That's crazy.
Check the net worth. He's still behind Lina, but those Midases are gonna kick in pretty soon. It's only 5 minutes while he's using it. So...
Radiant's middle tower is under
Well, with mana boots, he can actually spam those spark rate and use it twice once he gets the Tempest double up.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. He's been finding a lot of mileage out of using his mana in these fights and setting down all those spark wraiths, as we see over here. So that's going to boost things up. I think it's a worthy investment on that front here. Misery we catch, looking to scout things out through this mid lane. It is track time after all. And he's looking to bring in some extra bit of intel for the team. Drops down a deep ward. Right behind the vision here of Ana. Now Ana, looks like an armlet is on the docket for him. And a very big stack for him to be able to kind of rush through it if they please. Is that stack meant for the DK? Who is this stack going to be meant for? Is that an Arc Warden kind of a pickup?
Well, DK can take it once he gets level 2 ulti with Splash.
Radiant's courier.
Nice snipe courier again. This is the third
Misery.
one, right?
Had the extra bit of vision. With the benefit of that ward, we witnessed him place, and they're going to be rewarded for it. Courier goes down yet again, and you're right. Third courier takedown of the game.
Yep. From the OG's point of view, it's gonna be hard to maintain the vision throughout the game. They're gonna need a lot of smoke action, and it benefits Thunderbirds a lot because they have anti-mage. They don't have to worry about the late game.
Ooh! Sorry, Moon had the bird out and was beelining it for the opportunity to kind of cut Jarek's down and get that stun. It's got to be tough to kind of be jumping and dancing around the Beastmaster there.
Yeah, I was talking about vision, Bounty Hunter providing vision for his team, plus Hawk from Beastmaster, and they need to invest so much gold in sentries and dusts, and once Beastmaster gets his Necrobook 3 up, it's gonna be really tough to get the vision game up for OG.
If they can win some fights, maybe, with some smoke plays, that would make it easier for them to buy some extra detection. We'll see if they can be successful in such an ambush here. Dust towards the high ground. Jarex makes his move as he spots out Misery. The follow-up's going to be there with the duel. Can they burst him? Yes, they can. Ana's going to be able to hit him up with the Breathe Fire. He eats a share of damage himself. On the other side, Moon Meander steps in, hits him with the ulti. And OG will shrug it off and turn away, though Ana pretty
Does he
low.
have a range? No.
No range is there. No track money will be awarded to Thunderbirds on this fight. And OG will get a simple Bounty Hunter takedown for this smoke movement. It's a nice pick, but I would imagine OG would like to get a bit more out of that invested bit of time.
Yeah, they invested the LC duel, he got the damage.
That's true too.
Ana used his ulti. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage just continues to farm. This is what I was talking about. He needs to get the Lincoln Sphere up because of the duel, because of the Dragon Knight stun, so he can go in a fight freely. He's gonna get that and probably a Manta after, so he's level 13 already. So.
That's the thing, is like, is it, you know, with the exchange of time that OG has invested in that mid lane, it's nice to get that Misery pickoff, but Resolution is really the scary monster in the woods that continues to build up and is going to be a potential problem for OG if they don't acknowledge it. But they are looking to play their best around that factor here. Some pressure coming in from Weeha a bit. He has his Bloodstone complete now. And I would imagine getting some charges would be pretty appetizing.
Yeah, plus Lina wants to go for Shadow Blade as well. There's going to be some extra money to buy sentries and dusts on OG's side.
So much invested in the Invis department. Like, how far do you have to go? Well, hold on here. Track, check here. They've spotted out No Tail, who's got a Shadow Blade, but not going to be able to make it out. Tried to stall things as much as possible with the help of the bubble. Now look, Jarek step into play, pops out the ulti. They are going to get a bit of redemption, taking out the Bounty Hunter. A follow-up kill will be there with a duel awarded to S4. Clinches the damage and gets the finish. A double kill will be there, though, for Saksa as he gets the blasting finish onto Jarek. So we keep eyes on the chase for Saksa, though. Ana, not going to be able to move in. He makes it out and back to base. Oh,
And
no, he's
dies.
dead.
He died from poison from Dragon Knight. He had the magic wand ready. If he shifted it while he was TPing, he would have actually lived. There was 3 charges.
Oh, man.
Is under attack.
Again, though, Resolution farming during this time. So, pretty good counterfight for OG. Remember, though, that this started with a successful gank, right? Onto No Tail, and then he just kind of came back. I thought they killed No Tail at the start of that. Am I mistaken?
No Tail died, yeah. They roared him.
Yeah, he did
it was
die.
a track kill, double kill for Saksa, who has a Hand of Midas right now and will get to level 10 pretty soon, plus 60 gold per minute. Rubik is going to have a good time this game.
I would feel pretty good if I was Thunderbirds for sure then. Resolution kind of just still doing his own thing, plus the track money all earned right there. Gets him to a nice 4K overall team net worth position. above where OG stands. Jarek's back on the prowl on this one. Heads to the nearby high ground on the enemy side to scout things out. But he has also been pinged, it looked like. We'll have to see, but Resolution gets back to work here. You can see that OG are acknowledging the presence of Resolution in this game, but I don't know. Do they need to figure out an answer for the AM? Like, what is OG's best game plan, I guess, moving forward from here?
Is under attack.
Well, they need to find an opening, try to get a kill on Anti-Mage with a smoke, but Thunderbirds are doing such a good job just keeping them busy all the time and providing the vision for him, so kind of hard to do it against the Hawk, against the Bounty Hunter.
So what about then for OG's late game? I've always seen so much Arc Warden here. He's got the potential to be pretty much a late game boss. I know he certainly used to be, but there have been a lot of adjustments since then. Can their late game match up to the typical AM late game we've seen time and time again?
Well, right now, Thunderbirds are doing such a good job that they can roll over them pretty easily. If they try to, let's say, team wipe them, get a Roche with those track kills, it can go really easy for Thunderbirds. They're just waiting for the right moment. Lincoln's on Anti-Mage, probably a Manta. They can, as I mentioned, keep them busy with other 4 heroes. Just give Anti-Mage time to kick in.
Anti-Mage, just like, I haven't finished farming yet. I need more time. And it might be like a half hour into the game, while the rest of his team looking to make more action happen. Bottom lane, Moon steps in with a mighty roar, and will get the quick finish onto Fly. It's an ambush here from Thunderbirds, proven to be already a bit successful. Mild chase here for Ana, but they're not going to follow through for it. T-Birds will take their 1 pick off and walk back out. Misery, though, steps in, gets off the track. T-Birds asserting quite a bit of dominance here, and now can take this opportunity to maybe put some wards down. And that's exactly what Saksa begins to do.
Yeah, Necro 3 is finished on Beastmaster. He just needs to get it.
Classic pickup, you know. I've heard it called the Zookeeper build. Do you hear that often at all?
Yeah, I heard it. I don't like it.
You've heard it? You don't like it? What would you call the Necro Book Beastmaster build-up?
Just a classic build.
Classic. It's a classic, you know? Classic Beastmaster.
Well, it's
all the creeps.
Yeah, it depends on the game. I mean, when you're playing a Beastmaster, if it's needed, you don't have any kind of initiation, and you lack, like, range, so you might get Book level 1, then switch into Blink Dagger, then get Necro 3 after that. The smoke popped from Thunderbirds.
Yep, they want to make a fight happen here, and they've got one. It's Ana crossing their path, and they hit him with everything they got. Fly tries to help out, dropping down the rock, but the damage, it had been done. Resolution will get the finish with the Mana Void. A nice prize pick, a juicy smoke play. Thunderbirds will take what they can get.
Yeah, it's time to take tier 2 tower. They feel comfortable, probably. There's no rock, so they can just continue pushing. Don't think OG can defend this.
I don't think so either. And without the presence of DK, it ain't going to be easy at all. Astor will try what he can, steps in, and bops him with the overwhelming odds as much as possible. But you can see Weehawk really going to work now. No Tail steps in, but that's when Moo makes the call. Monkey King pops his ulti, and suddenly everyone questions if their PC is capable of playing this game because it's lagging. But Thunderbirds, successful at the end of the day. They drop down another 3, and they will take the tier 2, walk away, losing nobody.
OG shouldn't really defend that. I mean, the rock was on cooldown. As I said earlier, they probably thought they were strong enough with Tempest Double and the 2 Maelstroms, but positioning from Thunderbirds was just too good.
Good shot calling here. Well, I would hope this team has good shot calling. You have 2 coaches, after all. They make the shot to go right up to Roche and get the Aegis here. This is just a cool, clean way to playing Dota, but it is going to be a bit predictable. OG looking to respond. Look who's walking into the pit. It's No Tail's extra friend here. Is he going to be able to do something about it? Oh, the Dire are going to get the Roche. It will get picked up from Resolution. Moon will lose his own life as Ana steps in. But T-Birds do get the Roche. Uh-oh, not done yet, though. Ana gets a stun. It's going to force out the Shrine for Misery here. Resolution also steps in, and then they quickly jump away. As S4 makes his approach with that Blink Dagger, Thunderbirds want nothing about it.
Yeah, when they connect like a 3 or 4 man Fatal Bonds, we saw how good it is, but I don't think they'll be able to do that again in the near future. Anti-Mage, level 18, his talents, pretty classic, 150 health plus 1 second blink cooldown. I mean, it's pretty much what everyone goes for. HP for survivability early on. And blink, of course, for later on. Just go in and out faster.
Oh yeah. Resolution still dedicated to his farm, to his anti-mage quota that he's got to get to. While the rest of his team, once their cooldowns are up, maybe time to make some track money here. They start heading up north. Ooh, tree on tree action. And suddenly that tree dishes out a fissure, and they go right into a duel and right into a kill. Quick damage going to be awarded there to S4 as OG will be successful on their top lane maneuver.
Yeah, they just lost the gem. I mean, Beastmaster just bought a gem, and now Monkey King has it. This is pretty big. Because they have one Shadow Blade and Bounty Hunter. So this is pretty huge for them.
Wow. Moon, that's almost tilting, I feel. Brand new shiny gem. You're like, this is it, guys. We're going to take the map back. This map is ours. And then at the first opportunity to go out there and maybe scout for some wards, you get jumped by OG, and they take the gem right from your hands. Your dead hands. Mid lane, though, Wee gets his own response. Blast down the mid lane. Arc Warden No Tail. Just a one-on-one. Just a casual stun combo, Laguna Blast.
Yeah, that Lina is such high level 17, 0 deaths, 16 charges, and another invis. But yeah, they have a gem right now, so who has it? Monkey King probably, yeah. Monkey King finished Solar Crest and is just devouring their side of the map. Solar Crest, good against Anti-Mage, good against Beastmaster once someone gets roared. Good in general. I mean, overall, this is one of the best items right now in the meta game, besides Hand of Midas, because it's easily made and provides so much.
Here comes Thunderbirds now, sieging away towards the mid lane tier 2. The final outer tower for OG on this one. Move in, stun towards the high ground side. The duel's going to be on, but they get the quick lift onto S4, and then the rock comes down from Fly. A mighty hit right there, and good connection from OG. Misery trying to scramble his way out for the fight, but he's been hit from the Fatal Bonds and could tick down at any moment. On the other front, they are going to be able to make the stun connection and get the finish onto Rubik. Misery does manage to live, tries to run out. So does Weehaw here. Shadow blading away, does get hit with the dust, but she is so dang fast. Lina just sprints the hell out of there.
That was a good combo from Warlock. Fatal Bonds on 3 or 4 heroes.
Chase isn't over yet. They got the stun hit, and Resolution suddenly steps in. And OG might finally decide to pull off, and it looks like they will. That was a great rock. Whoa.
Yeah, that was a great Fatal Bonds plus rock. And good, I don't even know what the spell is called. A Magnetic Field, just giving DK evasion and attack speed bonus, so here's just a beast level 19. That's frost attack.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I could see why Thunderbirds are going to have to start being pretty assertive in this game overall, because could you imagine something like that dragging inside your base with the bubble? Like, that is going to
plus press the attack.
Plus press the attack. That is filthy, Fly. What have you done?
Yeah, plus
Thunderbirds.
Plus Shadow Word from Warlock, plus Solar Crest from Monkey King. That's a lot of armor.
I'm starting to see now what OG are trying to do here. And I'm sure Arc Warden definitely plays a good piece of that puzzle. But for now, they are still the team on the defense. Let's not forget that. Thunderbirds are up on this one. And No Tail could be at risk of losing his illusion. But look at the jump in play from S4, going for the counter under Resolution. They do not get him. He's able to blink up and above and make it away from trouble. On the other front, though, Weehaw, in a hit of hurt, gets blasted down. The Fatal Bonds connection will help get the finish on that one. And the rest of T-Birds have to quickly split away. Got totally just scrambled as I thought Resolution was done for sure. But man, he makes it out.
Yeah, he makes it out. There was Viha behind him. He had to do it. Blade Mail is on for Legion Commander, and he had to commit. Just use everything. Use ulti. Almost killed himself. Then they just finished him.
And Lina, you know, believe it or not, she died, but then suddenly reappeared and was bottom lane pushing. Just, you know, typical Lina things. Now down to 11 charges for her. Certainly helped in getting that takedown to S4 with the blast of that Laguna, but look at this. Monkey ult on the other side. Dust is going to be popped. Misery pops his own drums and tries to retreat out. Ooh, nice little sidestep there. Avoids the tree jump. S4, though, steps in. Can't quite get close enough. No blink available. He's still running. But this chase is over. OG not going to be able to get the grab. Misery slips away from what could have been certain trouble.
Yeah, I feel what I feel about Bounty Hunter, like he gets the XP gain on level 10, and then, I mean, his talents pretty much suck after that.
Oh, blink in from S4, immediately spots out nearby Misery, but may have not seen Weehaw make his own approach and gets hit with the Laguna. He's barely alive, walking out, but then gets hit right there with the Mana Void. Resolution able to step in and go for the finish. It will be a trade from both sides. Misery, though, getting the track money, I believe, to help with that finish. And now it's Ana stepping right into the side pocket there. Gets the stun off. Blinks away. OG still flirting. They're still showing that they got some fight.
Yeah, the Roche is not up yet, but we'll see. The next big fight is gonna happen around Roche pit. OG keeping the gem in the base. Monkey King now picked it up. That he wants to D-ward. Yeah, he just killed that anti-Tinker ward on the left side of the map.
Ooh, I heard a BKB. Mid lane, Ana. I don't think that was on purpose.
Well,
bring it down to 6 seconds.
Yeah, maybe he wants to drop it to 5 seconds so he can use it more frequently. Like, fuck 6 seconds.
Is that a thing?
Not
or are you
for me. No, I'm trolling.
Okay. That's pretty convincing.
Now that it's 6 seconds, I mean, you can use it one more time then and have less cooldown.
Fair enough here. Ag's about done here for Weehaw on the Lina. So going for the heavy pure damage blast of this Laguna. It's done her justice up to this point. But what do you think about the Ag's pickup? Do you think it's appropriate?
I guess he wants to take down Legion Commander or just try to solo kill Warlock. He has enough damage to do it in a team fight if he wraps around with a Shadow Blade. I mean, there's a lot of ways to play Lina. I think he could have gone for more like a damage dealer build instead to secure the late game. But seems like they feel they have enough in anti-mage.
All right, let's see. As the game goes on, S4 barely able to make it away here. Pops his Blade Mail at the back end of that one. Looking to go in for the finish, though, and clean up on the Monkey King. Is going to be Resolution. Blinks in, gets the snipe. Picks right up onto the tower, though. Looks like a bit of a confrontation here. There's been chaos created a lot from Weehaw in this game, as he just continues to use that move speed, running in and out, setting up fights, and now using that new Ag's Laguna. Might have caught an OG a bit off guard there in the mid lane.
Oh, Roche's not up yet, but Arc Warden doing the good thing, just scouting with his Spark Raid. They just smoked. They want to fight right now.
Illusion.
Yeah, they do. Here they go. Feeling that maybe Thunderbirds are trying to take the Roche for themselves. What they may not know is this is a pretty long timer. One favorable for OG in this case, but they do kind of head out a bit early to try to take a fight. Thunderbirds are waiting a bit more patiently on their own side of the river here. And they even draw out. It's a bit late, but they draw out exactly the approach that OG were trying to look to go for there.
Yeah, look at Anti-Mage. He just hit level 25 and decides to go for like more tanky build. He wants to be as tanky as possible. Go in, even if he gets dueled or stunned by Dragon Knight. He wants to survive, so he decided to go for Scotty build and 25 agility just to boost his armor and gives him more damage. I mean, minus 50 seconds mana void is good if you're playing against intelligence heroes. There's no intelligence heroes beside Warlock, who has
Yeah.
like 1k mana pool, but the rest is so-so.
Yeah, I wouldn't question the final talent pickup either in this case. So very tanky resolution, which means also very tanky Manta illusions here for the anti-mage, as he gets closer to what is quickly becoming his critical mass. And I was getting ready to talk into a bit of the critical mass, if you will, for OG and that front, because I'm curious to see how strong No Tail is getting, so he can see how free his little Tempest double can be here as he sends it to the bottom lane. It is getting a bit stronger over time. He has a Mjolnir now, so he could easily rat or split push out side lanes with the benefit of that buff alone. But over time, it's only going to get stronger. So, I mean, would you like to see him build into more like right-click damage in this case? Like, how do you build from here and go more luxury with your Arc Warden?
Well, from his quick buy, he wants to go for Lincoln Sphere, so he can get Roared, removes Track, Mana Void, Laguna Blade, whatever. It's a good choice, more defensive. And then after that, he can build like Daedalus or just go for what's called Bloodthorn, which is good against Anti-Mage. Yeah,
that'd be nice to have a pair of. But as you alluded to here, it does look like the Lincoln Sphere is going to be the next possible pickup for him. Resolution pushing out that mid lane here. His team waiting back and behind. They all smoke up now and head down their own approach. OG, No Tail's Tempest double. Only runs into another pair of Manta illusions. Thunderbirds now utilizing the bird. May have spotted out on it nearby, but no clear opportunity to make any sort of initiation play here. Both teams kind of scouting each other out, and we go into what is a Mexican standoff. A Mexican standoff, yeah.
Viva la Mexico. Yeah, if you check Lina's talent tree, I mean, he wants to go for, okay, Laguna Blade, Aghanim Scepter build, then decides to go for Octarine Core, what it seems to be. Then picks up attack range instead of spell amplification. 6% is not that much, but if you're building those items, you might actually go for amp instead.
Yeah, it's kind of a spellcaster kind of a build, but the attack range makes you think she wants to do some right-click, maybe some sieging damage. Ooh, mid lane, it's to jump an Abyssal Blade, burst onto S4. They try to counter back with the Chaotic Offering, but it's too late to make any sort of counterblade this time, OG. And this is also a commitment of the Dragon Form, and they're on full retreat mode. He is going to be able to get off the stun and blink away, but this is a huge boost for Thunderbirds. This allows him to go for pretty much a fully secured Roche here and claim the Aegis.
The Roche is pretty secured. Meanwhile, No Tail just decides to split push with his Tempest double. Alright, seems like No Tail feels he needs some extra damage. He doesn't want to go for that Lincoln Sphere.
Yeah.
He wants to go all in. Yeah.
He might have to do more of what we just saw there. It's a, grimy kind of a strat for your Arc Warden, but you need to push back. You need to create breathing space for yourself. You're going to have to stall out at this point because Thunderbirds have just kind of taken a hard shot to OG's stomach, and they're going to start to clinch him around the neck.
Well, MKB, pretty logical choice for him because Anti-Mage picked 15% evasion, and there's a Solar Crest finished on Bounty Hunter, so he needs to get every single hit he can.
And the rich just continue to get richer too, that bounty hunter factor. So much extra intel and extra money coming their way, and you could just see it kind of paying off for them right now. While you'll see members of OG now continue to starve a bit, leaving the remaining bits of farm for their Arc Warden to push out and for Ana to kind of take in now, as he's building his way towards a Mjolnir, anticipating that they're probably going to have to be doing a lot of defending here. Already a top lane approach. Resolution happy to stand within the bubble and start damaging onto this tier 3, but now he finds himself a bit locked down. They jump on in with the duel to hold him a bit longer. Can they burst him fully? Yes, they can, but that will only be the Aegis. They will lose S4 on his second approach, though. He blinks off to the side. That's when Moon makes his jump in, gets off the roar, but then loses his own life immediately thereafter. So a bit of a mix-up of communication. I don't know, Moose said, let's go, and all the rest of the Thunderbirds are like, nah, we're good. But now they want to make a jump and play, and they find their target, and they take him out. It's going to be Ana, locked in place, blasted with the Laguna, and he is out of this one 80 seconds without a buyback. Thunderbirds can now go on full siege mode and take down this tier 3, and possibly make a move onto the racks. Ooh,
Whoa!
big
that
blast
damage.
onto No Tail. Oh, he gets the finish. Resolution steps in and slices him down, gets another follow-up on the double. I could see the Tau possibly thrown in now. This is just a can of whoop-ass being unloaded by Thunderbirds.
57 seconds without the DK, and he needs to buy back on Arc Warden if he wants to stay in the game. They're just gonna take the Raxes if he doesn't buy back. They can't defend with these 3 heroes.
Oh, Fatal Bonds, rock fake there, but now it's going to be committed to stop the backliners while they can put all their focus onto their target of Resolution, but they can't get it done. A hard blow for OG to take, but very confident Thunderbirds are going to be able to strike it home. They'll get the takedown of both S4 and to Jarix and allow him to go in for the finish. With that takedown of Moon, it may force Thunderbirds back a bit, but by the look of their body language here, they're looking to go for the finish. So they get back to work. This Rax is done for. Ana's about to come back in 10 seconds time, but I think too much damage may have been done here, and they could be thinking about game number 2.
Yeah, they're not coming back from this. The Rex is gonna fall out in a few seconds. This anti-mage is just a complete beast.
Now one last fight for OG. It would appear. Ana's able to jump in. They get the immediate takedown of Saksa, and they're able to hold on to their last little bits of life in those 2 racks there. Thunderbirds are going to walk away very rich. Very freaking rich.
Yeah, that anti-mage, I just love the build on him. It's survivability build, and he has like, what, 3.3k when the strength power threads is on, with 24 armor, bash. Not bad at all.
You know what is bad? Arc Warden's win rate, and it will continue to suck. If this game continues to pan out the way it's looking, you're looking at 0-4 Arc Warden.
I don't think the hero is gonna be picked at all anymore.
I don't know. We'll see. I don't think it'll be picked up in the next game by OG, and probably a ban that Thunderbirds won't have to worry about. And it looks like they've been able to spot out, oh, a Misery, but can't see through the FPS ulti. But Weehaw steps in and simply counterplays with a Laguna and denies OG from even the most simplest of potential pickoffs. Misery will be saved by his comrades.
Bam!
Now they'll be going in for the official finish. An emphatic pop of the No-Tail Cherry will close this one out. Game 1 goes to Thunderbirds.
Yeah. Thunderbirds banned out Naga and Terrorblade, so No-Tail is like, wow, we need a hero with illusions I can micro. So, only logical choice was
Opponent team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Razor.
TNC's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Lena.
Offering is the mobile initiation that you generally want with a lifestealer. Like the usage of Infest is pretty much going to be exclusively on Sam H's Nyx Assassin. Like you really aren't going to be seeing any Infest plays with the Vengeful Spirit of Lena, or just don't want to be in a position for that.
Won again, upper bracket. Both of these teams have won a best of 3 against other people. Do we do the predictions? Yeah, we'll do it. Total number of smoke gank kills. We'll say 2. Player with the least deaths. Probably a resolution. I think I had him chosen as the player with the least deaths overall in the tournament. I feel like his play style is always defined just by low risk and then his team defending him constantly.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely can work out. The question is really how he's going to itemize, how quickly he's going to get the items he needs to survive, and how carefully they're going to play against Alina. Because the difference in this Terrorblade game, compared to a lot of others, is he doesn't really have a lot of great tools to keep him alive. I mean, obviously, Dream Protector's got a couple of heals, or at least the damage block, to help him out here, but they don't have, like, a Dazzle to sit behind him and just grave him when he drops low. He's going to have to really rely on very intelligent Sunder usage, very careful farming positions, and so on, if they're going to be able to keep him as safe as they want to.
Yeah. And Misery just going to head out here as well in the early stages, places this ward. Kind of an interesting location on the high ground. Unlikely to be dewarded, so they'll maintain that vision early on. Likewise, have a ward placed down from Raven to secure his farm and make sure there aren't any rotations. But by and large, it seems unlikely that there's going to be much action coming out from the side of Thunderbirds until you get those level 6s online with Clockwork and Moon making those types of plays a little bit later on. I don't know. In your eyes, do you feel like either team is sort of more comfortable in the early stages of this game as far as the lanes work out? Do you expect to see any like rotations to try and dodge lanes?
I think that there's not going to be too much in terms of rotations of the core heroes. I think that they're going to have to just kind of stick with whatever they're given here. Obviously, Lina is going to be shut down a little bit by just the fact that the Razor is a really good laning hero, but end of the day, I think it's going to be mostly the supports that you're going to be seeing moving to and fro. I'm actually curious most particularly where Misery goes. Sometimes you see the Nature's Guise opener for the Dream Protector. Often you'll just see that level 1 Leech Seed with that Orb of Venom. But in either case, he's obviously going to be looking to make an impact. Whether he thinks he can make an impact against the Nyx Assassin, or if he's actually just going to be trying on the other lanes, is the question.
And with that we are going to be underway yet again. We also have this ward that was placed down over in a good little bit of vision of Weehaw. All right, come on, guys. I believe in you. I'm sure it'll all be worked out shortly. But yeah, that's the other thing is like, being able to make sure that if your Cuckoo hitting out those dragon slaves while simultaneously, getting CS and applying harassment onto Weeha is what you're looking for, is the most effective way to deal with it. And in that fashion, do you think that it might be a little bit easier of a lane for him since you don't have to rely as much upon your right clicks for CSing, or is it still going to be really tough?
I mean, it comes down to mana usage, maybe how greedy you are about your shrines. Like if you're okay with giving the mid just a shrine just to mana back up, then I think it works out okay. But yeah, otherwise you're gonna have to be getting a gank or something along the lines where you have the ogre and the Venge making some smoke rotations pretty early on. So I mean, I think that they want to probably try to pressure the Razor early. The bigger Razor gets early on, the tankier he gets, the more he gets to dive, and the harder he is to bring down in general. And this is amplified by the fact that they've got living armor on their side, even if it's just like 1 point. So I do think that in general they're going to want to try to make some good rotations on the Razor when Weeha is pushed up as he tries to go for an extended static link.
Oh. And it's a difference in terms of the heroes that I think most people would have expected out of Weeha. You traditionally think of him on those Meepos. You think of him on like the Invoker and all of these high macro, or rather micro-oriented heroes. And we saw a similar situation when he played Bristleback earlier. And you were mentioning that you felt like it was a hero that had the potential to get taken. Do you think that this is good for them, that they have this versatility in playstyle, or do you think that maybe? I guess that they won their matches, so it's okay, but...
Yeah, of course. But yeah, I feel like although Razor in general is a pretty linear hero in terms of playstyle, it's still something that you can like build around and strategize around really well. And I feel like a lot of what Thunderbirds bring to the table is a really good shot-calling captain that allows them to make some very active decisions on the map and say, okay, well, it's actually going to be the Ogre that gets linked first, so that'll give some Whis from free CS, but Cuckoo will kind of get the same. But yeah, I just feel like in general, I feel like this is just a good piece to put on the board to allow Thunderbirds to act as a unit. He's just a really good anchor for the team. If he can get his farm, that is. He's getting harassed really heavily right now.
Yeah, there's so much harassment that's being leveled out, and I mean, this is... I don't know if that's necessarily one of the downsides of linking the Ogre early, but maybe just not having somebody in there to help out against the Ogre who's applying all that pressure. The plus side is that you do get relative free farm now for resolution in this bottom lane, so always trade-offs to be had. But do you think that this is something that we're going to continue to see, is Ogre just sitting here messing with Weeha and making his day terrible?
Yeah, I mean, that's if you can accomplish it efficiently, then yeah, it's one of the better things that you can do as an Ogre to start things off. I mean, if they get him low enough, they might even go for a tower dive, but for right now, they just know that really he can barely afford healing cells right now, so they are feeling very comfortable with this laning situation, and it makes things harder and harder as the game goes along, because honestly, Razor's just a very item-dependent hero in the early parts of the game. If you are just have boots and you're walking around, maybe a Wraithband or an Aquila, like, you have nothing, essentially. You have to build up one, like, even if it's a cheap item, just 2,000 gold or something, one good item to make you tanky enough to get on the front line of the fights, or you're really not able to do much at all.
Well, all that's been going on mid. Moon Meander forced to pop his initial shrine at this early stage of the game as well. There's some nice harassment leveled out by Rior as well as Raven in this top lane. Another terrifying matchup, although as long as Clockwork has Cogs, there's probably unlikely to find a kill, as you can always just try and go for a Cogs pushback onto the Lifestealer. But now with Ogre heading down towards the bottom, they want to try and get aggressive onto Soxka here. They're able to find the Impale. The Bash, though, to try and break this up. Tim still with the haste rune, might be able to draw first blood here, and Soxka being helped out by his teammates. It looks like they will be able to force away that Ogre.
Yeah, with the Fairy Fairy, probably could have committed for the first blood, but, you know, it comes with a little bit of risk here and there, and they just didn't want to have to deal with that. So it is going to be just Soxka walking away, and still first blood left on the table.
It's really not bad, though, because you're still in a situation with the Rubik where you're not super happy being this low HP, and hard to zone out Sam H now.
Yeah, and of course the Razor had to pop the Shrine. Weeha, it's still down really low on HP, but he did burn the Shrine, and that means that that's not going to be an option for Soxa. He's going to be sitting at this really low HP level for quite some time.
Tang going up now to try and heal again. Weeha comes back towards the mid lane, and you know, this hero that's traditionally known for being a very strong laning force is 5-2 now versus the 15-6. Ogre still showing why it's an incredibly potent hero in these early engagements. Next couple of minutes as they work out, do you think that this starts to feel a little bit better for Weehaw, or is Lina at enough of a lead that she's comfortable?
It's going to be pretty difficult for him. Overall, like, he's going to be at this low enough health pool that Laguna Blade will keep him in kill range with just a minimal amount of harassment. And I think Cuckoo is just kind of running over this thing right now. Obviously, he's gotten a couple of good links off, but in general, just Weehaw is not comfortable at this low HP level.
All right. And top still leading the CS. We do have Raven continuing to go. It's seen a lot of Midases in these games over the past couple of rounds. Is that what we expect to see out of the Lifestealer, continuing to go that way, or do you think that they need to hit a timing here before the Terrorblade starts to come online where they can make things happen earlier?
Yeah, I think that you could actually go for something a lot more aggressive here. You could go for like a phase armlet Dezo type action where you're just really focused on early physical damage output and getting those ganks off. Obviously, you want to kind of synchronize that with like the Nix's S and Blink Dagger, which seems to be delayed quite a bit at this point. So maybe he could go to the Midas if he thinks that SamH is going to take too long in getting an initiation tool that allows them to fight. But if he's comfortable with SamH's position and his overall progress in the game, then he can probably just prioritize damage over anything else and try to really bring the hurt to the Terrorblade before he becomes a big threat with something like an Eye of Scotty.
And now you look at this, the support's not showing in lane. TNC are going for a smoke gank. They were thinking about mid, but Weehaw no longer showing. They decide to back out. Now wrapping around towards this bottom where Resolution has popped Metamorphosis. Lina is also starting to make his movement down towards this bottom side as well. And Rior, they break the smoke now. Resolution gonna get stunned. They have the follow-up one as well if they want to try and go for it. Do have the tree. A huge stun comes out onto 3. Oh my god, Cuckoo comes in, almost able to find the kill on Soxgun, and is gonna be there. Misery to drop as well. Great combo with the help from SamH's stun.
That was such an insane stun. I mean, they kind of obviously walked right into it. They lined themselves up for it, but just kind of this desperate position where they, like you said, they play around Rezo, want to try to make sure that he doesn't die, keep him alive at all costs, but it costs them 3, as we may see a full, essentially, rotation from TNC. Only the Lifestealer remains up top, happily farming away, and he is going to be going for that Midas. So finding himself a lot of early progress here and finding himself comfortable in the mid game as well as the early.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so impressive when you get that type of a lead at the very beginning of it. And now you're going to try and accentuate that even further. Honestly, if SamH wants to go for his too, like, he's only 900 gold away from it on this offlane Nyx Assassin. I don't know. I feel like maybe you start to build up a little bit more of a lead, and they're starting to bring in the supports again to maybe go for another kill into Resolution here?
Before Sunder is a great time to do it. I mean, right now the Treant Protector's not offering that much again in survivability. They're going to go for some good damage in, but SamH is going to take the brunt of it and get stunned back. So no kill happening here, but at least continuous pressure here. As you see, just a huge disparity in the carries. Last hits 50 here for a very comfortable Lifestealer up top. Raven doing good, and a 39 CS for the Terrorblade. So comparing that, of course, with the fact that Lifestealer also gets to go for a hand of Midas, I think the TNC are in the driver's seat for this early game.
Making it work across the map. And, you know, it was a great rotation, too, for the Lina because she basically didn't miss any CS there. And Cuckoo doing a very efficient job of his movement around the map, making sure to constantly get back there into lane and then farming out the jungle as well. I want to see where these supports end up going again. You're still only level 4 Nyx Assassin, so the rotation isn't going to be quite as strong, although Moon has now shown up. He wants to take a couple kills back the other direction. There's going to be the flare, the hook in. Tim's in trouble, is going to end up dropping. Although that is just the Ogre. SamH gets away from that gank.
Very surprising TP down bottom is the Lina here. Thunderbirds aren't aware of this as far as I can tell, but they are hiding. They're waiting for a push-up. They think, okay, he's going to pop, he's got his Metamorphosis for that hook, so he's going to want to push the tower. And when he does so, they're going to look for a Laguna kill.
This is such a good play right now. Again, SamH shows in lane for a moment. There are 4 heroes here. Currently Resolution. Are they going to be able to slow him down enough? Doesn't look like it. They had just a bit of vision of that Ogre and thought the better of it. So a little bit of a missed rotation by TNC there.
They might still find Moon Meander, though. He's really far out there. He's not going to get stunned by the Light Strike Array, though, which was the key to trying to keep him in the river. So he's just going to be able to move his way out. I really don't think this is going to work, but maybe he might just be brought low enough. No, the Magic Stick combined with the Fairy Fire, and Cuckoo is still on the hunt.
Cuckoo's crazy. Cuckoo's out of his mind, but you gotta love it.
I mean, you got Phase Boots, Fiery Soul, and Bloodlust. This guy feels like he's got a haste rune, and as such feels like a god, but he does have to kind of tone it down a little bit, as there is a lot of potential counterplay now that the hook shot's off cooldown.
Well, and speaking of which, Moon getting into position, finds the hook there onto Cuckoo, is like striking a Ray, trying to run away, and you mentioned those phase boots, the added movement speed might be enough to allow Cuckoo to escape. Gonna try for a couple of jukes here. Although that being said, well, it might actually just end up working. They're TPing over to the shrine. Cuckoo heads to the south, and, well, they find him, but there's no stun. All that movement speed, Cuckoo gets out.
And now, and in the meantime, we're going to be seeing Tims pick up a kill on the Rubik down bottom, while Raven pressures the tower up top very cleanly. They are just getting everything they want out of this. They're going to be able to escape with their precious mid hero. They're putting a lot of great damage on top, and they're still keep getting kills.
It is going to take a concerted effort to bring down these towers, obviously. With Treant Protector in the game, it'll just keep on getting healed back up by Misery. But still do need to be careful. Is Raven getting a little bit aggressive here? Do they realize that the tree is in the area as well? The bash is coming out, but no level 6 as of yet for the tree means that should be able to make his escape. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Weehaw in trouble. Laguna Blade not quite going to go down. The, well, raindrops keeping him alive for the moment, and there's going to be the kill. They also have Sam H still in Vendetta form here. If they're not careful, and if they bring in... Okay, yeah, Sam H was looking for the Terrorblade, but couldn't find him.
Yeah, it's just, it feels like whenever you're getting 2 or 3 heroes to protect one core, then suddenly the other is extremely vulnerable. And we saw there just full control of the Radiant jungle with that Nyx moving about and just really good smoke activities from TNC. It's really, and the fact is they have really short cooldowns as well. Like the Vendetta is only a 70-second cooldown, the Laguna Blade only at 70 as well, so they can continue to put this pressure out and continue to dominate the map. And this is without the towers being broken.
Right. Now, another movement here through the jungle, it looks like. Moon Meander's still invis. This is feeling like it could be another really big engagement. The only thing is that they do not have the Razor Thunderbirds with them through the rest of this push. So might be lacking a little bit of damage, although Cuckoo has a TP now as well. They're in position. There's the catch on to Sam H in a little bit of trouble. Misery is here as well. They do not have level 6. He's really close to it though, and maybe he's going to be able to pick it up with the kill on Sam H. That is going to be done. Now Misery has his ulti if they want to try and pop it now. The hook shot is going to be a little bit off the mark there for Rio. Raven shows up. They end up going for the overgrowth, cancel it. And for now, Thunderbirds will back out, content with the one kill that they have. Cuckoo picked up We had rather kicked up the kill into Cuckoo, and now Raven in trouble. He's going to drop also. So mid lane, TNC getting far too aggressive and end up losing all of their cores.
Yeah, it's extremely unfortunate how that panned out. I mean, once you see the Metamorphosis, you really need to just cut your losses as much as possible. They should have bailed on that, at least not losing the Lifestealer. Unfortunately, obviously, the Lina getting caught out like that is something that you can't really deal with when you don't have your Euls yet. But the Lifestealer should definitely not be dropping at this stage in the game. He's far too important. He's been the top of net worth for a long time. Having the option of like Rage TP and other factors, it just feels like he should always be able to get out of just about anything. But finally, the Treant Protector's level 6, and it just feels like Thunderbirds have finally started playing together and actually making something proactive happen on the map.
And maybe also, you know, further a little bit of an odd move because you have like the Midases that have been picked up. You have yours done on Sam H, I believe, or I thought it was on the Courier. Maybe it's not quite done as of yet. He ended up going for the Arcane Boots first instead, and still a little ways away from it. But you do have it on the Lifestealer, so maybe in a little while, once those items start to come up after the fact, the armlet done, that's when things become a little bit easier for TNC to take those fights.
For sure, yeah. It was just not a really good spot to engage, and they didn't have to. They forced a fight when they could have, at worst, lost the next assassin, and that didn't even necessarily seem to be the case. So it just does seem like they're in a position where they just don't want to back down from a fight. They did have a lot of momentum behind them, but a lot of that has turned on its head as Thunderbirds start kind of getting an opportunity to play together. Metamorphosis is back up. Top lane, this tier 1 should be dropping.
And you have Rior in the area, but unlikely to be a great fight. Again, there's also Overgrowth that's available. They're bringing in Sam H now. No vision quite yet. They're still going forward. The Impale just barely off the mark.
Very close call.
But still, Moon making his rotation here, looking for his opening. It looks like Cuckoo is where he's going to turn his attention to. Weehaw dropping pretty low, but the raindrops and treads, lots of effective HP, and the hook shots on the mark.
Moon, nice play there. They push back Tim's as well. That's almost the death of Cuckoo. Still so much low HP here. Can they bring them down? They're also bringing in Sam H. Initiation comes out. There's the Spike Carapace as well, trying to find that kill. They have still so much with the living armor to keep them alive, and almost able to bring down Cuckoo there. Saksa with the nice play. Rior, no mana to get the stun, and the Rubik gets out.
Cuckoo really playing with fire there. I guess the rocket flare just a little bit off the mark. They're pinging for the next rocket flare, but I don't think it's going to be enough damage now. I think he's just a little bit too much HP. Drops down to 38, but will survive. And there was an interaction there that I haven't really seen, but the massive attack speed boost that this Lina has from both Bloodlust and Fiery Soul allowed her to break out of cogs so quickly. The attacks required to kill a power cog at this level is only 2. So Cuckoo's just like pop, pop, and he walks away. Where under normal circumstances, he should be absolutely dead.
Right. A nice little way to deal with the clockwork, that hasn't been seen all that much, regardless of the fact that you now have another way to deal with it. So a little bit frustrating there. Raven now does have his armlet, so this again might be another nice timing for him. But likewise, Weehaw picking up the drums. It's an item that we haven't seen a ton of on carries recently. Do you like the pickup in this game? Does it tell you anything about the way that T-Birds want to try and play it?
I mean, if the aura is hitting 5 heroes, then it's quite effective. But on its own, the item is just only effective in the fact that it's pretty cheap. We actually see Luna getting caught out here. A lot of spells being committed to bring her down. Finally gonna happen. And that's going to be a nice bounty going the other way, of course. That being said, yeah, the Razor, I mean, this item is mostly intelligence-based right now. It's 6 strength, 6 intelligence. I saw it a lot on Batrider still, and I liked it there. But in this context, I really only feel like it's going to be functional, A, as a very cheap item, because Weehaw is so far behind net worth overall, and B, as an item that could work well if the team is 5-manning.
All right, well, we'll see if they do decide to go for that 5-man lineup. It feels like it's something that's definitely possible with the Terrorblade there, but 6-6, the score right now. Tower's starting to be taken down across the map, and it looks like Sam H is getting set up for another movement. Although that being said, the lifesteal inside of him, it's still 20 seconds before Vendetta's up. Might be getting ready for the long con to go try and kill Resolution.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I guess the other thing to keep in mind with this is Rezo is gone for the Dragonlance build on top of a Ring of Aquila and Treads already, so he's more tanky than you would normally expect out of a Terrorblade at this point. We've seen sometimes Terrorblade switching it up and just going like straight for the Manta style or things like that, but a lot of tankability on this hero early. Is Cuckoo potentially going to get caught out again? Moomiander a little bit off the mark there with that hook shot.
And still, they're really not moving towards Force Staffs whatsoever. There's a Yules on the Lina, which can help in a tight spot, but they really don't have great tools to move around the cogs, so it makes Moomiander's job very important here, getting some good cogs down in the middle of the fight, getting in good position with this Blade Mail, and just really making mess of things. But right now, it's going to be the initiation on Weehaw, most likely, if they can just get in range for one of Rior's spells.
They're dodging away from the tower. This is a tough way to go up on the high ground, but they have got him, and nice swap back down low. Going to be able to catch onto Weehaw, and that is going to be a kill into a tower most likely, although Rior getting a good bit of damage from those Ancients. Needs to get back home.
Yeah, 3 points on the unstable current as well, so just a couple of zaps to him. Rocket Flare actually would have been enough to bring him down, but isn't going to be on the mark at the right time. Up top, though, Resolution will pop his Metamorphosis, force out a Glyph, well, the one that resets anyways, and then, of course, take the tier 1 up top. So it is going to be a 1-for-1 in terms of towers, and the kill score is pretty even as well.
Moon dealing a good bit of damage there. And the thing that's tough about this is that if you don't take the tower right now for TNC, you know that Tree is going to keep healing it back up. So this does make it a lot harder for them to take concerted objectives around the map. Rior shows up, taking a lot of damage and just is dead to Resolution. What is going on?
Wow.
All right. That was really odd. Miscommunication amongst TNC players is the most likely explanation there. And now, oh man, Raven almost going down there as well. Moomiander could have found the hook shot in.
Yeah, they were just trying to get a rocket flare kill during the armlet toggle, but in the end aren't able to find it. We're actually going to be seeing Sam H moving in invisible
and no sentry wards currently in place. So TNC definitely want to contest this tower and try to get something out of this, but in terms of initiation, they still lack the Blink Dagger on the Nyx and any real follow-up behind that.
Yeah. Everybody just going to back out slightly now, making sure not to get caught. And I've been really impressed with Thunderbirds' discipline here, because a lot of other teams might have gotten caught on the way out of there, and TNC looking for those kills, but everybody's sticking together and then, you know, getting out at the same time together, making sure that they don't give up anything that they have to. And now they've built up a lead of around 3,000 net worth and around 2,000 experience.
Yeah, and they've got great heroes to protect that lead. Yeah, you were talking about it before, but this living armor has been a real nuisance against TNC. And I think a big part of that is the armor changes for the towers that have been taking place over the past few patches. The fact that you get so much armor on a tower when like 3 or 4 heroes are trying to siege it allows this living armor to really make an impact and really allow you to keep everything alive for a long, long time. So with that in mind, they have yet to take a single tier 1 tower, and it is actually all 3 in favor of Thunderbirds for the tier 1s.
That was kind of interesting too. We just saw the clockwork flare go over the top of the shrine, and it's like all 5 heroes grouped together, TPing into the shrine. I wonder what you guys are doing. So
sure.
It wasn't a smoke play that ended up coming out from it, but it does look like Sam H will be able to find that initiation on a Soxkin nonetheless. He goes down, bottom as well. They're looking for a fight. Cuckoo is gonna drop. So a couple of trades, but I think you're more than happy to give up your Rubik and pick off the Lina.
Oh, definitely. This is just not a position that Lina wants to be in. She doesn't have a respawn time talent yet, so every death feels very costly. And yeah, it seemed like they weren't prepared for Thunderbirds to have such an active response. But I feel like historically, that's one of the team's strengths as Digital Chaos or as Thunderbirds. They have been able to react to situations by bringing often more heroes than necessary to just make sure that they can win the fight. And as it turns out, this is just TNC losing momentum time and time again. And I mean, these Viduses will help for sure. It'll kind of cushion the disadvantage they're experiencing right now, but they've got to get it together for the next few fights.
Oh no, and this is not the way that you want this to go. Moon Meander moving in, looking at Raven, has eyes on him, can go for the kill. Sam H is here as well, but can they stop it? They just kill off the courier. The rarely seen right clicks from Clockwork finding that one, and now Tim's stuck up on the high ground. This is going terribly for TNC. They're gonna end up losing the tower off the bat of this. Thankfully the lifestealer gets out, but man, oh man, T-Birds have all the answers.
Yeah, for sure. And they're going to keep on pushing as long as this Metamorphosis is still involved here. That Dragonlance, these illusions, it's going to be very potent, and it's going to be TNC that have to draw the line.
You have this early Sange picked up by the Razor as well, so almost 2,000 HP on him. Probably will get there when he has the Power Tread switched over to Strength, but it's just not a great way for TNC to deal with this right now. What's the play for them now? Do you only have to go for pickoffs with Sam H pretty much?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like what you're looking for is the ability to abuse this Nyx Assassin's power to move on the map. Everybody else should be scouted by some basic observer wards, but there's still a lot. You can't have sentries everywhere. And so until a gem is picked up, I feel like Sam H has to kind of just stay active, stay on the map, and try to keep finding ganks. But at least for right now, it's going to be Resolution playing it back, keep on farming. He's going to look for that Scotty soon, and that's going to be kind of a breaking point. Once you have an Eye of Scotty, along with like Dragonlance Manta style, like this hero is just a little bit too tanky for all of this burst damage, and he's going to get a good Sunder off.
Well, they're trying to find something here, but and Resolution is just going to walk away from that one. It's so hard to actually take him down unless you have all 5 heroes there, and obviously if you got all 5 heroes in one spot, likely to be scouted out or Thunderbirds realizing something's happening. In the meantime, you've got Tree who keeps the vision up. Reconnaissance missions into the dire jungle. Ships in the night pass each other here now.
They definitely know that Moon Meander's here from that rocket flare positioning, but they don't know who else is the question. And the TNC are a little bit worried about trying to make an engagement like that, but they finally make the call. They've got the full flank, and it looks like Moon is in some serious trouble.
Yeah, Raven looking, oh, all right, a little 4-step away, and not to mention had the hook shot there as well to catch onto his tree if he needed to. I mean, with Misery in the area too, could they go for a defensive this if you wanted to, Thunderbirds?
No, I can't believe that they're actually looking for this. The hook shot will miss, the TP will cancel. That is the right decision. Do not defend that tower.
It would have been a beautiful dream, but would have likely ended in a nightmare.
That would have been suicidal, dude. That would have been 3 heroes down and the tower as well. Okay, so look at it this way. Tree Protector, he treats the towers like his children. He's a good father. He's got 3 kids, tier 1s out there, blooming and just trying to make their living in the world. And he tries to just pat them on the back, keep giving them living armor, keep them going. And then just there's these people out there out for blood, trying to kill them. It's like you really want to keep them alive. You really care, but don't care that much that you'll give your life away and your friends' lives away. It's a losing battle. It's really just not worth it in the end. You care, but you sometimes care too much.
Okay, I'm with you, and that leads to. This is going into dark places. I'm not gonna lie. We can't explore this analogy any further without going to terrifying depths. But yeah, it's still been an interesting situation though, because like Misery's been able to hold up the other 2 now, and that the tier 2 is still standing. It's led to a pretty substantial net worth lead into the favor of T-Birds. 7,500 gold, around 4,000 experience. What's the avenue now for TNC to take fights? Like, I'm looking at the way it works. Is it all dependent upon T-Birds basically overextending?
I mean, I think they just need a good target to jump on first and foremost. I mean, Rior can definitely set that up. Probably needs his second point in his ultimate to make it easy. But I do definitely think they just need to kind of find a good focus target. A lot of times it's been Saksa, but of course he's been kind of low priority in terms of just overall value as a kill. And then usually they lose 1 or 2 heroes in exchange for it, which is just not what they're looking for. So right now, I mean, Raven at least got the Maelstrom off of the Fallen Courier, now looking for the Mjolnir to complete a really good set of damage dealing items. But yeah, I just think that they need to kind of find a good target to isolate. The Clockwork is ready and willing to be on the front line. Treant Protector, if he's on the front, is probably going to get the Overgrowth out, and you don't want either of those things to happen. So it just between the Overgrowth, between the cogs, it's really hard to maneuver here. But if you can isolate any of the other 3 targets, any of the ranged heroes, then you're going to be able to start the fight on really good terms.
Oh, this is looking quite good right now for TNC. If they can get into the right initiation angle, the Impale connects onto 3, almost able to bring down Misery, but he's able to walk away, and now the Overgrowth is going to come. Raven gets sundered, gets brought down. Great combo of play. Moon Meander, he's found Rior as well. It was looking like maybe there was a chance where they get a good Impale and then Infest Bomb out, but maybe just a little bit of mixed signals on who they want to go on there.
Exactly. It's just one of those things where you can get a really good stun out here, but he tried to burst down Misery before the Overgrowth came through because he knew that if that tree lives, then Nyx suddenly is useless, even during Rage, because he gets the disarm against him and he's just not able to do anything. So in that case, it's just they can't really isolate a target, and they can't take a fight full on 5-on-5 with all spells on board. So they lose the fight, they lose the Aegis, and this is going to be critical mass. I mean, this is going to be a Terrorblade that just can't die. He even dodges out the Magic Missile with the Manta, and he's got an Aegis to back himself up.
Oh, poor Tim's just going to get dismantled here. You have another great Ravage from Sam H, trying to put the team on his back right now, but Resolution, they're going to be able to get the swap out. Cuckoo actually is going to live through this one. Moon Meander still going to chase for the moment. Light Strike Ray connects. Sam H again showing up, trying to control that Tim's, but it does look like Raven, almost able to escape, is going to end up going down. Resolution doing too much damage. They were able to kill off Moon Meander on the low ground. So anything you can get at this stage is sort of a good win for TNC.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, right now, anything helped, but at the end of the day, I still really feel like this is a point in the game that they don't want to be in. The fact is, this Terrorblade is going to be the dominant force in this game for the rest of the game. And I'm actually going to see Nyx Assassin picked off, Vendetta stolen. He does what he can, but it's just not enough. Cuckoo walking in, trying to make something of it. He might get a kill, but will it be returned the other way as the Sunder comes through?
Oh, he's super quick, though. He's going to be able to walk out of there. Tim's fits the stun. Rior might be able to turn again with the Magic Missile if he wants to go for it. Cuckoo just going to back out. They do not want to overextend in this situation. Yeah, Soxka spotted him the whole way inside that tree line, and just found the kill with a little bit of help from his buddies. And I think at the end of the day, like, losing Sam H certainly sucks, but if you're trading kills and sort of slowing down the pressure of Thunderbirds, still feels okay to me. But yeah, it's still a hard game.
Yeah, it is. And I got to go back to the point we made about the Hands of Midas. Like, it obviously allows you to have a really solid mid game. But when you make mistakes like this and things start snowballing out of hands anyway, you start to regret it. You start to realize, oh, we don't have options in terms of isolating and killing targets because we didn't get that blink dagger early enough, or we didn't get this one item on the lifestealer fast enough. I just feel like there was a really good window where this Lina had level 2 ultimate, the Nyx Assassin, and the lifestealer could have been just in full-on gank mode and starting to prevent Resolution from getting anything. And instead, they kind of tiptoed into a couple of fights that didn't belong. They didn't have the items they needed to make the good fights happen. And in the end, it just put Thunderbirds back in the driver's seat.
Oh, heavy lifting needing to come up right now for TNC, and a lot of people capable of doing it. The Light Strike Array as well as the Dragon Slave killing off these illusions, so they are starting to deal with it. But again, how do you take care of the big bad Terrorblade himself? There are a few ways to make it work without burning through absolutely everything. And afterwards, he's got his Aegis also. Moon, in the meantime, does have that hook shot ready to get for counter initiation if they need it. There's the swap in. All right, nice start to this fight. Sam H, he's going to jump onto the backlines. Connects onto Sakta, almost able to come up with the overgrowth. Going to be able to control him. Raven in trouble. Sam H also soon to fall down. They're both going to get out of there. Resolution might possibly... No, there's no way. Cuckoo drops as well. Big. Moon Meander, they're taking him down. That's another kill. 4 of them down. 3 buybacks. And you know what? I don't think Thunderbirds give a damn.
I mean, they haven't even broken the Aegis. They've forced all full buyback, everybody, all hands on deck, trying to turn this back around, but the Terrorblade is too tanky. Once he got that Scotty, it was just too much. This lineup has a very finite amount of damage they can put out, and they have expended everything to get to this point, and it's not going to be enough.
All right, well, you kill Moon. Congratulations. Soxka's dead as well. But so too is your entire team with all of those buybacks, and Cuckoo as well, just needing to retreat at this point. And it's everything. All of these factors working together. The tree heals, the overgrowth to keep the Lifestealer from dealing damage. They have found the answer to TNC. At least in this game.
It came down to a few key jungle fights. The fact is that TNC lost a couple of heroes they couldn't afford to. Lost Alina a few too many times. I mean, she was doing so well in the laning phase, but now you see that she's got 4 deaths behind her, and those deaths add up very quickly in terms of building back momentum for the Radiant side. Instead, they get tower after tower with the Terrorblade, and he gets to a point that they just cannot do anything about.
Well, we've seen TNC come back multiple times in a lot of these games, but it's tough when you just have the heroes that answer, like what TNC have really well. Lifestealer does not deal well with Terrorblade, and likewise doesn't deal well with Trio Protector. A lot of these heroes just are the answers for him. If there was a dream fight for TNC, what does it look like? Is it picking off the tree at the very beginning, or trying to burst through the Terrorblade?
Yeah, I mean, ideally they'd look to isolate a target with swap and just get a free kill really quickly. But in general, I feel like Thunderbirds have enough reactive tools between the Clockwork and the Tree Protector to deal with that now. They can get in with Mech, Living Armor Overgrowth, the Cogs of Force Staff play. Like, they can make a response happen, and I just feel like isolation is no longer going to work. In fact, it's going to be Cuckoo who gets isolated instead.
Yeah, Force Staff's the other side of the Cogs. He's brought down very low by that. Now the Overgrowth onto 2. Light Strike Array trying to create that separation, but the BKB has already been popped. Rior almost able to live through it. The Bloodstone heal coming through, but it was never going to be enough. And GG is called. 32 minutes into this one. T-Birds making it work.
Yeah. A little shaky in the laning phase. A lot of the early rotations for TNC definitely caught them off guard, and in general, I don't think that they planned out the mid lane very well in terms of the just amount of magical harassment they were going to be getting from the Ogre and the Lina. It just didn't seem like we had a clear answer or a buddy to go to. Like, Misery wasn't going to let him cry on his shoulder. He was going to kind of do his own thing somewhere else on the map. So I do feel like Thunderbirds pick just, I mean, makes that very clear. You can go for some early items on Spectre. You can see like Urn of Shadows, Phase Boots, Manta Style, stuff like that. But in general, this hero is still going to have his work cut out for him. Raven really needs to go for very, very late game if they're going to bring this back. I feel like it's a powerful pick, but it's also a very risky one.
The plus side is you're obviously going to be able to find that disruptor in a fight once things start to kick off a little bit, and maybe take him down at the early stages. But Thunderbirds can answer right back. Naga Siren taken. Oh man, we might be in for a little bit of a long one here, Blaze.
Yeah, so the Resolution Naga was a key in the game that they had versus a Liquid, so I do feel like this is a hero that in general they're extremely comfortable with. Resolution has some of the best illusion micro out there. That's why he's renowned for some of his heroes like Terrible Blade and Naga Siren. I just feel like this is just a game a fight you don't want to take. TNC, they are on match point here against Thunderbirds, and they're going to be dropping down lower in the Swiss format group stage here if they do not pull through. But this Naga is just, I feel like I'm just more confident in a Rezo Naga compared to a Spectre Raven, and I just don't think the TNC showcased the late game chops that they needed to in the previous game. But they want to prove themselves here in a big way, and we'll have to see what TNC can pull through with.
You know, there is a chance, though, that TNC could be going for, like, the double bluff, and you play Spectre in the more aggressive style, getting the Urn early, not trying to just go for, like, and play it more as a tempo-oriented hero. If they took something like a Shadow Fiend with their last pick that gives you tower hitting potential as well, a TA also would have been a great one. Do you like that style more?
I mean, I like it more, but it's still within a simple framework. Like, you can bend how you play the hero, but you can't break the hero. Like, you're able to go so far with Spectre in terms of tempo, but at the end of the day, her skill set innately is a very slow-paced one. You can get to the fights really well, and you can farm at the same time. It's a very efficient hero, but almost all, like, so much of her kit will scale into the late game. Obviously she's going to get a lot of potential value with Desolate and Haunt, but I just do feel like with that long cooldown on Haunt and with just the natural low stat pool of the hero early on, that no matter how tempo oriented you want to be, she's still going to be very slow paced. And in turn, we have Thunderbirds picking up Windranger, a hero that, while potentially squishy, can be very, very effective against a lot of these heroes with her win run, and then with just maybe 2 items suddenly become a powerhouse in the mid game.
And now the last pick coming out as well as the Silencer to match up against the Windranger in that mid lane. Well, I feel like I know what you're going to say here, Blaze, but I'm going to ask you, which draft do you like more in this one right here?
Yeah, I just feel like while the framework for TNC for the first 3 heroes made a lot of sense, going Spectre Silencer and kind of taking that late game stance against the Thunderbirds, I just don't feel like that's the game that they want to play here. And I do think that Thunderbirds are going to be able to do a lot of work. They're going to be perfectly fine in a Windranger versus Silencer 1v1 mid. There's some fun interactions between like the last word and the win run, but like end of the day, there's going to be a Monkey King roaming around. You're only going to be able to do so much against that. And I just think that it's going to be a really, really solid game for Thunderbirds, because at the end of the day, like the worst case scenario, you just go for setup, right? You just go for like this Naga Siren combo. You Song the Siren, you Kinetic Static, and you look to drop down the ultimate from the Monkey King as well. And from there, like even if you global the second that even if you're able to global the second that the Naga Siren sleep is going to end, it just still sets up so many different things, shackles and whatnot. So I feel like it's going to be a really hard game for Cuckoo in particular, but for TNC overall.
All right. Well, we'll have to see. If there was one hero on either on TNC that would be sort of that catalyst to make it all work the way that they want it to, who is it that needs to have a good game and get their items quickly?
As far as items, it's got to be Spectre. As far as gameplay, it's going to be Cuckoo. Like, he has to position himself so carefully, he has to time his global so perfectly, and there's potential for him to bring this game back, but it comes at great risk.
All right, well, early on, T-Bird's going to be found out now. The Poison Touch, the Impale, but immediately a Photic Shield, it takes everything off, and then Misery just walks away.
Yeah, so that's one of those things where you get a lot of good spells out against somebody, but they're just debuffs, and you can make them pretty irrelevant here. So overall. They'll take at least an aggressive stance here on the bounty runes. It looks like they'll get 3 bounty runes to start for TNC, which is nice. But at the same time, they're not really going to get much more than that.
And maybe a little bit of an aggressive lane coming out also in response to the, Spectre, a relatively weak laning hero. They're going to answer with the Naga Siren resolution going up against it. So very interesting response. Do you like this choice by TNC? As it looks like they were not quite able to get that bounty rune, and now Raven actually might be in a little bit of trouble trying to hide in the trees here and get away. It's going to be able to make that escape, but Resolution's still going for the chase. Already going to have to pop that salve.
Yeah, so obviously it's just going to be a 2 for 2 on the bounty runes as a result of all that. And yeah, it's just going to be up here, back up from the Spectre here, having to pop an early salve. So it's going to be a bloodbath up here. And I think one big problem is Rior went for the Poison Touch, which is great for a 3v1 laning situation, but really weak when you're contested so heavily. So depends on where the Monkey King goes, of course, but at least for right now, I do feel like Raven's farm is going to be suppressed.
Okay. Yeah, and you take a look at the other lanes. Abba versus Nick shouldn't be anything too significant to write home about there. Mid lane, it does look like Cuckoo was getting a little bit of help from his Ogre, but now maybe in some trouble with the Monkey King. Potential to pop over as well. Cuckoo just might go down solo to Weeha on the Wind Ranger. Cuckoo far too aggressive.
Yeah, and you just can't afford an early start like that. I mean, obviously, like, there's this back and forth that you're kind of paying attention to between the supports where you're like, okay, well, let's think about if I need to lend my hand to that. It can be very distracting, but no, you can't give up a level 1 first blood against Windrun. It's just really ugly and a bad way to start the game. It's a pretty obvious statement, but at the end of the day, like Silencer, he's not going to be coming back until level 6 at the earliest, and in the meantime, we're going to see Weeha just do whatever the heck he wants.
Yeah, and it's not as if you can necessarily like bring in the rest of the heroes, because you're getting aggro tri-laned right now as Raven. Like, he has to be able to get his farm on. You mentioned how important those levels are, and I guess the hope here now, if you're PNC, is that you can get away without too many deaths on Cuckoo, and then eventually come back into it by virtue of fighting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea for sure. They have a really solid team fight lineup. They just need to get heroes at the right place at the right time. But yeah, right now, I mean, Mumiander gets to play like a safe lane solo Abba against the Sam H Nyx and just gets to kind of do his own thing. And in the meantime, yeah, this Spectre is going to continue to feel some limitations. He's going to have to keep on chewing through regen. And I just feel like with that in mind, the cores for TNC are going to have a pretty bad start.
Okay. If we're looking for ways to like outplay the opponents, maybe trying to bait somebody into, a bad spell, is there the chance that like Raven, Rior, and the Slardar can find kills in this lane if somebody oversteps a little bit? T-Birds or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. It's definitely possible. I mean, they have some really good potential just when the heroes hit level 3. A couple points in Slithering Crush, a couple points in Shadow Wave. A misstep could absolutely be costly for Thunderbirds, but I'm pretty sure they're confident enough in their play that they should just be able to isolate targets without clipping up with a creep wave, which is where Dazzle is strongest.
And also mentioning the regen that you've got here, Rior completely out of any HP regen.
Oh.
Raven has 2 tangos.
Nice little shackle play, but it is only level 1. But I mean, kind of just showing him who's possible. He has the plenty of mana to spare, and even canceling up the salve, which means Cuckoo now has nothing left in terms of sustain.
This is a rough one. This is a very tough game right now for TNC, and every little right click coming in from Wind Ranger is just, you're feeling the burn. So get through the laning stage with as little bleeding as possible. Eventually try and make some rotations where you get some type of a kill. It looks like Tim's is actually going to try and make the play to help out Cuckoo a little bit.
I mean, it's definitely what he's been trying to do since the game began, but with the smoke, they actually might be able to make it work. They need Tim's to lead for sure. Rior cannot start the fight with just a level 1 poison touch, but if they can get a good position here, then with the Slardar in front, then it still might be a decent kill. But looks like Weeha is going to be going for the bottom rune. This is actually a perfect setup and almost a guaranteed kill.
Nicely done here. The crush is going to connect, and now Weeha is going to be silenced. They find the kill. It was really good play also by Raven throughout all of that. He was playing like there were supports behind him, and he wasn't afraid. The Monkey King scattered out, and that might have hid the fact that they were rotating towards mid.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely did not see that, or he wouldn't have gone for such an exposed rune, and it ends up working out very well with a key kill the other way around, and a nice +2 for the silencer. So
and bottom lane,
they're going to get a jump down bottom, and the Aphotic Shield is just off cooldown.
It was a really good play there by Tims. They were able to set it up with a stun immediately as the Aphotic Shield wore off, so they still got the full damage out. They couldn't quite get the spiked Carapace to pop as the shield popped, but it was still a good play.
Yeah. This game could stretch out quite a bit here. As obviously, we talked about how slow Spectre is, but Naga Siren isn't the fastest paced hero either. Even if she has a really good start, as you see with the CS, it's still going to be quite a long time before TNC really feel the impact of that. Once that comes out, once there's the Radiance of the Manta, you realize very quickly that there is all that damage.
Ooh.
But oh, nice little combo there for Sam H. Carapace has the Aphotic Shield, and they're going to be able to go for the 3v1.
Nicely done with the heal bomb to finish it off. And that was what I was talking about earlier. They tried to go for that play. They didn't need it to kill him off before, but now they find a second kill. So TNC, despite the early lows in CS, are finding kills, and Raven is honestly having an okay time down here, although, again, being pressured heavily.
For sure. But all the same, these are critical kills for TNC to try to kind of bring their way back. Their mid and their safe laners are going to be underfarmed. They know that already. But if they can build a lot of momentum on Sam H's Nyx, this is a player who has been able to carry the team on his shoulders time and time again. Just being able to be an extremely aggressive initiator and just make the fights happen where they need them to. So I think that although they really are in a sore spot with the Spectre, they might be setting themselves up for a way to bounce back if they can get Nyx online.
And Tim's back here to provide a little bit more cover for that Spectre to farm. It's definitely what they need, but you can see already Naga Siren 50 last hits in 9 minutes, and they need to make something happen. And it looks like Tim H has decided the same as he is moving into this off lane, or rather safe lane, to mess with Resolution a little bit. Going in for it, but look at this recognition. They see what's happening. They're going to bring the Resolution Naga Siren back and also keep Weehawk close to the tower as well, because they don't know where this Nyx is, but covering all their bases.
Yeah, pretty close to the shrine here, so even with the jump, I think he actually might be okay. We'll see. Maybe initiation here, if it's now or never, and they need to follow up from Tim's.
Yeah, this is going to be an easy kill onto Soxa, so they get something from it. And even going to get a little bit of chip damage here onto Resolution as well before they head back on their merry little way.
In the meantime, Rio's going to be sitting here just soaking up bottom, so going to have your cake and eat it too here. The Dazzle's going to find some key levels, and Dazzle's definitely a hero that can benefit from it. Like, a lot of times people just look at him at face value as a support hero that needs the least, but at the end of the day, if you hit a good like level 9 timing on Dazzle and you have like all your spells to work with, you're going to actually be feeling pretty good. But he'll make his rotation back towards the Dire Shrine up top and try to see what he can do towards the mid.
All right. Sam H still remaining active. He has another round of Vendetta, and Resolution very far forward here is most likely going to drop to this as Tim's is rotating his... Oh, they missed the Impale though. Oh, and that's going to mean Resolution gets out. So Sam H a little bit off the mark with that one. It's not easy to hit it though, particularly on a relatively high movement speed hero like Naga.
Yep, smoke play going to come out from mid though. Soxa and Misery trying to see what they can do to this Silencer who does not have the global available and walks right into the Spring.
In trouble. There's the Kinetic Field laid down. He actually turns to try and fight onto Weehaw, but he knew he was dead at that point.
Yeah, tough spot to be in, but at least he has his global now. He can definitely pop that at any point in time with the full mana pool that he's going to be responding with. And I do think that, again, if they're going to be bringing this game back, it's going to be based off of that cooldown and using it very actively.
And you can look at this down bottom. Moon got his ulti triggered as well. We do have level 6 on Spectre, so if there was some movement down here towards the bottom, there's a chance they could punish this cooldown on Moon, but they would have to make a concerted effort with the Nyx Assassin, most likely.
In the meantime, Misery still just being a nuisance up here, just bouncing around, looking for an opportunity, but Raven
they are
has
going
gotten
for
some
it.
breathing room.
They're going for it down bottom. Sam H is here, and this should be a kill if they can get it right. There's gonna... Oh no! The Kinetic Field! It catches him! Sam H! He's gonna be controlled for the moment, and now Moon, able to make that getaway. They're diving deep for this one, but they have to call off the charge. Great saving play right there by Soxa. I don't even know if they necessarily knew that Sam H was in there. They did with that Sentry Ward. Really good play.
And there you go. I mean, the fact is the Haunt is wasted. They're going to go for the dagger play, and it's not going to be anything effective. Sims has to sprint a long way here to get down Soxa, and it looks like they will pick him up, but there's going to be some flank coming in with Weehaw. Can they bring anybody else in, though? They need the Monkey King, whose TP is on cooldown for another 13 seconds. So while they might be able to get the jump up top, the fight down bottom is over.
And Rior will be dove here for this one. Does have the Grave TP, but no net skilled. They think about actually going to pop the Song of the Siren. It's a hell of a lot of hate shown to the support. It is going to be killed off.
Guarantees the tower, gets the dazzle down, and I think it's worthwhile for sure. And while it is a pretty long cooldown, you also know that Haunt is still going to be on cooldown for quite a while too. So I don't think that they're too worried about it. They don't intend to use the song for much more than an escape at this point in time. So yeah, nice little pickup there.
Oh,
and,
mid lane. Yeah, Weeha's going to end up falling here. They drop the global for this one. Crush to follow, and a little bit of -2 action into the favor of Cuckoo.
But it almost looks like they're trying to set up for something here, just kind of bouncing around at the moment. But with the global down, with the Haunt down, this is a window where TNC cannot play aggressively. They know that they have to realize that they cannot actually take a fight, even at a numbers advantage, because there's going to be too many heroes responding too quickly from the side of Thunderbirds, and then, of course, they just won't have the ultimate cooldowns they need.
And we did just see right there the Nyx Assassin stalking the courier. Wasn't able to get it. Mid lane, Cuckoo going to be pulled back in yet again. The Shackle is going to connect, and unfortunately, that was not the Dazzle coming in. I wasn't able to get a Grave off, so they do lose Cuckoo. And right now, it's looking like T-Birds in the lead, about 2,000 net worth with roughly 7,500 experience. Last game, it was T-Birds that ended up pulling ahead with a stronger late-game lineup. Do you think that in this game, T-Birds still have the stronger late-game lineup?
I mean, it's actually extremely difficult to call. It really comes down to what Cuckoo gets in the next 20, 30 minutes of the game. A Spectre still is a hero that can take it to the late game really effectively, even against items such as Silver Edge, but I mean, you are up against some pretty difficult heroes and some good combos in the Naga plus Disruptor. But I really can't just at face value say one team has a better late game or not. It comes down to execution. But right now, I just feel like Thunderbirds are have a better chance of getting into that late game position with forward momentum.
Okay. Sam H does show up here again as spotting out Resolution. If there was a way to turn it back around, it would certainly be by Sam H accelerating through kills. Whether that's going to happen is a completely different story. And in the meantime, T-Bird's just going to mount the pressure onto the Tier 1 tower in the mid lane. And TNC can't afford to let this fall. Unfortunately, Sam H is not really in a position to make this stop happening. But with the amp damage there onto Weehaw, and then immediately going to be taken off, that should spell the end of the aggression, at least for now. Although, Sam H is going to get gone on. Glimpse. Yeah.
Big pickup.
That should be the end of it. So, global drop. They actually decide to go in on this. They pop the Haunt. Grave comes out to keep Sam H alive, and they turn a fight. Maybe going to be able to take down Misery. Just when you think TNC are going to back up, and T-Birds think they have it in the bag. TNC show up for this fight, and now going to chase even further for another kill. They don't quite catch the Shackle, and now Tim shows up. Crush connects onto 2. The Impale from the low ground. Sam H, they thought he took him out before, but 3 dead, and Soxa is going to not quite fall himself. Oh my god. The battle in the river.
Absolutely. Very good commitment there. Again, the power of these global abilities, the Haunt and the Silence, allows you to take fights where the enemy doesn't expect you to. And I do think that while they are long cooldown, they are extremely valuable. And yet Misery is going to try to at least defend the tower with the ultimate here, just pushing Raven back and making it impossible for them to really get any critical damage out of the kill. Still getting 10 intelligence buffed up for the Silencer, as well as a 9-4 kill lead, and bringing net worth and experience back to where they want it to be. I think the TNC are very happy with how they went, and they just have to wait for 70 seconds to do it again.
I mean, the unfortunate part is that this is still Naga Siren farming completely free and has the relic completed, just a little under 1,000 gold away from finishing off the Radiance. I mean, at this early stage, that is terrifying. Do you think that it's something where we see T-Birds get aggressive with the Radiance right away and try and counter the aggression of TNC, or do you think they're going to play it more passively?
Yeah, I mean, that's not really how Naga Siren likes to use Radiance. She really, as soon as she gets it, she starts just spreading the illusions around, pushing out the creep waves, and farming up the jungle really efficiently. It's much more about getting to that second, third, fourth item extremely quickly, as well as making it so that there's no potential push coming in from the enemy side because of where the creep waves are at. So I don't think they're going to be like trying to break down a tier 2 or something once they have that Radiance. It's much more coming online in a big way and allowing Thunderbirds to have full confidence of the map.
And the Naga Siren is going to be answered by Hand of Midas's all around. Weehaw also picks up one for his Wind Ranger. And obviously going for that level 10 4 mana regen talent. That thing, I feel like since it's come out, when people, that's been one of the reasons why Wind Ranger is coming back in such style, is just because of that talent and how much you can spam out power shots.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. The amount of just raw mana and the fact that you don't have to buy any specific mana regen items in order to allow that hero to keep going. Like, it's actually pretty insane. I mean, I just like imagine if Lina had a talent like that or something, just not having to buy up all of these specific intelligence-based items and just being able to go for right-click, which is what Wind Ranger wants to do. Like, she'll go for the Midas for now, but she's looking for like this Mjolnir, Blink, and later Aghanim's build up that will allow her to just keep some really heavy damage coming out from the right clicks.
So this is the interesting little situation now. They're getting in a position where they're farming aggressively, taking down the tower with the Naga Siren illusions to cut the creep wave, but TNC, realizing they might be a little bit vulnerable right now, they're going to go immediately on to Soxa, take him down at the start of the fight. Now Raven going to haunt in, looking further forward, able to catch Moonmeander with that stun. Now Resolution in a lot of trouble. This is going to be a complete and total catastrophe. 3 already about to fall, but can they actually turn it back around now? All right, Misery takes down Rior, now looking for more. Sam H in a little bit of trouble here, but he does get the Spike Carapace off, and the 3-person impale. Holy shit, Weehaw is going to drop, and maybe even Misery as well. Can they connect with the kill? They take down an ultra kill for Raven at 16 minutes, and that was not at all the fight that Thunderbirds wanted.
Sam H is actually a god among men. The amount of awesome carapaces he's shown in this game are already staggering, but specifically that one there, this would not have been a fight. This would have been a pickoff on a disruptor. And right in the middle of the cast animation for Song of the Siren, in the tree line, Resolution's Radiance triggers Sam H's carapace. Then he gets silenced, he gets comboed, and he gets killed off, and it turns into a bloodbath, an absolute bloodbath. And it just comes to show that these tiny little interactions, like using the carapace on a Radiance, will allow you to do some incredible things, and they're not done yet. They have exhausted Haunt and Global, but if they find just a pick instead of a 5-on-5, because they have the tools to initiate like the Blink Dagger on Tim's, they're still going to be able to find the kill they're looking for.
And now they're moving into Roshan. They know that all of these ultis are on cooldown, but the problem is that Spectre still has that radiance. They're walking in with the Spike Carapace. A good counter initiation play comes in. Another impale onto 2. Rezo in trouble, almost gonna drop. He's getting hit by Roshan as well, but Sam H dropping solo is gonna die at the start of this fight. Tim's going forward. He gets shackled by Weehaw. Oh, and the Song of the Siren now to split everything up and to get themselves reset for another go. They don't have global on TNC. Can they kill off any of these heroes? Cuckoo getting great, but Raven, he's taken down Weehaw, or rather Resolution. Cuckoo almost dead in this one, but able to walk away. They don't quite have enough damage to kill him off. Misery is still looking, and he is going to be able to go down. Finds that kill, but it might come at the cost of his own life. Still well worth it for them. Weehaw trying to run away now. They have the earn charges. They have all the damage in the world. Moonmeander's ulti is already popped. And TNC taking that fight in beautiful fashion.
Yeah, without globals and without a Radiance. And now they'll pop the Haunt. They'll try to get a little bit more out of this. Weehaw should be able to win run away, but the Abba will fall, setting up a triple kill for Raven in the end of it. A fight that could have been considered disadvantaged, but through just really good movement, really good spreading of their heroes. So they only got 2 caught in the Static Storm, and a very nice Shallow Grave from Rior. They're able to extend the fight out an extremely long period of time to the point that Thunderbirds, while they do get a couple of kills, this devolves into a skirmish that favors TNC. More silencer intelligence, now up to 20, and just as a whole, like massive momentum for Raven. Somebody that was shut down so hard in the laning phase, now still at the 19-minute mark only has 83 CS as the hard carry, is finding himself at second in net worth and looking really good.
I mean, 10-0-2 at this point in the game he had an ultra kill at that early 60 minutes of arc. Gets another triple here just a second ago. They have found Tim's T-Birds in the jungle, so the Slardar will fall, but Raven and TNC have really pulled themselves into a strong-looking game right now. Rior, they're going to pop the Shrine, trying to keep him alive, but it's not going to be enough. And they got the Global Silence now. Resolution going to die again. We talked about the need to get into more items for this hero, but he's just been trying to take the fight consistently and keeps on dying now. A good nut counsel of that right-click from Moon so that the Spike Carapace doesn't connect onto him, and now they're going to be able to pull back in onto Sam H, trying to find that kill. They jump forward. The Monkey King, Misery, trying to find that kill. Cuckoo is going to drop. We've just had consistently these ridiculously extensive battles. Now Raven trying to go back in for another kill. Tim's is respawned. Raven almost dead here, is going to end up falling. And finally, TNC might have dove too deep. Blink Dagger's being canceled. They don't quite connect with the Shackle. They re-go on the Weave. They're looking to fight constantly.
Yeah, these are ridiculous exchanges, just going back and forth very quickly, based just solely on skill usage. I mean, some great Shackle shots coming out there, and some also really solid boundless strikes from Misery. They have some good AoE control, is the bottom line, and I feel like in that fight they're actually able to take advantage of it. And while a couple of heroes did drop pretty quickly, like when they popped the global, we did see Rezo drop down fast. The Spectre was also pretty squishy at this stage, and she was able to be dropped down, which I feel is even more important. Naga already in a pretty happy position, moving rapidly towards Manta style. The Spectre, she now needs to look for honk kills. Like, she can't just say, okay, I can farm things, because she's actually going to farm a lot slower than the Naga. It's actually the Spectre who's forced into an aggressive position at the 21-minute mark.
Well, the plus side is that they are going to be able to at least begin to build up those kills, as Misery will be found in the jungle, and Raven secures that kill. And we talked about the need for Sam H to go off in this game. Already Midas done and in hand on top of Arcane Boots, 1,400 gold in the bank. Could go back for that blink. But we still haven't had a great answer for Weeha yet. Do you think maybe Diffusal Blade might be a look for Spectre in the future after finishing off that Manta style?
Yeah, Diffusal Blade's pretty interesting, because it does now dispel Windrun, which was a property that didn't exist before. So the fact is, if you're going to be getting an item that's already good on Spectre, oh, too much damage.
Oh.
But yeah, if you're going to get an item that was already amazing on Spectre, thanks to the amount of damage that the illusions put out with it, getting that with the ability to dispel some key buffs is also really, really beneficial.
Yeah. It would be quite good. And I mean, is there anything else that's really great to dispel this game? I guess that's just the main thing.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah. I mean, that's really nice. Obviously, like, you're still focused on a lot of the other heroes first. Like, the Monkey King could become a real threat, as we see him going right onto the Dazzle here with the help of the Static Storm. And the Shackle onto Cuckoo, not going to latch, but still putting out a hell of a lot of damage onto him.
The problem, though, is that you do have the wraparound from the other side. Sam H is already here. They dropped the global, and now Weeha, no chance to get away from this one. It does look like they're going to be able to walk away, though. Raven not wanting to dive too deep for that. So TNC, they keep alive Cuckoo at the very least.
Yeah, so both mids surviving through that, very important. But end of the day, I feel like this Roshan pit is going to be a DMZ pretty soon. Like, they can't keep fighting around it. They can't keep on testing it, because they know that one way or the other side is going to be right on top of it. So, yeah, right now, I do think that TNC are in a position to continue to claw their way back. But as you can still see on the net worth, it's Thunderbirds that have been prevailing for the most part. I think it comes down to, like, the surprise factor and the amount of spacing. Like, when TNC was able to kind of just make the jump of the Roche pit, and Thunderbirds were clearly not prepared and clearly not set up for it. But now, like, the last couple of fights, Thunderbirds have known exactly where their opponents are, what they need to do to make the fights work, and we see kind of seeing it edging the other way. So adding in factors like the Sam H Blink Dagger, these are going to be keys to really continue to amount that element of surprise and that just extra burst and extra oomph they need.
The one thing I do like is that you've got this Cuckoo Shadow Blade that's going to be coming out, and he does have enough gold for it now to be completed. Because now you have two separate sources of initiation that can come out. Either A, the Silencer finding a pick off with the Shadow Blade, or B, Sam H being the one to find somebody. The downside is that you do have all of these Sentry Wards that are already down because there's a Nyx in the game. So do you like the choice? Do you think it's going to allow TNC to find those avenues of initiation?
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be creating some unique properties here as far as like just getting into the fight, going right on the target that he wants to, and kind of closing some gaps here and there. Oh, we do see a Haunt.
Yeah, they're looking for Misery, but guess what? He moves pretty damn quickly, and that is Haunt down and wasted, and now not a real great way to take this fight. I guess the other thing,
to get the tree dance off before the damage came out, because obviously it works still like Blink Dagger, where like you take any instance of damage, you can't jump away. But he was fine, and actually now popping the ult, or yeah, Abaddon in a little bit of a weird spot. But I don't know. That's the going back to like what we were talking about before that. It feels like TNC are finding newer ways to put in some big hurt, either by just kind of ganking and surprising, initiating with Invis, initiating with Blink. Like they have ways for these fights to happen more and more, and Thunderbirds can't account for everything, you know?
Yeah. Ooh. Smoking a break on Moon Meander, and they find that initiation right at the start. No ulti for him this time. Cuckoo in some trouble.
Nice
They get the
crush.
static storm off. It isn't going to be enough, though. The global silence comes out, still caught in it. Sam H in trouble. They're chasing down Soxa, trying to bring him low, but they have been able to get that Wukong's command off. So much damage coming out, and Raven, I don't know if you really want to stick around here any longer. Rio is going to drop in just a second to that Naga Siren. A double kill for him, but with that Song of the Siren coming in from the south, Raven, you need to be careful. He's still chasing Weehaw here. Not afraid to man up against him. All behind their base. Tim's making the plays and almost able to kill off Weehaw. They thought about diving that one for half a second, and Raven now going to just barely be able to get back home at net. Coming closest to him.
Man, these have been some ridiculous fights, to be sure. It's been honestly on Sam H and Tim's to make these big crushes happen. The global timing, like I said, from Cuckoo has to be about perfect. He was a little slow on that one, but Tim's gives them a little bit more time to work with the crush. So they're still able to make that fight pretty profitable for them as a whole. Unfortunately, Sansa doesn't get as much int out of it, but the Spectre was able to clean it up, really. Just a lot of magical damage coming out. There is no like mechanism or pipe on the side of the Thunderbirds, so they really aren't able to deal with this as much as they like to. There's obviously like a lot of Midas action, there's the Vladimirs, but yeah, they just actually don't have the pipe.
Oh, and now a little bit unfortunate yet again. They pop into this one and try and find the initiation on the Sam H, but unfortunately Haunt does a hell of a lot of damage, and now Misery might be the one that goes down, catching him right on the tip there with that Impale. Manages to get the Midas off, but will not be denied to the creeps. The Manta style done for the Spectre, and that is a hell of a lot of damage that comes out. Resolution, amp damage up. They need to take it off immediately. They are going to be able to do that. Tim's now going to be in a little bit of trouble. Does have another stun in a second. Amp damage there on to Moon, and Tim's is going to be able to walk away from that one. Those Naga Siren illusions not bringing him down as of yet, although Sam H barely able to walk away. He gets the Spike Carapace off, turning now to fight onto Resolution. The Impale off the mark there, but still he lives.
Maybe
and now
able to bring him
Moon
down. The Abba has one more spell to offer. Is it gonna be enough? Oh, he's dropping so low. But
they even get that extra movement speed there. They try and get within the range. Can they get there? Spike Carapace, the damage is not quite enough.
They wanted it so bad.
Tower is under attack.
It just comes down to one miss stun from the Nyx Assassin and just a tiny bit of mana left in the tank of the Abaddon. Gets Resolution out of there and gets them the Nyx in exchange.
Me oh my oh man, this game has been pretty much everything. What is this now? 44 kills in roughly 28 minutes? Let's try and gain a little bit of context now. How do you feel like the state of the game is going? Do you feel like it's favoring one particular team? There's a lot of towers missing right now for TNC.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like overall the biggest thing is they've been preventing these Roshan attempts. I feel like Thunderbirds really wanted to be cycling the Roshan pretty early, getting the first kill out so they can get the second Rosh and try to maybe break some big towers based off of that, even if the first one wasn't of high impact. But, like, no, wait, we're seeing the Roshan just kind of stand its ground this entire time. Even though, you know, there's amp damage, there's focus fire on two different sides of the field, neither one is really able to take it. And I think that's really important for TNC, to keep contesting the open areas like around the Roshan pit and to keep using their ultimates to start building momentum in the fights. Beyond that, obviously Cuckoo is now starting to really get some items. I mean, he's got the Silver Edge fully set up for himself along with that Midas, but I think TNC are going to be happy for now, to kind of conclude. But I do think that when the BKBs come out, it can change.
And now Moon in some trouble is going to drop there. Did not manage to get the proc off.
Oh my god.
They got it for Cuckoo. Well played there to break that on him, so the ult cast didn't happen automatically, but now Raven stuck in the middle of all of it. They do still have the Grave available for Rior, which is going to keep him alive after the fact, but they've taken down the Monkey King, so now no more Wukong's command. It gets the Manta dodge out of the kinetic field. Cuckoo is going to drop there to the power shot, but these very nicely done plays by TNC comboed together to make sure that Abba dies in spite of that ulti.
Yeah, that's so cool. So for those that don't understand why the Abaddon ult didn't just happen there, the Abaddon can only cast his ult if he's like stunned or obviously in normal circumstances, but if he's silenced, he's not able to activate it manually. In addition, when the Silver Edge effect is on you, it breaks the passive effect where it activates automatically. So with both of those taken out of the picture, he's not able to ult, he just goes down without a second thought. And from there, they just were able to pretty well clean up the fight, take the first Roshan of this game. So I do think that maybe Cuckoo got a little overzealous off of that, trying to finish off Windranger one hit from death. But yeah, it is going to still be a very nice play from TNC and showcasing that the Abaddon can no longer play like the offlane Abaddon that gets in your face. He has to play much more like the support one that plays it back, because he's very, very fragile when the silencer focuses him like that.
So again, it's feeling like the draft is starting to work out, and I feel like there's going to be this incredibly strong timing with that diffusal blade done for Raven. Now on top of having the Manta style, the Radiance, and an Aegis underhand, where they can start running down these towers at least a little bit. Like, Weeha has been one of the sort of bright spots in this game, and if you can just blow him up at the start of the fight, being able to diffusal blade off the win run, how do T-Birds respond to that?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's really tough. I think that maybe you just have to kind of build yourself up a perimeter, like get a safe space where you can consider...
Oh, God. I don't know if he's going to be in a safe space any longer, although they were able to make that escape. Now they crushed, though. Cuckoo found him, as did Tim's, and now Moon in a lot of trouble. This is looking from bad to worse. Moon Meander going to fall. 2 of the cores brought down for Thunderbirds, and they're getting ready to start assaulting the rest of these buildings.
Yeah, they just cleared out, no problem at all. Just use the Haunt to scout everything out, and from there keep using the Blinks to follow through. And that's one thing that, I mean, Thunderbirds just don't have. They have 1 dagger on Windranger, but otherwise they're pretty immobile. They're trying to counter-initiate as best they can, but it just feels like TNC have so much going for them right here in mid. They're going to bring down the Disruptor, and from there, they're actually going to be able to take the tier 2 mid.
This is a huge problem. There's no buybacks on any of these heroes either, so if they wanted to even think about testing high ground a little bit, they could. I don't think that they certainly need to. Might instead just go for a tier 2 in the top, or trying to defend their own tier 2 in the top lane.
Yeah, you can just backdoor tier 1 on top. I think that's fine. But they're just actually fully pulling back. They got what they came for. That's what's important. And these fights continue to just build more and more momentum for Thunderbirds. I really thought that this game would just kind of stalemate out until the Windranger founder BKB, and then you could see how effective BKB is against the Spectre and the Silencer, but no, he had no such time to build it up, and we just see TNC continuing to dominate. They are going to be the first team to pick up the gem, not the team with the Abaddon, and yeah, they're going to have a lot of good control for the map at this point in time.
This is quite strong showing already from TNC, and T-Birds needing to find a way to get back into it. Again, they do have 4 Midases and a Naga Siren on their team, so if you hold that high ground long enough, it's going to be good for you. But I just do feel like it's hard to do that when a Spectre gets into these items this early.
Yeah, I mean, she's moved towards Butterfly, for crying out loud. Like, she's got Diffusal 1, which she's using very actively. You've got Manta Style, you've got Radiance, but moving into this Butterfly, like, puts you just a step ahead of everyone. Like, there's no way that you're going to be seeing an MKB anytime soon from the Windranger, and adding the mischance from the Radiance combined with the evasion of the Butterfly, dispersion on top of that, the effective HP of Spectre is unreal.
Oh, and Moon Meander came back out again outside of the base. I didn't think he was going to. And Cuckoo takes full advantage. So Abaddon gone for another 40 seconds. The tier 2 tower going down the bottom lane. TNC with a dominant lead in this game is now up to almost that 6,000 gold mark and 15,000 experience.
And it feels like they're just scrambling to try to get something out of nothing. Like, I mean, right now the Naga desperate for an Octarine core so she can push out more actively. The Abaddon desperate for this Lotus Orb so he can purge the silence and have one way of breaking through this Silver Edge silence combo that has done him in like 3 times at this point. And it just feels like they desperately need one really good fight to get them back in this game, and it's just not happening.
And finding a silencer here would be huge, but the Haunt comes out. They have caught onto Resolution and Misery over to the side here, but the Song of the Siren is going to keep him alive for the moment, at least. The only problem, Resolution, you need to be careful here, does not want to end up sticking around too much longer here. He's going to TP away, so they live through that Haunt. Much needed. If you get a pick off there, it's high ground.
Yep, for sure. So, I mean, TNC, I mean, they already feel like they're in a winning position in this game, but obviously they have to find the opening first and foremost. I think one big way that's going to happen is Cuckoo about to finish up this Scythe of Vice, very close to it, but instead shifts towards an MKB, says, I've had enough of your win run action, I'm not going to worry about a Dispel, I'm just going to punch right through it, is the bottom line. And obviously that's going to allow him to really just focus fire on either the Abaddon or the Wind Ranger, and find a lot of confidence in terms of just getting the raw damage out. However, this also means he's extremely squishy. I mean, this guy has 1800 HP. He's got almost full damage items. It's got to be like the Dazzle focusing the grave on him from now on.
Yeah. And I think, though, that, like, having all of those different sources, you look at a hero like Spectre, too, it's not as if they're going to be able to bring down the Spectre incredibly easily. You just got that level 20 strength talent. And, you know, if you want to, coming up pretty soon is going to be the level 25, which is another 400 health. This is a very hard to bring down Raven, so you have the luxury of being able to grave up that silencer. And also no longer going to be mischancing through the Radiance either.
Yeah, this game really came down to what team could potentially be on the upper hand getting into this mid to late game stage. And while it looked for the longest of times to be the Thunderbirds, they clearly are very far behind at this point. Almost every hero is lacking one key item, whereas TNC are just thriving. And even finding the opening here on Wind Ranger down bottom. I mean, just these gank trains are going to keep rolling. The map control is in full force here, and nowhere is safe for the